There we go. Hello, towel friends. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Hey, he's a towel. I'm a towel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see you. Thank you to LA Connection for that wonderful intro, ladies and gentlemen. I had to put it together and actually make it into a video. Well, I had to clip it, and it was perfect after I downloaded it. But thank you so much, LA Connection. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We got things going on. I'm hearing reports that Hank Brennan might have responded to Alan Jackson's statement from last night. Alan Jackson's quizzical, quixotic, strange statement. I think quixotic doesn't actually mean strange. It should mean strange, but it doesn't. All right, but either way, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just past 8:30 a.m. What is it here? Thursday? Is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday, June 25th, 2025. Who knows what day it is? We're lost in the chaos, ladies and gentlemen. Lost in the chaos of the fallout of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. That was a great intro. Allie 90211, hello. Allie, your order is all set. The refund was processed last night. You should have gotten an email. It should be fully canceled within 24 hours. I'm a towel. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I got a message from Paula. I got a message from Paula this morning, the juror in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We're going to talk about that when some of the towel friends come in. Paula was interested that I complimented her intelligence, which was authentic. I have watched a lot of Paula's interviews, and out of everything else one might say about her views on the case, etc., setting all that aside, her father-in-law, she's very eloquent, very well-spoken, and very intelligent. And so that was one of the first things she said. She was like, I noticed that you complimented my intelligence. And it wasn't gratuitous. I actually analyzed what she was saying and how she was saying it. And I was authentically, it was kind of like a throwaway remark. I wasn't like elucidating on why, I thought she was so intelligent. I just kind of said, my overall analysis is that she's very intelligent. But anyway, she noticed that. So she said that. And then it was tough. I'll read you the message at a certain point here in a little bit. It was tough to follow. I followed what she was saying, obviously, but she was writing out answers to questions that she had seen me ask. And she listed them in order, which was kind of impressive, but she didn't actually list the questions. Now, I was able to inductively interpret the questions she was answering, but it was a little bit tough to figure it out because she wasn't writing like, your question was this, here's my answer. She was just writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She wrote like 14 answers to 14 different questions. And I think it's probably fair to say at some point I asked some formulation of like those questions. I don't know if I asked 14 different questions in public, but I asked certain questions that I think she just kind of broke into 14 different answers, which is fine. I mean, they're easy to follow, so I'll read them to you. And then, it was a fine message. I was willing to read what she had to say, and I took it seriously. And so then, and it is her account. And she also mentioned that she didn't notice a DM from me on Twitter, but the issue was I had followed her on Twitter because you can't DM her. You have to follow her, and then if she DMs you, you can respond. So I followed her, which was the closest I could do to sending her a DM on Twitter, which was the only thing I knew to be her official account. I didn't have any other way, and I wasn't going to go see her, and I wasn't going to call her, and I wasn't going to do any of that. So I was going to wait for her official Twitter account to make contact with me, and that's why I followed her. And so she did overnight. Now, I don't know. It's weird because before she was just kind of like engaging with me in public. She'd make a joke here or there, or she'd say something to another account or something who had replied to my post. But then, I don't know, like yesterday was kind of strange in general, like the statement from Alan Jackson at like 5 p.m. Now we got to see what Hank Brennan says this morning. I'm hearing, but I've not seen it. So we're on Little Towel Watch. That just as we were going on air, Hank Brennan may have responded to Alan Jackson's statement. Now I think the fairest thing to do, Little Towels, is just take a look at Alan Jackson's statement. So let me bring that up for you right now. And the reason I want to do that is I think it just makes sense to look at Alan Jackson's statement like cohesively. Hank Brennan's first statement, then Alan Jackson's statement, then Hank Brennan's statement again. I think both of those make sense. I think that, and then we'll see what Hank Brennan said in response. I think that's like the best way to do this. And if Hank Brennan actually did respond, then that's even more for us to analyze. And then if you're just tuning in, unprompted, I got a very lengthy message, which was very interesting, insightful, from juror number 11 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. And I'm going to read the responses to some questions that the juror had, that I had for the juror, and the juror's responses were comprehensive. I think they didn't touch on everything, every question that I have, but they were comprehensive for what they were. So I'll read them, and then I had some follow-up questions, so we'll take a read of those as well. But my primary, the primary thing I want to do first, I want to grab Alan Jackson's statement. So let me get the full text copy. I think David Bienick had it from WCVB, so let me just go over to David's profile and grab that. David Bienick. I'm not the best at spelling tough names like that. Like, I am terrible at phonetic pronunciation of words like that. Like, I'm decent at complex words, but a name that's not easy to spell, it could take me like 5 minutes. All right, so let's get Alan Jackson's statement. Now, you saw Hank Brennan's statement in the intro roll. I'm going to bring it up for you again. I thought David Bienick was the one who released it. Maybe I was wrong. Does anyone remember who released Alan Jackson's statement? I thought it was Bienick yesterday at 5 p.m. In fact, I was almost positive it was. I don't know why I have this like distinct memory of someone posting it. I'll just take a look in the comments. Maybe one of you has it. Messy, we are looking for Hank's response right now. If anyone has Hank's response, just let me know. The first thing I have to do is bring up Alan Jackson's original statement, because so it was really Hank Brennan made a statement like 2 days ago. I think it was Monday morning at 8 a.m. And then Alan Jackson made a statement, which it was John Hall who posted it. Sorry, that was my mistake. Then Alan Jackson made a statement yesterday, 36 hours later at 5 p.m. that made very little sense. And I'm going to have this, I'm going to bring this up for you right now. So I got it up over on the screen here. Hold on one second. All right, there it is. So let's take a look at that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. What we're starting off the day with is news that Hank Brennan has responded to Alan Jackson's statement from last night. So give me 1 second while I bring this up for you on your screen. I am a little towel. And then once we take a look at this, we'll talk about Paula's... I wouldn't say that they were interview answer questions. It was more just Paula wanted to answer some questions I had been asking publicly. So she did that, and I'm going to read those. And then I had some follow-up questions. I'm going to read those. But right now, I want to look for this weird picture. There it is. It's an image, so it has a weird name of like GUPTWX something. So it's hard to find the tab. But here we go. All right. There we go. This is Alan Jackson's statement. Now, I'm going to bring up Hank Brennan's statement as well, so give me 1 second, little towels. First, we're going to read Hank Brennan's statement, then we're going to read Alan Jackson's statement, and then apparently Hank Brennan has put out another statement this morning. I don't know if he responded or put out a statement. I have not seen it. I have not actually seen the... the new statement from Hank Brennan. So I'm going to grab Hank Brennan's first statement, then we're going to grab Alan Jackson's statement, and then we are going to look at the new statement from Hank Brennan that was apparently reported on Boston 25. Hello, MJ Baker. So if Towel Friends are over on the Twitter, and you see a new statement from Hank Brennan, you just drop that link in the chat, and I will read it. But I have to read this in order, because if you're following, Monday morning, 8 a.m., Hank Brennan released this statement. This was 2 days ago now at 8 in the morning, so just over 48 hours and 46 minutes ago to be very precise. Full statement from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial prosecutor Hank Brennan. Quote, I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence, no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for John's death. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. We cannot condone witness abuse, causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. Good morning, towel friends. Hello, Taterbug and Claudia and Mary, and hello, LA Connection, and hello, Modelo, Macy, and Thebes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you're just tuning in, by the way, I just want to thank everyone. This channel continues to receive such wonderful support from you all, and it means a lot to me. Did you know the 3 biggest ways you can help the channel? I just found this out overnight. When the video is live, the algorithm promotes it more if you react to the video. So you don't have to, but if you want to sit there, any reaction, apparently this feature on YouTube, the algorithm thinks that it means people are actively touching their screens and watching the video. So if you're on your phone and you want to click the little heart react or laugh react or whatever, that really helps the channel. Number 2, if you want to subscribe to this feed, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to subscribe. Over 2.1 thousand towel subscribers now. And then importantly, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to like the video. Now, interacting with the video counts more than a like. So actually liking the video doesn't count as much in the algorithm as interacting with it in the form of a heart or a laugh or whatever. But any of those help the channel. Thank you to the person above who asked. And let's now go over to Alan Jackson's statement. And really, it really blows my mind because, a lot of channels, I think, would like to have someone, sitting there helping the algorithm think the video is having interaction by either interacting with the screen or commenting. But you all do it so naturally, and it means so much to me. So it's a labor of love in some sense, and I appreciate it so much. In fact, one of the Karen Reed fans at one point was like, Grant, I was reacting to your videos and then I realized the viewer count was going up, so I was like, this is counterproductive. I was like, yes, well, you're helping my channel. Thank you. So lead counsel Alan Jackson issues the following statement on behalf of Karen Reed. This was last night at 8 p.m. And listen, I get that Alan's a little bit of a bloviator, but let's try to get through this with a straight face, all right? It's not the easiest thing to do. The jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan is in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. For him to attempt to supplant his personal views of that of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. Well, all Hank Brennan said was he was disappointed. He didn't attack the jury or the jurors' verdict. He said he was disappointed. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that centuries-old edict. Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, well, okay, here's the problem. A prosecutor has to believe someone is guilty to prosecute them. So Alan's argument doesn't even make sense there. Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered. And then Alan, starts relitigating the case. Hidden exculpatory evidence, lies and perjury by the Commonwealth's witnesses. Cops, as if ARCA didn't delete text messages and et cetera, et cetera. Cops covering for other cops. A biased and corrupt lead investigator with personal ties to the witnesses. And inculpatory and suspicious conduct by myriad of witnesses. The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell wildly short of that responsibility. Theirs was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, this is how Alan Jackson talks in my mind. Rather, it was a personal vendetta against Karen Reed by D.A. Michael Morrissey and his hand-picked prosecutors, and it cost the people of Norfolk County millions. The fact is, Karen Reed is factually innocent, and this case should never have gone to trial in the first place. This case is a stark reminder that there has been a complete breakdown in what is supposed to be our justice system. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens that they are sworn to protect. The Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the very constituents that they are supposed to serve. It is now crystal clear. Hold on, I have to pause. Hello, Faith Chavez. It is very good to welcome you. I think this channel, it's not just me, it's the wonderful towel friends in the comments and otherwise, and we are honored that you found us. And if staying engaged, informed, and entertained for 12 hours related to the criminal court process or developing news events was a first for you, then we welcome you with fluffy arms to the fabric of the towel universe, and you also now have a wrench. Congratulations. Welcome to the Blue Wall of Justice. Towel friends, please welcome Faith Chavez along with me. Also, I'm not presuming, but if you speak Spanish, entiendo español también un poco, y creo que toda la gente en el mundo son muy importante para las toallas. Okay, so, it is now crystal clear. Now, the other thing is, like, I don't know why Alan is getting so riled up about Hank's statement that really did not attack, like, it didn't really go at Alan that much. Like, it was very broad, and it certainly didn't go at the jury. So, Alan already won. Like, why are you relitigating the case, and what are you doing? Unless something's going on. But by the way, I heard that there was a new statement from Hank Brennan, but we don't actually have it. Oh, yes, LS, it's going to be 100 degrees. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost 9 in the morning. It is basically 32, 33 Celsius, and the sun has barely peeked its head over the rising morning horizon. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a hot one, but we're here. Let's pretend like it's a summer day in the 1980s or 1990s in the Bay Area. We'll pretend like we're in an episode of Towel Full House. Okay, I'll drive over the bridge to keep us cool in our drop-top convertible. We'll play some kind of uplifting and happy 1990s-based theme song for a television sitcom, and they will call us a house full of towels. It will either be the Brave Little Towels or a house full of towels or a little towel on the prairie. One of those three titles, and then we'll just go through the world, and it will be wonderful. If you can't figure it out, I'm pretty sure the best moment of, at least over the past 40 years in America, was when Full House was on after school in the 1990s. You don't understand. It was the epitome of Pax Americana. I'm pretty sure that was actually the apex of Pax Americana. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we need to go to San Francisco, and I need a drop-top convertible, and I need someone to make a new Full House theme song, and then we need to create a show about all of us little towels and how we live in a house, and someone's a toaster, and it's a long story, but it's going to be hilarious. Shout out to Ange Wittick. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. Well, it's the heat, the humidity, and the fact that if you go out on the streets right now in Massachusetts, like every town, even small towns, like all the cops are on heightened alert. It's a little weird. I didn't bring this up yesterday because I wanted to see if anyone else noticed it. But I live in a very small town. I've lived here for a very long time, over 3 decades, and almost 4 decades now. I'm getting old, and so I know this town like the back of my hand. Like I know every square inch of it. I know the routines. I know where the speeding enforcement is, in the sense that like I know where the cops are all the time. Like they know where I am. I know where they are. It's a small town. Everybody knows where everybody is. And abnormally yesterday, starting the day before and then yesterday in particular, I've never seen like my local police force on those kind of patrols. And there was something that happened the day before. I think all the governors got a briefing by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, N-O-E-M. I think she used to be like a senator for Alaska or something. Maybe I got that wrong. Anyway, she gave a briefing to all the governors, and my understanding is that it had to have trickled down to every element of the law enforcement apparatus. I think it's related to wider events in the world, but I've never seen so many police in my town on actual patrol. Like you couldn't go, I'd say like 500 yards on either side of the main roads without a cop like constantly on patrol, like one coming one way, one going the other, and they were just doing that all day. I had never seen anything like that. Janet Dowling. I don't, unfortunately, Phoebes, but I'll definitely look into it. Hi, Claudia Montano. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on today. If you're just tuning in, we're waiting. I'm going to finish this last paragraph of Alan's statement. I'm trying to find out if Hank Brennan has put out a response to this statement from Alan. This came out about 5 p.m. Eastern yesterday, and Hank Brennan apparently put out a response this morning. Let's check the docket and see if there's any movement. I don't know, like something in my brain, like something in my gut is just like something's going on. And then, of course, if you're just tuning in, I'm going to read to you some of the, it was sua sponte, some of the answers that Juror 11, Paula, sent over to me overnight. And then I had some follow-up questions from Paula. I haven't heard back yet. She's welcome to come on and do an interview if she wants. Personally, I feel like if it's easier for her to just send me text answers, that's fine. She's also welcome to come on and do an interview. We have DM contact now, but I don't want to put her in a position where it's like, if I'm going to be asking about like Egyptian intelligence and stuff like that, like that's, you know, it's fair in the sense that I have a duty to the wider public, but I don't expect her to say, yes, I'm going to come on your show and answer questions about Egyptian intelligence. Like, I don't expect that, and I wouldn't put her in that position. But if she wants to come on, that's different. But I just think there's too many, it's too sensitive, that whole situation, and I wouldn't expect her to do that. She wants to write text answers, though. I'll certainly read them to you, which is what I plan on doing after I check the docket. I see someone tried to mock Miss O'Keefe in the comments. That didn't work. We'll see you later. The one thing is, like, it's not like most channels. It is literally a blue wall. You're up against like 700 people. There isn't really any room to maneuver in the comments. Nothing yet up on the docket, folks. Nothing yet up on the docket. Checking the docket. Nothing yet up on the docket. Yeah, of course, Claudia. And listen, oh my goodness, it's Kitty Cat. Listen, Claudia, as I said, it was important to me. If you remember the other day, someone came in the comments and they were, we don't know if they were Paula or someone who was pretending to be Paula. And they said, oh, you know, I'm Paula. I'm interested in doing an interview, like whatever. And I said, well, first of all, that's, you know, wonderful, but trust but verify. So if it is you, Paula, please send me a DM on X. I followed you. Now, she didn't send a DM then, and a couple days goes by. And then I couldn't DM her because her Twitter profile is set up. You have to follow her, which is like a request. And then if you follow her, she can DM you, or if she follows you back, then you can DM her. So it's not like as simple as you go to her profile, click a button, and you can send her a DM, which is fine. Most people don't have it set up that way. I don't have it set up that way. If you want to send me a DM, you either have to tell me here to follow you, or I have to, already be following you. And it's just because I already get so many messages all the time. If I got like just unlimited messages on my X, then the point of the X inbox would not work. That's my primary inbox. That's how if I get a message from you on there, unless it's like there's hundreds of them that day, I'm probably going to read it within 2 days. Any other way you message me, like email, DM, whatever, barring me happen to see it come up on my phone, you might not get a response for like 5 days. And it's not me being rude. It's just I have one primary inbox, and then I have a bunch of other inboxes. And depending on the priority of the inquiry, I will route you to a specific inbox for a reason. Anyway, so Paula, when she popped up in the comments, she didn't actually come on to do an interview, of course, but I wanted at that time to just see if that was her or not. She didn't respond in DM, but she did respond overnight, and I'm sorry I've been teasing it, but it's past 9 a.m. I just want to see what the Hank Brennan response was. Then I'll read you these what Paula had to say. Hello, towel friends. We are flying air towel today. Hello, FBI DOJ, my dear friend. Hello. I am looking, by the way, right now for the response from Hank Brennan. I can't actually get the response from Hank Brennan, and because all I'm hearing is that there is a response from Hank Brennan coming. I don't actually have it. All I heard was that in the comments, Boston 25 has reported that there might be a response coming from Hank Brennan. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're all monitoring. We're keeping an eye on the Towel Twitter. We're keeping an eye on the Boston 25 website. Let's check over right now. Oh, goodness. There was someone injured in a shooting in Dedham at the BJ's. That's not good, ladies and gentlemen. That's not good. We don't like to hear that. All right, so let's check in over on Boston 25. Let's see what's going on.
I mean, technically it's in the 80s, but I don't know. It's not going to feel that good. Let me take you over here
second.
The Pike. I'm sticking with this shot just because we still have these heavy westbound delays, and this is because of that crash we have over in Newton. So I don't have the signboard this time showing the information, but it was in the left lane, and you do, of course, see that you're moving very slowly. So there it is. It's the Pike westbound crash at Center Street, still with the heavy delay behind it. 128 northbound exit ramp to Main Street. That's Main Street there in the Reading area where we do have a crash coming in. 495 northbound, we have a crash before 111. Heavy delays. You're heading up 495. You could do something with 110 to work your way around that. 2A Mass Ave, crash at Route 16, and 128 north, the exit ramp to Highland Ave. We have a crash. We'll check in 10.
We are following breaking news in Dedham right now. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office telling Boston 25 a shooting in the BJ's parking lot this morning is fatal.
And 2 people were shot outside of the BJ's earlier this morning. 1 person died at the hospital. Boston 25 News reporter Ryan Breslin live from Route 1. Ryan, what do we know about the victims here?
Nicole and Jean, we know that both had gunshot wounds. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office saying that one was pronounced dead at a local hospital. The other is still being treated this hour. You can see that law enforcement and detectives, they have cleared the scene here and opened up the parking lot. BJ's is now open. But I want to show you, our cameras captured as one car was being towed away here from the BJ's parking lot this morning with a bullet hole in the front windshield. We were also here all throughout the investigation into the shooting this morning. We've seen Dedham and state police scanning the parking lot. They had flashlights out before the sun came out. A canine was also out here. Our first photojournalist on scene, Andy Devine, tells me he saw an ambulance pull away as he arrived. I can also tell you that there were at least 4 people standing out by the curbside pickup sign, but no one wanted to talk about what happened. Shoppers, they are now reacting.
It's awful. There's a lot going on right now, and it's sad to see.
Yeah.
And my heart goes out for those families.
Now, this is still an active and ongoing investigation. Both the Dedham police and state police, they were all on scene this morning. For now, live in Dedham, Ryan Breslin for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Well, new this morning, a truck burst into flames overnight on a pretty busy Boston highway. Boston 25 News anchor Ray Vieta at the live alert desk for us with these dramatic images that we just received this morning.
Hey, Nicole, so I want to show you those dramatic images right here. Take a look. You could see the remnants of that truck as it was fully engulfed there. This was on the Leverett connector. You can see the flames and the smoke just
If you're wondering why we're watching this, friends, I'm hearing there might have been a response from Hank Brennan to Alan Jackson, but since no one actually has it, I'm watching Boston 25, which if there is a response, it probably will come on air. So we're going to monitor this. Before we move on to the juror message from Paula, I want to take a look at this, because if Hank Brennan did give a response, we have to watch this.
like now. The Lever connector looking just like it always does, pretty busy at this time of day. We will let you know if emergency crews get back to us to tell us if anyone was hurt, but they left the scene around 4 o'clock, and you could see everything back to normal, Gene.
Ray, thank you. More breaking news this morning. Former Massachusetts Senator Scott Brown looking to head back to Washington. He just announced that he is running for the Senate from the state of New Hampshire. Brown announced his candidacy.
Scott Brown ran for, I think he was the interim senator for a little bit in Massachusetts. He beat Martha Coakley, if I am correct. And then he ran against Elizabeth Warren. And that was like a very close election, but Warren ended up winning because it was a time when there was like a lot of financial reform in the country. Scott Brown, interestingly, then went on to become the president of the law school where I go. I think I know him and his daughter. I want to say his daughter is named Ayla. She was my colleague at Boston College. And way back, I want to say like 2013 or so, I've known him for a while. I'm sure he remembers my mom because my mom endorsed him in the Senate race against Warren in the Patriot Ledger. So I know he remembers me, but I knew his daughter through school, and his daughter was, I want to say, what was it? I think he had a few daughters, but the daughter I went to school with was named Ayla. And she was a singer, I want to say. She was very talented. I remember she was on some TV show at the time, like one of the competition shows. I don't even think the shows we have now were around. It might have been American Idol, but she was very talented. And so I remember going up to him at a BC football game in like 2013. He was at one of the tailgates near where my uncle had his tailgate or something. And I go up to him, and he was standing in a circle, and one of the donors next to him, who I knew to be a football booster, so I was like, okay, tread carefully here, Brown, because he will donate to you if you do this right. And Brown looks at the beer he was holding, and the guy was from like Brighton or Lower Alston, so he was rich and had been around that area forever, but he drank PBR. So he's like drinking PBR, and they're having a conversation. I forget what they were talking about, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Senator Brown, looks at the guy's beer and is like, PBR, like, don't you drink a real beer? I swear to God, this booster, like, he was respectful, but he, like, in that moment, I saw his eyes go from, like, all right, I'm going to consider supporting and donating to this guy, like, to, like, nope. Like, I am personally offended. All because, like, it wasn't that the PBR was cheap. It was that it's kind of like a nostalgia thing in that area, especially if you're at a BC game. Like, you drink it as, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it brings you back to your college days. Like, it has a meaning, a symbolic meaning. So when Brown said that to that donor, and the donor was like, and it was a Republican donor too. I knew at that moment Brown wasn't going to win that race against Warren. Didn't really have to do with the policies of it. I just saw an on-the-ground interaction with like a Republican booster that I knew doomed his campaign. Not because of that one booster, but because if you talk that way to someone like that and without realizing who they are, then you'll do that in any situation and you'll lose really key votes. And he did. He lost that race. But anyway, he went on to become the president of my law school. And then I think President Trump appointed him ambassador to New Zealand. So he spent some time in New Zealand, and then he came back, and now he's running for Senate in New Hampshire.
Early this morning to replace retiring Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Brown served as Massachusetts Senator from 2010 to 2013 after winning a special election to fill the seat vacated by Senator Ted Kennedy after the senator passed away. Brown later served as U.S. Ambassador to New Zealand and Samoa during Donald Trump's first term. Brown will likely face Congressman Chris Pappas. Pappas launched his campaign a few months ago as a Democrat. This will be a key battleground state for both parties as Democrats try to win back control of the Senate next year.
Brown's going to face a little trouble there. I think he's been in New Hampshire for a while, but New Hampshire's a very local state, and you're more likely to do well there if you're already in office in New Hampshire. New Hampshire likes the attention of the presidential primary, but you can't parachute into New Hampshire, especially New Hampshire politics. I've been to the New Hampshire State House with my, we see him in here sometimes, my towel friend, New Hampshire canna patient. I know what the New Hampshire legislature is like. It's intense. First of all, it's part-time. And second of all, it's very, very hyper-local. Very hyper-local. So, I don't know. I need to learn more about the race, but I don't like Brown's chances just because of the optics of it. It's going to be a battleground. It's going to be close, probably like 53-47 either way, but I don't like his chances just on the optics of him not really, like, from already having been a senator from the other state. Now, I get it. Romney was a Massachusetts politician who went out to become governor of Utah and then senator, but that's a little different because Romney came to Massachusetts because he helped set up the Belmont Mormon Temple over on Route 2 there near Arlington. And so he was like the leader of the like Mormon temple in New England or something. So he was here for like a reason. He ran for office here because he lived here and he was the governor or whatever. But he was here because he had moved here or something to work on that project. So him going back to Utah was very natural and it made a lot of sense. Scott Brown was already senator in Massachusetts. And now he's going up to New Hampshire. I don't know where if he was born. I don't remember his full profile. But it's harder to win an election when you just come into a state and you're like, hello, I would like to run for office here.
Happening now, we are working to learn more about how 3 kids are doing after they were pulled from the water on the North Shore yesterday. Boston 25 News reporter April Baker is live in Gloucester this morning with what we are learning about that rescue. April.
Good morning, Nicole. Yes, take a look over my shoulder. That is a U.S. Coast Guard boat. That was one of the...
Okay, so hold on. Here's some questions. I think Maureen Callahan is not John's cousin. John's cousin gave an interview on Boston 25. Maureen Callahan is a journalist from the Daily Mail who has a show called The Nerve. Maureen Callahan did an excellent overview. I don't know why people are repeating this propaganda, especially Roberta, that she got John's name wrong. She spent 17 minutes doing an excellent overview of the case, and when she was mocking Karen at one point, she referred to John as James in Karen's voice. James O'Keefe is a journalist, and so it's easy to mix up John and James O'Keefe. And also, she got John's name right every other time. So I'm a little bit perplexed why people are picking up on this propaganda and trying to smear that interview. I will have her on this channel if people keep doing this, so that she can show you how well she knows the case. It's incredible to me that Roberta and others were willing to just ignore that 17-minute beautiful clip that was done. You know what? We need to see the Hank Brennan statement, but we're going to watch it next. It blows my mind that people are degrading this clip. It's propaganda. For anyone to say, think about how that propaganda works. Oh, she said James O'Keefe while mocking Karen in one time in the 17-minute clip. Don't listen to anything she has to say. That's outrageous. Like, the fact that people are falling for that, it's narrative propaganda. I'm not talking about in here. I saw it on Twitter too. Think about it. They want you not to listen to her because she said some very important things, so they plant the false narrative using preemptive dialectical reasoning that she got a name wrong, so therefore she's discredited. Don't focus, folks. It's propaganda. Focus on what she said. You know what? We're going to watch the video right now. We'll keep this on mute. We are literally going to watch the video so that I can show, and I'm a little bit perplexed by Roberta taking part in this, how subversive it is to discount this video simply because the author said or the person who made it said James O'Keefe once. And therefore, we're going to watch it. You know what? We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. You did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. Not all of you. I'm talking about the people on Twitter who were attacking her. So here you go. I have the video. This is what happens when towel becomes a towel. You don't understand. I get a little bit, I do some towel things. I become a little bit of a towel. And part of being a towel is I will literally just play the video to show how insidious that propaganda is, that people are attacking this woman, Maureen Callahan from the Daily Mail, for doing a video on Karen that was wonderful, nailed it, got every single element of the case right, because in one section, 1 5-minute clip of a larger 17-minute segment while mocking Karen, she said the name James O'Keefe. I will defend the honor of Maureen Callahan, who I don't know. I will defend her honor. I am one of the foremost experts on this case, and I'm not afraid to say it, ladies and gentlemen. And I will defend Maureen Callahan's honor. I'm a little bit perplexed. Maybe people just don't like that Maureen Callahan was willing to talk about this case. Maybe they feel territorial. No. We show support, ladies and gentlemen, especially when someone has an erudite and cogent perspective on said case. Yes, that is what being a towel is all about. And yes, no, I'm not saying it's any of you in the comments. It's definitely what I was seeing on Twitter that I was reacting to. And it wasn't just Roberta. I saw other people parroting that narrative trying to attack this woman, this journalist, Maureen Callahan. And I am now going to play this video just to make a point. So we got this video from Maureen Callahan. God bless you. You did a great job, Maureen. Towel gives you towel applause. You don't understand. I give you towel applause. Now, the Boston 25 was also reporting there might be a statement from Hank Brennan coming, but I don't see anything. So for now, we're going to watch this video of Maureen Callahan, and I'm going to defend Maureen Callahan's honor, because, even though I don't know her, because I'm not going to put up with people on X trying to smear her after she made an excellent video. And I don't know if it's I don't know what the motives are. I don't know if it's like a pro Karen Reed motive. I don't know if it's like undermine people who are talking about the case and make them feel bullied so they won't keep talking about it because people are territorial. I don't care. I'm going to analyze this video in full now and show you just how amazing it is. Go follow Maureen Callahan from the Daily Mail on the show The Verb. The Verb, probably outside of myself, and there are, I'll give a few very specific people props. I don't want to do the list because inevitably I'll forget someone. But there are 10 accounts on Twitter that I would say have a knowledge of this case that is tantamount to my own. And I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm just telling you I know a lot about this case. This journalist gave perhaps one of the best overviews for someone who has multiple stories to cover, etc. One of the best overviews I have seen. Maureen Callahan knows this case better than some people who cover it on a daily basis. I think they're a little jealous of her, and I'm incredulous. Maureen Callahan, if you hear this, you just reach out to Little Towel. Maybe someone I know we have some towel friends that like to help Towel coordinate things. So if any of these towel friends who are listening want to send Towel and Maureen an email CC'd inviting Maureen on as a guest, I would love to interview Maureen Callahan about her excellent video that we're about to watch. And I'm going to keep talking about how excellent this is and how I think it's a little insidious, little territorial, little manipulative that people are trying to silence this Maureen Callahan for speaking out. Even people on the Justice for John O'Keefe side. Oh, Kalmora Meditation. My dear friend, I can't wait to read your comment. I have to, it's a little hidden right now, so I'm going to bring it over to my other screen. Grant, been thinking a lot about this. Why is AJ's statement acting like he lost? I've never seen the first statement from someone who won a case look like someone who lost. You nailed it. You nailed it. Oh, Claudia, of course, my dear friend, of course. You nailed it, Kalmora Meditation. It is certainly an interesting insight into something going on that we don't fully understand yet, in my view. God bless you, dear friend. Look at Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Towel did a wonderful job, and now we have this wonderful comment from Kalmora Meditation. Hold on. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. We love our Canadian towels, ladies and gentlemen. We love our towels from all around the world, but our Canadian towels in particular, we love our Canadian towels. And Kalmora Meditation just has wonderful energy, too. And sometimes I truly believe, even if you're reading someone's words through the screen, when you're focusing on them, you can absorb some of that energy. And there's just something that tells me that Kalmora Meditation is a very special towel. So thank you, friend. I appreciate that message so much and your question. And that's my analysis. It is, you're spot on, and there's something else going on behind the scenes. That's my analysis. I like the Daily Mail. They do a good job. Hello. PK, I'm absolutely, don't worry about that. I'm absolutely reading your messages. You don't have to, you focus on driving. You can use your talk-to-speech hands-free or however you do it, and I'll read your messages as you send them in. Just you focus on being safe, my friend. We have a hands-free rule here in Massachusetts, so I have like a dash-mounted system, and it won't actually turn the screen on, but when like a call comes in, all I have to do is say answer call or whatever, and it answers the call. I like that, but it took a long time to adjust to a hands-free headset, or not even a headset, a hands-free like system in the car, because I was so used to, before the law change, being able to use like the dash or any other way to control it, and now I'm very used to the voice commands. All right. I know I get it, PK, but listen, some people, and I was a journalist for Jurist for a while. I've covered everything from state courts, federal courts, state regulatory bodies, federal regulatory bodies, everything you can imagine, international conferences, international like law tribunals. I've covered everything. And I know what it's like to be a journalist. It's not, you cannot just, even, it's very rare at a big outlet. It may be if you are in a special division, like an investigative reporter division, but it's very rare to be able to be like, okay, I'm going to just do one thing all the time. You can, or like, I want to do this right now, or I want to come into this right, like, that's not how it works. Most of the time you're on assignment. You might have a little bit of input by being like, okay, I want to cover this story, if someone else isn't already on it. You might. But on the whole, it's like, okay, we need you to get your work done. Here's what we need covered as like a paper or a network. Learn about this. You learn about it. You get as briefed as you can. You cover it. And then you have to move on. You never forget it. And it could come up again in any number of contexts. But you have to move on. There's no choice. You don't have the luxury of being able to become a subject matter expert on everything you're covering. That would be impossible if you were a conventional journalist. You would literally lose your mind. You either have to be an expert on one very specific thing all the time, or if you're in regular conventional journalism, you have to be adaptable enough to learn about something, understand it, like come to like a framework quickly, and then relatively cogently deploy it. That is the most helpful thing a journalist can do. If you are versatile enough to go into any story and quickly on your own cut through the manipulative narratives that both sides are going to try to sell you and come to your own perspective, you've reached the apex of like conventional journalism. There, you cannot go any higher than that. That's why I'm applauding this woman, Maureen Callahan. She didn't do anything wrong by coming in now. If anything, we're lucky she chose to cover it. That's why, like, Roberta's perspective is toxic, in my opinion, on this. It's off-putting. It drives people away. Nobody owns coverage of this case. I'm not talking to Roberta. Just in general, people can talk about whatever they want. I get Roberta's argument and, you know, whatever, but you don't have this is a public service that Maureen Callahan did this. Anyone attacking her is either concerned about the fact that she's covering this case because it will take attention from them, which is very petty, or doesn't want her saying what she's saying, which is even more dangerous if once you listen to this quote, because Maureen Callahan was very critical of Karen. Why would anybody want to discourage people from listening to that?
Let's talk about this Karen Read trial. Now, you guys, really since the show began, and we are still...
No, that's wrong. Davey W., that's wrong. So Karen mentioned that, and that was it was in the context of the Walsh prosecution, and that was that letter was right before, about 2 weeks before, on February 13, 2025, Leah Foley confirmed the probe is over. So Karen tried to use that letter during her interviews at the time on the day in court, the day that Helena Rafferty, the former Canton police chief, put out a public statement saying the probe into John O'Keefe's death was over, the Fed probe. That was the day that Karen was like, oh, but 2 weeks ago I got a letter, and I think that letter was actually CC'd to Karen because it was actually to the attorneys in the Brian Walsh case, and it was about whether the Walsh team needed more info. They didn't end up getting any help from the federal investigation, now confirmed is closed. No, but that letter predated, and it's why Aiden's very desperate. It tells me something's really going on, and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston might be pissed off at Karen's team and the old DOJ, because especially if Aiden's doing this kind of stuff, because the DOJ will know that that letter predated when Helena Rafferty was given permission by the DOJ to confirm the probe was over. You see what I'm saying? It was 2 weeks before. So based on the timeline, I think what happened was President Trump came into office January 20th, 2025. I think U.S. Attorney Foley probably came into office and was like, oh, this is a cluster F. I need to figure out what's going on. And it took her 10 days. During that 10 days, the judge and the prosecutors in the Walsh case needed an update because there was something going on in the pretrial process there. That's why it was the Walsh case, actually, ladies and gentlemen, where the confirmation of the federal probe ending was released first. I have that clip because the Walsh prosecutors brought it up about 2 days before Helena Rafferty did. Now, and so we're talking like February 6th, February 7th, and then it gets brought up in open court in the Reed case February 12th to 13th, 14th. And so exactly what happened was, I think Leah Foley came in, sent a letter saying we got to figure out what's going on to the Walsh team, CC'd Reed, and then 14 days later, Leah Foley did figure out what was going on, confirmed the end of the federal probe, and then released documents through the TUI process to Brennan, proving that Reed and Arca had done some weird things under the old DOJ. Now remember, the new DOJ, they like shut down a bunch of investigations into police misconduct. They are very pro-police. They do not, the new DOJ probably does not like what those liberal pricks, sorry to use that word, and I'm moderate, and I was liberal once. They don't like what those liberal pricks were doing with the DOJ, and they certainly don't like that they involved Turtle Boy. And remember, the DOJ knows exactly what went down. Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney Foley, is going to be sitting there and being like, yeah, I know I sent that letter on January 30th. That's why 2 weeks later I facilitated law enforcement partners confirming the end of the federal probe, and that's the only way to do it because of 28 CFR 1026.000, which is interpreted via Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual, which is itself an interpretation of U.S. XREL 2 EV Reagan from 1985, which basically says that the DOJ, by law, and according to its sections manual, and according to relevant U.S. relevant U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, cannot directly confirm or deny the end of a federal probe. That's why Rachel Rollins would leak these kind of things, the old U.S. attorney, because once it's out there, the DOJ, except in very extreme circumstances, will never confirm or deny the end of a probe. So even when they do it, they can't do it directly because of the policies of the DOJ. So they have to do it through law enforcement partners. Now, I promise you, U.S. Attorney Foley, and the last person you want to piss off is the freaking DOJ about their internal stuff. Like, if you want to talk about how it could be reformed, you want to compliment what they're doing, whatever, that's fine. But the last thing you want to do is try to manipulate the public about what the DOJ was doing. That's when you get, you will really piss them off, because it looks like they're being used for partisan political purposes, and they will rain hell down on you. I'm not kidding, not just the general you. If they get the sense that the DOJ, that you are manipulating what was occurring internally to present it to the public in a way to suggest something that's wrong or designed to achieve partisan ends or personal ends or whatever, that's when they will really, really fuck you. And they will not be nice about it, because that's the one thing you cannot do. You cannot take their internals, try to present it to the public differently than what it actually was, because then you're compromising the institutional integrity of the Department of Justice. You're compromising the public's trust in the Department of Justice. You're basically speaking for them. Those are things. Even someone like me, who doesn't have the most common sense in the world, I intuitively knew those were the ground rules. You know what I mean? Just from the jump, I knew those were the ground rules. If I was going to report on that apparatus, if I was going to be in the orbit of it, if I was going to learn about it, I had to respect those rules. It's like being a defense contractor and knowing that you cannot take classified documents out of the building, because that's the number one sign you're stealing it for a foreign state. It's like basic ground rules. So that's what I'm saying. Aiden is not saying anything that Karen didn't already say on that walk and talk after court on February 13th or February 14th of 2025. And Karen tried to use that letter as well, but it was from January 30th, which was 14 days before the Canton police got permission from the DOJ to confirm the end of the federal probe into John's death. Now, Aiden could probably come right out and say it. There is an ongoing investigation. It's related to Sandra Birchmore's death. What don't people understand? It has nothing to do with Karen. It has nothing to do with John's death, but it does have to do with the MSP unit that investigated Karen for John's death, just not related to that case. I wish people would just come out and say it. And what I don't think people realize is that if you keep messing with this narrative in this way, what's going to happen is you're going to get a systemic reaction. And a systemic reaction can be something like an 161-page DOJ OIG report. It can be like congressional hearings. It can be way worse than that. And so I don't understand why people think that the DOJ is a chess piece where you can weaponize discussion about them to try to manipulate wider public discourse. That's what will result in them raining hell down on you. So I'm just all right, good luck, all of you. I don't know where this is going, but I'm here to watch, and I'm going to protect the national security interest of the United States, because I love America, and I am not a communist. I'm a lot of things. I am a towel. I am quite passionate in my convictions, but I am not a communist. I say that line because there's this episode of The Simpsons where Grandpa Simpson is defending Homer's honor, and he's arguing with some other guy in the retirement home, and he's like, Homer's on TV, and he's like, that's my son. My son is a patriot, and my son is works at the nuclear plant, and he's wonderful, and et cetera, et cetera. And then at the end, he's like, and he's not a communist. Now, no one accused him of being a communist, which makes it hilarious. All right. So, okay, we'll read that interview. Does anyone have a link? Yeah, Rikers, I don't see any issue with John Fanning was not involved with jury one. Okay, we've already got a ruling on that from Judge Cannoni. John Fanning, however, did used to work in Stoughton, and he did investigate Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's death, So that was weird. Let's watch this, though. I want to watch Maureen Callahan, and I also want to take a look at my phone because I think someone did actually. I want to see if someone helped link us by email. If not, I'll do it myself. But I'm obviously a live news monitoring towel. We are waiting, ladies and gentlemen, for updates about whether Hank Brennan released a statement in response to Alan Jackson. I don't see anything yet. So we're going to go to Maureen Callahan and continue to analyze this excellent clip that she did.
A baby show. As I said, we're probably in our teen years. We're in our adolescence. We're like, we've got a mouth. We've got a point of view, you know? We're going to let you have it. So you guys have been asking a lot about this person and this case a lot. And I have to say, I love true crime. I wrote a true crime book that just, the mystery of it like enraptured me for years. But for some reason, the Karen Reed case, like I couldn't latch into it, and I couldn't figure out why. And then in researching for this segment, I realized I just think that there was an instinctual gut reaction I had towards Karen Reed. I think I read her immediately.
Someone asked what hearing Turtle Boy has on July 8th. That is a hearing related to Turtle Boy's 14 open felony cases in Norfolk Superior Court. The hearing was supposed to be a few weeks ago. It got moved. These are the charges related to felony witness intimidation, as to some of the Reed and O'Keefe trial witnesses from October of 2023. Those charges got bound over by a grand jury on December 20th, 2023. Aiden also faces two other felony charges that were bound over by a grand jury related to Lindsay Gattani, who was the kind of, I'd call her a reporter, kind of former girlfriend of Aiden, who was the person that Aiden leaked information to, confirming that Josh Levy had ex parte contact with Karen Reed's legal team in the fall of 2023, and maybe Karen herself. On December 23rd, 2023, Aiden is alleged by the grand jury to have illegally recorded Lindsay while in her apartment, and then also tried to get Lindsay to not cooperate with a new grand jury that had just opened in December of 2023 after Aiden was indicted on the first 16 charges related to Karen and Aiden. Now, we know it was related to Karen and Aiden because in January of 2024, there is a search warrant affidavit signed by Brian Tully related to Karen Reed's cell phone that says that the state was trying to pursue Karen Reed for witness intimidation charges. But after Aiden Kearney on December 23rd, 2023 goes to Lindsay Gattani's apartment, he ends up having his bail revoked on December 26, 2023 for picking up these new charges after he tried to get Lindsay allegedly to not cooperate with the grand jury into Karen and Aiden. Now, after Aiden gets out of jail on February 23rd, 2024, he sees Karen on February 26, 2024 at a Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial hearing, but Karen completely ignores him. And then by March 4th of 2024, Karen's sending texts to people saying that she views Aiden as a risk. But anyway, so Aiden has those. At that point, it was 18 indictments. And then Aiden picks up two more indictments, bringing the number to 20 sometime in 2025 for yelling at a camera outside a pizza place. So he has 20 total indictments, and he moves to dismiss 16 of the indictments from October of 2023. 6 of those indictments are dismissed, 10 remain. All of 2 of the charges from December 23rd, 2023 related to Lindsay Gattani remain, and then 2 of the charges related to yelling at the pizza place remain, 2 indictments. So there's 14 open indictments for Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. They all relate to Lindsay Gattani or witnesses in the Reed case. They are moving forward. The next, obviously, Aiden lost 10 of 16 motions to dismiss. So those cases are heading to trial. There's probably going to be a lot more pretrial motions, knowing Aiden. A taint team is reviewing Aiden's phones. And then, of course, the real question is, will Aiden Kearney, if there is a subsequent criminal prosecution of Karen Reed for witness intimidation, cooperate against Karen Reed? Aiden has talked on a show in recent weeks about how if he could avoid jail time, I think was his exact quote, he'd be open to cooperating. He'd have to give up Karen, I believe, but he didn't say that, but that was what was implied. So that's the state of the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney cases, and there's definitely something, I think a lot of people are watching those cases closely, because I think it's very clear that Aiden, Karen, and her team were close to the feds in the summer of 2023 and the fall. But I also think the feds realized they had a hot potato by December of 2023, and that's why Aiden Kearney allegedly, when he tried to contact one of the FBI agents on her cell phone over the weekend of the 23rd, I think to save himself from jail, they wouldn't give her cell phone number, the people that are in the know involved with the people. And I'm pretty sure that that's why Tim Bradle, Aiden's attorney, on December 26, 2023, tried to mention to the judge in Dedham District Court that Aiden had and his lawyer had just talked to the FBI and DOJ that morning before Aiden's bail was revoked. It was like this. I think in state court sometimes you can telegraph to the judge that there's federal involvement, and the state court judges will be a little deferential because there's kind of this comedy between the way the federal law enforcement system works and the state system works, like they're parallel jurisdictions. But the state court will always kind of, if you say to the state court, well, there's some federal going on, usually they'll defer. But they didn't defer there. Bradle tried, and it was because I think the FBI didn't actually make any calls for Aiden, because they were willing to help him over the summer of 2023. But once they moved on, and this is where it gets really interesting, I think what actually happened was, and I've talked about this before, the probe of John's death was not real. It was never real, and I don't even think Karen Allen, and David Yannetti were told this. I think Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins were never going to investigate John's death. They knew about the Sandra Birchmore cover-up from the beginning, but the feds knew that if they investigated the state police, that the state police are smart enough to really, really, really cover something up in real time too. So therefore, they needed cover. What's the best way to cover something up? Throw a bunch of shit at the wall, create a bunch of noise, turn up the noise ratio a lot, and have the state police unit attached to Norfolk DA think they're being investigated for John's death, so that they don't, it's like a diversion tactic, so that they cannot focus on what the real investigation is, which is Sandra Birchmore, which explains why Leah Foley was so circumspect, because she could only confirm that the probe of John's death was over. She was not about to go out there and say there's no probes of this office or the state police unit, because we know the Farwell probe is open. Matthew Farwell was the former Stoughton cop who was alleged to have killed Sandra Birchmore. We know that's open because, I'm just telling you, we know that's open. And Sandra's baby may not have been Farwell's. And Farwell was obviously told people that he was going to get rid of Sandra and her baby if she wouldn't go through with preventing it from the baby from being carried to term. And in that sense, I don't understand why he wasn't charged with 2 counts of murder, because the baby was it might not have been his baby, but he killed that baby. It's one thing if there's and you can pass moral judgment if you want. I personally think that a choice about how that kind of thing, I'm not a forced birth person. Personally, I have my beliefs, but if you don't want to have a baby, that's your choice. Even though religiously it's a little weird for me, that's your choice. I will never, ever, ever make a law or support a law saying that you cannot make that choice. I won't do it. I will not do it. But it's different when someone else kills the child. If somebody shoots you in the stomach and kills the child, that's murder, in my opinion. You killed the baby in the womb. You should be charged with that murder. Now, this came up infamously. I think it was a case down in Forest Hills. I want to say David Meyer actually was prosecuting it. I went and watched the trial. Oh, goodness, way, way back in the day. I want to say it was early 2000s. There was a woman at an Orange Line station. I think it was Forest Hills. And she got shot in crossfire. I think she lived, but she was carrying a baby. I think she was in the 2nd trimester, and the baby died. And they got the shooters, they got the hitters on both sides, and they charged them with with murder, with attempted murder of the woman, and with murder of the baby, of the unborn baby. And I went to that trial. It was in Boston Municipal Court. I don't remember. I think it was I don't remember what courtroom, but I went and watched David Meyer prosecute that case. He was a chief of homicide, I think, in Suffolk at the time. I was like 10 years old. I'm pretty sure that's why the judge was like, why is there a 10-year-old child in this courtroom? Anyway, and then someone was like, I think that's Wendy Murphy's kid. But that's why, getting back to the Farwell thing, there's something really, really, really wrong there. And I think everyone involved knows it. Like, I think Turtle Boy probably knows it. I think Karen knows it, Alan, David. But it's just not about their case. But they're using this, they're using the fact that the feds are clearly investigating the MSP for Sandra's murder, or the cover-up thereof. And remember, no one's saying Matthew Farwell didn't kill Sandra Birchmore. What is very clear to me is that on February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., Matthew Farwell was at the scene of Sandra Birchmore's death at the time of her murder. On February 4th, 2021, the Canton police responded to Sandra's apartment for a wellness check because she didn't show up to work, where she was an administrative assistant at a school or something, maybe a teacher's aide or something. She was very well loved by her colleagues at that school. The Canton police show up. They immediately go to the building maintenance man, who tells them, here's the security footage. That man on that footage is the same man that moved Sandra into her apartment. It's Matthew Farwell. So then the Canton police on February 4th go over, and this is all in the Canton PD audit, by the way. You can read it yourself. The Canton PD go over to Sandra's school, and they talk to Sandra's colleagues and whatnot, and they find out that Matthew Farwell had been telling people that he was going to, quote, take care of the problem himself if Sandra wouldn't get rid of the baby, not carry the baby to term. So then, by February 6, 2021, the Canton police hand over to the Massachusetts State Police all of this evidence. Somehow, in the next 3 to 6 months, John Fanning, who's part of the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA, along with like Tully Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Nicholas Garino, they're all, John Fanning writes a report saying that Sandra died as the result of self-harm. Now, why is that interesting? Well, did you know Fanning and Yuri Buchanan used to work in Stoughton? Same department where Farwell used to work? Did you know there might have been other cops involved in a ring with Farwell that were abusing young girls? Did you know there might have been other victims other than Sandra? Did you know it's possible the former chief of the Canton Police, Ken Berkowitz, called the FBI on the Stoughton Police and the Massachusetts State Police related to the Birchmore case? And that's why, potentially, among other reasons, the Stoughton Police and the Canton Police hate each other, because the Canton Police have a lot of integrity and they're pissed about that situation. Hold on, let me check the comments. No, there's been no movement. And here's what's weird about the Birchmore case. They arrested... Now, here's the timeline. The federal probe of the Birchmore case, despite Sandra's murder occurring in February of 2021, despite the state police, I think, writing their report in 2021 or 2022, there was no movement on the Birchmore case officially until August of 2023 by the feds. Within 1 year, in August of 2024, Matthew Farwell got indicted and arrested. And actually, let's just watch the press conference, okay? Let's just watch the press conference with Josh Levy from when Farwell got indicted, because Farwell's in federal prison right now. All his court dates keep moving, like they never actually have them. This DOJ will put the death penalty on the table for Farwell, okay? And the best way for him to avoid it is to cooperate against the MSP. But that's like, my analysis is that's the kind of thing where you sign your unless they put you in protection, like real federal protection, like not in jail. They have to take you out of jail and put you in like a witness protection program where you're technically in jail but out of jail. Unless they do that, ladies and gentlemen, he's signing his death warrant. Either way, like the government's going to kill him for like Sandra's murder, or he's going to cooperate against some people who eventually will get to him. Therefore, it must be very delicate. I'm just speculating. If they're going to get him to cooperate, they have to, one, guarantee him. They will go after his family, whatever. They have to guarantee him and his family's safety. They're going to have to put them all in witness protection. It's going to have to be more than witness protection. It's going to have to be like, you're going to have to guard them 24 hours a day for life. That's what they're going to have to commit to get these indictments. But they'll do it. They'll do it. if it means if the MSP unit, I don't know who on it, but if someone covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder and tried to, and I don't think it was about protecting Matt Farwell. I think it was about if you investigated Matt Farwell for killing Sandra Birchmore, like, one, it's not his kid. They must have known that. It's going to expose a ring of cops. I bet John Fanning knew some of them. I pray to God that Fanning, if I find out that John Fanning or Yuri Buchanan were involved in that ring of cops, I will personally go out on the street with a sign, okay, and I will protest. That will be my red line. If I find out that any of those troopers on that unit assigned to the Norfolk DA was involved, it's one thing, it's very fucked up, and you should go to prison for it. It's one thing if you were part of the MSP unit and you got, like, word from somebody that, like, you can't investigate this Farwell thing, okay? You can't because of what the doors will open. That's public corruption. You should go to federal prison. That's wrong. It's another thing entirely if you did that, not only because you knew of what it would uncover, but because you were... Oh, hold on. We got some Karen Reed news. Hold on, little towels. Why can't I get the volume? Come on, give me the volume. Hold on, little towels. Hold on, I got a plan. I am the towel with the plan. Hold on. Right as we got the Karen Reed news, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I couldn't actually get it to play. I shall not be deterred. I'm just going to play it on this other channel. All right, hold on. I was on a very good spiel there about the Birchmore case, though, and my conclusion is it's one thing if you were involved in that shit because you wanted to cover up where it went. It's another if you were involved.
Sick to my stomach. While it's other people's celebration, it literally was like the worst day of our lives.
Even more enraged by Karen's comments moments later.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. Hearing those words come out of her mouth literally was sickening. No. The prosecution, his family, his loved ones, including myself, we're the ones that fought the hardest for Johnny. Not you.
Rizzitano thought of her cousin Johnny like a big brother. She lived with him as a young child and later in Canton as a young adult out of college. Now she's deleted her social media and stays off the internet in the wake of the trial, claiming her family's at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying the memory of her cousin every day, she and her family have noticed John's spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Daniel Coates for your local station, Boston 25 News.
John O'Keefe's cousin says that the family's top priority is to make sure that O'Keefe's legacy continues to live on. Now, Boston 25 News is breaking down all the reaction in this case for you in an hour-long special. You can watch the Karen Reed trial after the verdict Friday night at 7 o'clock.
All right, taking you out to the expressway to start. So northbound volume, it's still...
Are we sure there's a new statement from Hank Brennan? Because they didn't cover it there unless I missed it. But we're going to go back to Maureen Callahan to wrap up. Listen, there are a few things that could potentially change all of this. One, whether this jury verdict gets reviewed. There are Hank Brennan motions for that, and that motion would be explosive if it comes down. So we're keeping an eye out. We have no idea. I'm just saying that's one possibility. Then again, Karen Reed could fly off into space. That's also apparently a possibility. Poland may not be able to into space, but Karen Reed can into space. So maybe we should send Karen Reed to Poland so Poland can into space. The other thing we're looking at, which I think is a wider term thing, but do you all understand that if indictments come down because of the Sandra Birchmore case, I mean... that's it. Like Karen Reed, forget Karen Reed, and I don't mean that negatively. Like John O'Keefe's memory will always be very important, especially because it might have been weaponized by the DOJ. But yes, I hope you understand if indictments come down related to the Birchmore case because Farwell cooperates, that's That's it. That's the whole kit and caboodle. That's the whole story. That's why all this shit was so weird. It was because they got him. The probe of Morrissey was never pretextual in the way that I was thinking. It wasn't just because they didn't like Morrissey. It was that they needed, it was a very, very targeted DOJ domestic psychological operation. But it was legitimate. It had a purpose, which was to trick the state police, in my opinion, into not realizing they were being investigated for the cover-up of Sandra's murder. Does that make sense? So I think Karen has friends, and listen, I need to be 100% honest with you, like the intelligence community is the type of people who could rig a verdict. I mean, that's like what they do. And if that's what happened here, if Karen got a wink and a nod and some serious help with the second jury from the old DOJ, then that's like, I mean, both of those things, the Birchmore thing and the Karen Reed jury, those could be some of the biggest stories, not just from the perspective of like people reading them, but some of the most important stories in the history of our country. I mean, in the past 50 years, like it is, if both of these things both happen, like the jury was compromised because of Karen's intelligence, like it's not just Karen's intelligence community connections, but because Karen was helpful to the DOJ to give the DOJ cover to investigate the MSP for Sandra Birchmore's murder. If that's true, if the investigation into John was actually not just fake, but like a targeted operation by the DOJ to distract the MSP, that's one of the biggest stories of the past 50 years. Couple that with indictments or like related to that, okay, that's the bigger story than I've ever seen. Couple that with the potential, and I think this is the conclusion of it all, but I can't prove it yet, that the old DOJ in Boston talked to Alan Jackson or Karen's lawyers, and they were like, listen, it's very important, like, for us and for you, for there to be a not guilty. So let's make sure there's a not guilty. Like, we're in the intelligence community. Here's how you do it. That kind of shit can and does happen. We looked at Charles William Wiley yesterday, who you cannot find out he's in the CIA unless you go into the Church Committee files, which are not indexed on Google, and find out that he was in the CIA his whole life and a deep cover operative operating domestically and internationally. So don't tell me this shit doesn't happen. And yes, just because the agency or whatever, I'm using that term loosely, was not involved directly doesn't mean that Alan doesn't have the type of connections that could facilitate that kind of thing. All right, so you see how it all ties together. Birchmore, Karen Reed probe, feds, the situation with potentially the old federal apparatus, those liberal pricks, as I called them. The old federal apparatus getting its revenge. Not only did they try to mess with the first trial by letting ARCA violate the sequester order, like the DOJ tried to put its thumb on the scale in the first trial and didn't do a good job. So then they rethought about it, and the DOJ also came out of power. Remember, that old DOJ, once President Trump got elected. So they knew they weren't going to be in power once President Trump won in November of 2024. So by January of 2025, yeah, Levy was gone, whatever. But they could have ran the op. They had 3 months, November, December, January. They had 2 to 3 months before U.S. Attorney Foley came in and President Trump came into office on January 20th, 2025 to do this. And it's like a dead man's switch, right? They might have developed one final op, and the final op was with the old DOJ's help. They compromised that jury. If that happened, listen, there are going to be congressional inquiries. The people are going to federal prison. It will be the worst thing you've ever seen in your entire life. So imagine if both of those things come true. The MSP unit ends up getting in serious trouble for Sandra Birchmore's murder being covered up. And then simultaneously, the feds who use Karen to figure that out get in trouble because they committed serious offenses in order to subvert the jury in Karen Reed's retrial. Like, that is so big. I mean, you saw it here first. It took a lot of work to put this together. Over 12 hours yesterday, I got approached by no less than 6 different publications. No less. And I know now who I want to work with. There's only one person that I trust enough that I want to work with. And I think I made my choice yesterday. And it's not because and we always haven't always agreed on everything, this person, but I trust them and I'm willing to work with them. And so that's what I think we're going to do. I haven't told them this, but I think after talking to all the people who I talked to yesterday, like, I'm on to something, because all of them just started approaching me at once. Before that, there was a little bit of a competition. And I don't mean this. I don't really care. I don't want people to be in competition over me. That's weird. But there was people, like, there were people who were approaching me very hard, very serious people that wanted me to work on projects with them. And I was like, okay, I really need to pull back here because I don't understand the scope of what is being offered to me. And I need to talk with people who kind of do this more often and then figure out who I want to work with, because I don't really care about the money, which means it will be very easy to take advantage of me. Although Towel Editor Chris is definitely going to keep, he's going to take the bar soon, and he's very good at protecting Towel. So Towel Editor Chris will keep an eye on that. I'm not worried so much about that, even though I don't care about money. I just don't want to be taken advantage of because I'm blind to that. Like, I don't pay attention to that, so I don't want anyone in negotiations to be like, oh, that's a leverage point against him. So I have to have someone protecting me, and that, which I do, and that in terms of Towel Editor Chris. And then I also I have to think about, what is the point of this? Am I trying to write a story? Am I trying to serialize a story, the coverage of this? Am I trying to tell a complex, multifaceted, presentation about multiple events? And then, so does it need to be individualized serial pieces about each event, or does it need to be, is the only way to tell it a comprehensive long form book or piece about all of it? And that's where I'm leaning. And then what is the point of that? So I've already wrote it. I've written 500,000 words about this, probably 1 million words over the past few years. I've written it. I can write it over and over and over again, but that's not what I'm trying to accomplish. And documentaries are fine. I think they also play a role in telling this story, but that's not what I'm trying to accomplish. And I don't care about making a motion picture. Nobody goes to the movies. I'm sorry, Hollywood, you're doing all right, but it's over. So what am I trying to accomplish? The conventional outlets for memorializing the historical record in an authentic way as to my understanding of the truth are not really what I want to do. So then I have to think about, how can I find someone who wants to work with me in an adaptive way to establish an imprint on the sands of time in line with how, small though it may be, that imprint, how I want to do this. And that's very hard, because every person who wants to work with me is from one of the conventional sort of apparati of media. So I have to find someone who's not only very learned about this case, but adaptable to how I want to memorialize this for the historical record, and someone I can trust, which is a very hard thing to do. Oh, by the way, we are going to get to Paula's answers, but we're watching this video from Maureen first, because someone had the gall to try to, not in this chat, but on Twitter, people were trying to get people not to listen to her. Sorry, Steph, I don't understand your question. Melanie, no, you can leave. Bye, Melanie. We don't want you here. Sorry. No, and that goes to show you, folks, when people are making those kind of comments, who are like FKR, and you got people who claim to be pro-justice for John O'Keefe trying to undermine Maureen and her insights. No, we're watching the whole thing.
As one of the darker people that we have ever encountered. I knew very little about this case. I knew that her boyfriend had been a police officer in Massachusetts, I believe in a suburb outside Boston. He was Boston PD. He was found, they dated for 2 years. His body was found in a snowbank. She claimed, and still does, that there was this wild conspiracy involving the entire police force who had like tortured and killed him and left him out to die in the snow. And that never really made sense to me. But that she, this poor but glamorous, camera ready and media friendly woman named Karen Reed, I mean, it is time for her close up. Okay. That's what was putting me off, that she had nothing to do with the death of her boyfriend of 2 years. We're looking right now at an official police photo portrait of John O'Keefe. Really handsome guy, by all accounts, a really, really, really decent guy. His sister had died. I believe her husband had died. He took her 2 children and was raising them himself as a single dad, a police officer as a single dad. I mean, anyway, when I saw the verdict come in last week, I thought to myself, absolutely, the troublemakers, as usual, you are right. We have got to talk about this. So the first thing we're going to do is look at Karen.
You sure about that, bossy Texas chick?
Karen Reed's address to her supporters last week after she was acquitted in this murder. She was convicted of like a much lesser charge of like DUI, I think, and she got a year's probation. Anyway, this is Karen outside Norfolk with her lawyer making very mature hand signals. You know, things that really like reflect the sober
heart attack, Paula, and yeah, definitely we won't. It was very sad. The John's sister-in-law passed away from cancer in November of 2013, and then in January of 2014, KF's and PF's father passed away from a heart attack on her grave. Okay, so just please be very respectful. It was January 12th, 2014. And just to point out, on January 12th, 2022, that was the day Karen initiated the affair with Higgins. Karen reached out to Higgins, the undercover ATF agent who was John's friend, lied to Higgins, said John had cheated on Karen in Aruba when he didn't. Do you want to bet it was because Karen wasn't getting attention? Because every January 12th, PF, KF, and John and the family would observe and memorialize the anniversary of the father, whose name was Steve, passing away. Do you maybe think that Karen's far, far more evil than anyone could imagine? But also, please be very respectful when talking about John O'Keefe's now thrice orphaned niece and nephew, and in particular their mother passing from cancer and their father passing from a heart attack. Like that's something very sensitive. So just, I know we're all being respectful, and let's continue to be that way.
Seriousness of this crime. You know, here she is outside the courthouse. A V for victory. Look.
Paula, even if that's true, please stop repeating that. Paula, I love you dearly, but I don't want to see that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, there might be people who are saying that stuff. I never want to see that again. Not because of you, Paula. Please, it's not. I know you were saying it's the news, but just folks, not in the chat. I just don't want to see it.
Look at me. I'm in a tailored suit. I'm blowing kisses to my fans. Are you kidding? A man died. 2 children who already lost their parents, lost their uncle, their surrogate father. You know, is this really appropriate? I mean, where are we in the culture? Because I saw all of this coverage on the news. I saw this footage rolling over and over and over on the news. And I swear I never heard one single person say anything about how callous and inappropriate this was. Now, that's what we're here for. Clearly, there's a hole in the culture. There is a void bigger than, you know, the Grand Canyon, and we are here to fill it, people, okay? Now, here is Karen's speech to her supporters after narrowly escaping with her life. She was facing life in prison. Here we go.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years.
You would think this was the Academy Awards. You would think this was the Oscars. Listen, sister, I think you killed that guy. I have reason to believe you killed that guy, as do many other people. And she's out here thanking her supporters and those poor saps, those idiots who donated their hard-won money to this piece of shit who was a top-level financial analyst who, when she was facing these charges, called over to Harvard Law School, where she got the good advice to go hire Kevin Spacey's attorneys. You think that doesn't cost a pretty penny? Don't weep for her, okay? You should not be giving her don't give her your money. Don't do it. Let's look at what else she had to say.
And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team.
I think his family would beg to differ. I think his friends would beg to differ. I think all of the witnesses that Reed has allegedly sicked her supporters on, and we'll get to that, would beg to differ. And I'm going to quote you something that she said in this. She did this HBO 5-part, or it's investigative discovery, now it's on HBO Max, whatever. 5-part docuseries during the trial and up to the verdict. And I'm going to quote you something that directly came out of her mouth, and it's such a vulgar piece of obscenity. Nobody's fought harder for James O'Keefe than I have.
Okay, so she was mocking Karen. She was like, do you see what I mean? Like, people were so mad she got all these details about their case right. They tried to poison her reputation because she said James O'Keefe there when she was mocking Karen. And clearly, in the wider context, this woman knew everything about this case, everything that a person who was researching it could be expected to learn in the time she did. I am one of the foremost authorities on this case. I am not tooting my own horn. Maureen gets the towel stamp of approval. She was literally mocking Karen Reed. This clip is amazing. I'm so glad we're rewatching it. I will interview her on this channel. That's how good she is. She gets a 10 out of 10, and that is from me. I am putting down the fact that I know more about this case than almost anyone except for the parties and the lawyers involved, and I'm telling you that she gets a 10 out of 10. She has my stamp of approval.
Yeah, you know, I mean, she's an actress, really. She's a dramatic actress who just never could have made it any other way. You know, look at, she has a sophisticated sense of how you tell a story non-verbally through the media. Okay. Look at what she's wearing. She's dressed in powder blue. For the day, when they're told that the verdict has come in, get to the courthouse. What does she dress in? Powder blue. She's a martyr. She's the Virgin Mary. However this verdict was going to go, she was telling us one thing, that she is a saint. She is not a sinner. Now, as discussed, I watched all 5 episodes of that documentary. It's called A Body in the Snow.
Okay, so I just want to say this is really, really good, but we have a special moment. I have our super friend, Skylar the South Park fan, and you don't understand, Towel is partially towel because he was inspired by the fact that there is an anthropomorphic towel on South Park who climbs mountains, gets a little high, and then randomly solves complex social problems, and also he's a government-created robot towel. And, by the way, there's a towel in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but I had to pause that because look at this, Skylar the South Park fan. I'm about to make your day. Look at the new intro we have from the Super Towel LA Connection. Get ready. Skylar the South Park fan, I don't even know if you and I are going to be able to handle this. It's that amazing.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody of Funky Town.
Do 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 do. How wonderful was that? Oh, Skylar the South Park fan, I hope you were as enthralled as I was when that came in first. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. My word, we love it, Skylar, the South Park fan. Paula, exactly, we love it. And I literally had to break in there because Skylar, the South Park fan, showed up in chat. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, Towel loves Skylar, the South Park fan, and Towley, and South Park, and people who like towels. All right, now, as Skylar, the South Park fan, and I compose ourselves after seeing that Towley video from LA Connection, which is now the intro to Towel Channel, and which I can play on the YouTube, let us go ahead and look at Maureen's continuing analysis of Karen Reed, who Maureen seems to think is some kind of devil woman, which maybe she's right. It's possible.
And the showrunner is a veteran. I was obsessed with the show as a kid. I would scare the living crap out of myself watching this show. I was addicted to it. The late, great Unsolved Mysteries. So this is a veteran in the true crime storytelling space. Her name is Terry Dunn Muir. And she did an interview recently with The Hollywood Reporter, and they asked her, how'd you get all this access? You know how she got all this access? Guess who made the call? Karen Reed called her, not the other way around. Karen Reed is like, hey, I need some more cameras on me because the national media isn't enough. Let's get a camera crew in here and let's talk to me all day long. It's not really a smart thing to do when you're on trial for your life. But, you know, I think I'm going to say this, and I think this person is innocent, but extremely strange, very dark, very weird. Not since Amanda Knox. Again, I think she's innocent. She was eventually found not guilty of the murder of Meredith Kircher in Italy, but she was very weird during the entire investigation. She was like doing cartwheels at the police station. Anyway, I don't think I've seen a murder suspect so excited to be facing down a trial for murder, for homicide, than Karen Reed. Like, there's this scene in the first episode, the very first episode, she's in the back of a very expensive SUV. She's wearing, you know, clothing that costs a pretty penny. And she's on her phone and she starts like levitating. She can't believe it. And she lurches forward in her seat so she can tell her lawyer up front or whatever member of her entourage is up front, like, oh my God, you're not going to believe it. I just got an email from Elle magazine. They want to do something on me. Can you believe it? I mean, like, she's arrived. She has arrived and she is now the star that she has always been meant to be. And we are going for it, man. This is it. It is pedal to the metal. She's not leaving, by the way. And I'll tell you how she's going to stay. There is nothing about this woman, nothing, that mourns the death of her boyfriend of 2 years. Nothing. This servant of the public who wound up dying.
Oh, I get it. Roberta really followed the Amanda Knox case. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Why Roberta was not pleased with Maureen. I get it. But still, you don't take it out by being like, oh, this otherwise excellent overview of the O'Keefe case. Don't listen to that because she said James O'Keefe. Come on. Separate ideological principles from personal, views. We have to do this as a society. I'm going to make it happen. God help us all.
Alone on a cold, freezing winter's night in the snow. So this is the quote I was telling you about. Here's what she says to us in episode 4 about her dead ex-boyfriend. And I quote.
I'm not sure if that last part came through, by the way. I was saying, I now see Steph's comment where she was saying, this Maureen doesn't believe in Amanda Knox's guilt, and that was something Roberta covered very closely. So now I get why Roberta was frustrated. But still, you don't, in my opinion, you don't take it out on Maureen's coverage of the O'Keefe case, which is really good, by trying to poison people's perception of Maureen's coverage of the O'Keefe case, because she said, while mocking Karen, James, not John O'Keefe. Clearly, Maureen knows the case well. I get that Roberta might have a difference of opinion with her on the Amanda Knox case, but you don't take it out. That's propaganda. When you try to discredit Maureen's perspective on the O'Keefe case because you don't like her view on the Knox case. I don't like that stuff.
I used to think, poor guy. Now it's all about me. I used to think, poor guy. Now it's all about me. Okay? It's all about me. This is my trial. Fuck him. She ginned up national news coverage, by the way. She couldn't get it. It was a local story. It was very stubbornly a local story. So she or someone on her team reached out to an online blog.
Yeah, but think about it. You know who really wanted the coverage? The feds, as a distraction.
A grown man.
Of course, Linda and Thieves. Faith Chavez, you're back. Oh, hello, friend. It's great to see you. You're a super towel. Hello, Iris and Leisha and Ashtara and Allie and Taterbug. I'm a super towel. Let's keep listening to this.
Who goes by the name, I could not make this up, Turtle Boy, to start agitating for coverage in Boston media that would fan out nationwide. And Turtle Boy couldn't participate in this documentary because he's currently facing 16 counts per more in the Hollywood Reporter of witness intimidation. This guy feels like a David Fincher invention. He truly does. And I really do hope David Fincher gets back to doing noirs and movies about crime, like Gone Girl, Seven. Like that is real. That's really where he shines, I think. Anyway, Reed's fans, who are her cult members, really. You know, and I often think back to what Megyn Kelly said once about protesters that you would see, like, like the pro-Palestinian ones, for example. You know, you don't typically see.
Oh, Paula, if you were wondering why I said that, the O'Keefe and Reed federal probe, my opinion, I think Josh Levy actually manipulated Karen and Aiden and Alan and everyone involved. There was never a real probe of John's death. It was a distraction. It was cover so that the federal authorities could investigate the MSP unit who investigated Karen, not for John's death, but related to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. If you're an intelligence operation like the feds and you want to investigate another paramilitary intelligence operation like the state police on their turf, you distract them. You manipulate them to, if you throw a lot of shit at the wall, a lot of noise, and they're so focused, like, why are they investigating us? Why are they calling all these witnesses to the grand jury about John? Why is this happening? You're never going to figure out that it's basically a big form of a red shiny ball. It's designed so that your attention is overwhelmed, completely consumed by that, and then the feds can do what they need to do, which is investigate Sandra's murder. That's what the O'Keefe probe was about. And I don't think Josh Levy told Alan Jackson and David Yannetti about this. I think he was manipulating them and Karen by being like, oh yeah, we're going to look into this. You know, we're going to keep looking into this. But really, it was all part of a larger plan. Now, the one thing I do think is, though, that the DOJ had to cover for itself, that old liberal DOJ. They had to justify this. They had to make it seem like it wasn't just that they gratuitously used Karen and coverage of her case as cover to investigate them. It's that, you know, they really thought something was there. So then it also makes sense why that old liberal DOJ tried to interfere in Karen's first trial by allowing ARCA to violate the sequester order and putting the DOJ was trying to put their thumb on the scale in the first trial. Then it also explains why, even though the new DOJ changed over and U.S. Attorney Foley's now in office, that old liberal DOJ definitely had intelligence community connections, and they could have, to get their real revenge on Hank Brennan for blowing up this spot, they could have, in turn, sabotaged the jury, the old feds, with Karen and Aiden. And not with Karen, with Karen and Alan and David. You see what I'm saying? Like, and the feds could have, like, the old feds, who are no longer in power, could have implicitly countenanced or allowed Karen and Aiden, whatever, to fuck with that jury in the retrial, because it was a message to Hank Brennan from the old intelligence community establishment, like, you fucked around and found out, we'll show you what it looks like. We can't win in court for Karen. We're not going to be able to do the same tactics we did last time, so we'll just fuck with the jury, and Hank, you can't stop it. But I don't believe Hank Brennan is ever going to just bow down to some old fucking DOJ establishment. Like, the new DOJ is Republican. Leah Foley, I believe, U.S. Attorney Foley, I believe, truly, if she put all this together, would be like, that's fucked up. And if it's really true that there may even be, like, Egyptian intelligence in the orbit of all of this, like, Kevin Reddington represented the father-in-law of Juror 11 in 2019 or 2020, when the father-in-law got busted stealing U.S. missile defense secrets from Raytheon and for possession of child sexual abuse images. Kevin Reddington was then Jen McCabe's lawyer during the Kerrick Reed trial and retrial. So Kevin Reddington would have definitely known that Juror 11 was the daughter-in-law of the man who he defended because he got caught stealing missile defense documents and got caught with child porn. Now, what I also think happened is, I can't really tell if, so it very seriously, and I'm basically convinced of this, it looks like the father-in-law was Egyptian intelligence. What I don't know, and I think I have it, but I haven't figured it out. I asked Paula some questions. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe she was kept in the dark too, although she's a little bit too skilled and trained. I think, like, and she's never just going to say it, but like she's so intelligent and she's so trained at what she does. Like, you're looking at 50,000 hours, like the result of 50 to 100,000 hours of training. There are only certain people in the world who, first of all, can do that training, and second of all, would authorize that kind of training. Like, you either pick it up because you're in the news business. You can see the CIA and stuff. They really like reporters for obvious reasons. You can either pick it up because you're in the news business, or you get trained on it. She doesn't have that kind of like, she does have that she studied it, but she studied it ex post facto. She studied it once she got trained in it, and that made her very efficient. So she understands the discipline, but only because she's very well trained in it. And the only people who train people in this are PR agencies, which PR agencies aren't that good at it. It's rudimentary compared to the government. The real people who do this are the government. Not just our government, every government. So, like, the podcast, and it's fine if you want to preach Islamic beliefs in America. You have the right to whatever religious belief you want. But the podcast was a little bit too propaganda-ish. It wasn't saying convert to Islam. It was saying Islam and people who, like, you can be a radical feminist who was a Christian and then convert to Islam. Like, it was just too much propaganda. So that's, like, has the hallmarks of statecraft as well. And so if we're looking at a situation here where what happened was either Allen or that old DOJ was willing to use their intelligence connections, and obviously if this juror 11's father-in-law got popped for stealing missile defense secrets and for CP, then, like, clearly the U.S. intelligence apparatus, either one of two things happened. She and her husband slipped through the cracks, got to Brazil, regrouped, and then came back. Or, more likely, the U.S. intelligence apparatus knew about them and found them helpful. I can't confirm either way. Like, that is a big thing about this. Like, if U.S. intelligence never knew about the son and the daughter-in-law, then it's possible there was an intelligence failure. If U.S. intelligence knew about, back in 2020, what the daughter-in-law, Juror 11, and the son were doing, then it's possible that they were helping U.S. intelligence. That's, like, my general conclusion about that. What I can't figure out, although I'm starting to kind of piece it together, I can't figure out if this guy was Egyptian intelligence, the father-in-law, from 1980 when he got to the U.S. until 2020 when he got busted. And he was a Raytheon engineer with an advanced physics degree that whole time. And I can't figure out exactly how that happened. Like, I can't figure out if he was Egyptian intelligence, or what's more likely, and this is very possible, they either honeypotted him, Egyptian intelligence either honeypotted him or caught him doing something bad. So here's what I mean by that. Like, if Egyptian intelligence didn't have this guy as an agent, then maybe they were spying on him because they knew he was Egyptian and American, and maybe they thought they could leverage him. If they were spying on him and they caught him, like if they were spying on his computer and they caught him, which is why I cannot believe people do this. It's, like, horrifying that anyone would ever look at these images for so many reasons. One, because you're enabling, like, the abuse of children. Two, that's fucked up that you would ever want to look at that fucking shit. And then third, you're doing it and the whole internet is monitored. So anything you do, there is nothing that is truly secure unless you're in a fucking skiff, which is a Faraday cage with a fucking computer that is connected to the internet in such a way as to insulate it from outside attack. That does not exist for the civilian population. If you use a fucking device, everything you do on that device is going to be seen by the government, and they're going to use it, not in court, but they're going to use it to protect U.S. national security. So that leads me to believe, and the other governments do it too, and they also spy domestically on people in the U.S. It's really fucked up. But anyway, one of two things happened. Either the Egyptian security service caught this guy, the father-in-law, looking at these child sexual abuse images, or, like, in the way they could have done this, they could have also honeypotted him, where, like, you know he's into it, so you bait him into going to a site that you control, which is why it has to be a government, because it's a fucking crime to run those sites unless you're a government. But if the Egyptian government, because then you enforce the law, so who's going to fucking stop you? If you're the Egyptian government, you run a fucking honeypot site, you know he's into it, so you get him to go to that site, then you're able to show him, like, hey, you access this site, here's our records. Like, you do it that way. Or, more likely, and this could have happened as well, whether they honeypotted him or whether he did it naturally, they found out about it and then they blackmailed him. So if you're Egyptian intelligence, like, this guy's been here since the 80s. He's got a family, a reputation, a name. He's a defense contractor. All you have to do if you're Egyptian intelligence is approach him and be like, we know what you were looking at. Here's the proof. By the way, go to Raytheon and steal these documents for us. Like, that's how it works. So that all leads to this situation where you could have had a situation. Remember, that was under the old DOJ. It was right as Lelling transitioned to Rawlins, right as President Trump's first term ended and President Biden's term started. It's very possible that that the government did know about the son and the daughter-in-law who's Juror 11. And it's very possible that the intelligence community told Alan Jackson about it. And Alan Jackson was like, can I use this person? Can they come to the U.S. in 2024? Can they move into somewhere in Norfolk County? And if you're really involved with the DOJ, then yeah, the DOJ could probably make sure that a jury form goes to a certain place. And you might say, no, they can't. No, they can't. They could, if they really wanted to. They can do anything they want. You're talking about the FBI, the CIA, the domestic intelligence apparatus. They can do anything they want. There are no limits. At all. Anything is possible. Seriously, you want something done, they will do it. So something like that is not out of the question. And to me, it actually perfectly lines up because, like, that's what you would do. If you were Levy and crew and you were pissed at Hank for fucking your shit up, even though, because you'd be like, fuck you, Hank. Like, we got Birchmore. We got them on Birchmore. Fuck you. But if you're Hank, you're like, well, fuck you, Levy. Like, I know what you did to get to that, and you did exactly what the fucking Conley FBI did with Whitey. You traded, like, you enabled a fucking monster in Karen and Aiden to get the Birchmore probe done, and worse than that, to protect the integrity of the Birchmore probe, you let Karen and Aiden run amok. And then, of course, Levy's going to be like, yeah, well, we're investigating your guys, you fucker. Like, what did you think? We were going to play nice? And then, but then, of course, I think Hank's going to say back, like, okay, but still, when U.S. Attorney Foley came in, that was her call to confirm the end of the probe and to show that you tipped the scales for Reed during the first trial, or tried to. But then the DOJ is going to be like, oh, like, all right, Brennan, so you think you come in here and you're the one who can you're smarter than Morrissey, you're smarter than Lally, you understand the federal apparatus, you think you can fuck around? Okay, fine, Hank, maybe we won't be able to beat you in court if you're the old DOJ. Remember, they're out of power, but you never leave the intelligence community. Oh, you think you're going to be able to do this to us, Hank? Fine. It's a fait accompli. You lost from the beginning. This will be our nuclear bomb. We'll pull the last string and we'll poison the jury pool. The feds could do that. Not just poison, we'll plant people in there and you will lose, Hank. Like, this has all the hallmarks of that. And if Hank figured that out, I don't even know what he does about it. But I'm telling you, that's what it has. It was really about Hank and that old liberal DOJ. That's what this is really about. Alan's just kind of a middleman for the interests of that old DOJ here, I think. And so that's why I think Hank's got him. I don't know what he has. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think he's got him. Now, listen, this might be a national security thing, because I talked to some people in some places, and, like, what I got back was, like, this may actually be a national security thing. I don't know what Hank's going to do. Like, you really have to, like, run it up the chain. You have to talk to people, like, in the defense intelligence establishment, because the key to answering this, and I don't know the answer, but if I get the answer to this question, I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. It all depends on whether there was an intelligence failure and the U.S. apparatus, which is possible, it can happen, didn't know what the daughter and the son and the daughter-in-law were doing when they busted the father-in-law stealing missile secrets and with the child sexual abuse material. CSAM. When they caught that guy, it's possible that our intelligence apparatus didn't realize what the son and daughter-in-law were up to, and that's why they got out of the country and went to Brazil. Now, obviously, the juror, Paula, I'll read the answers here in a second to the interview Paula gave after we watched this clip. I know you've all been tuning in because you want to hear me talk about what Paula had to say, but I'm giving her a chance to respond to some of the questions I sent back. If she doesn't respond, then I'll just read the first part, and then if she responds later, I'll read the second part. And she didn't ask for off the record. She was actually answering my questions, so I'm happy to share them. I'm not going to show the message on screen. I'm just going to read what she said to me, and I have the text, and I backed it up and everything, so I have the verbatim message. But the other thing is, listen, if this is what I think it is, then it's a national security question. And Hank's, it's not that Hank's hands might be tied, but he may have had to take some time to run this up the chain, because the implications of the U.S. intelligence apparatus not knowing about the son and the daughter-in-law are huge. Like, Hank has to figure that out, I believe, because there could be other issues too. But if it really was an intelligence failure, then yeah, there would have been no record of this in some regard. You couldn't even find the public record of the father-in-law's Attleboro District Court case. You could have screened mass courts, of course. But then furthermore, and more concerning, like, then you have to find out, okay, if U.S. intelligence didn't know, like, is this what's going on? Okay, I'm not going to go further than that. The second thing is, if you find out U.S. intelligence did know, then you have to get a very difficult question answered, which is, did we flip them? Not the father. Did we flip the son and the daughter-in-law and sent them into the Brazilian establishment for 3 years and then bring him back domestically, obviously probably the old liberal DOJ, to help Karen? You see what I'm saying here? And because remember, the DOJ could have been trying this jury plant approach with Karen in the lead up to the first trial. This juror moved here in February of 2024. You don't have to have people move in, but it's a lot harder to trace an intelligence operation if you just move, if like you can fly around a dual national. In fact, like, one of the ways that, like, say you were Israel and you wanted to do a hit in Dubai in the UAE, like on Hamas or something, the way you're going to do that hit is you're going to clone passports, all right, from dual nationals in Israel who also live in other countries. You're going to clone your own citizens' passports without telling them. Then you're going to assign those passports to agents, okay, who are going to go into the target country. Actually, let's just watch this video. I'm sorry to Maureen Walsh. Let's finish her commentary. No, we have to pause. I'm sorry, we're having an ADD moment. Let's watch. I want to show you what it looks like when an intelligence apparatus runs an operation. Not this one. We're going to talk about that later. We're going to talk about this. We just have to, because it's the only way to understand this. No one's going to be able to understand it if I don't do this. So hold on. Let me show you, like, so for example, we're thinking about, like, whether it's possible people could have been run into the United States for the purpose of doing this stuff. And I'm going to show you a video from the UAE with some subtitles, and I'll commentate on it. About what happened. So UAE, Hamas, Mossad, assassination, full video. Now, it's not actually the video of the assassination. It just shows you how the spies did what they did. So let me make sure this is the full video. This is something really interesting, actually, because we're talking about statecraft. And let me just show you, like, if they were going to do it, okay, if they were actually going to do it, this is how they would do it. This is one example of how an intelligence service works if they were, like, going to run an op in a hostile country, okay? And I'm just going to bring this up on the screen for you. I know a lot of you are saying, Grant, that, like, you can't know about this. How do you know about this? How do you know about, like, a random Mossad operation in the UAE? And why would anyone ever share that? Well, there was a time when the UAE and Israel were pissed at each other, and so to punish Israel for doing this, the UAE, the state service, released this video to the Arab networks, and then someone saved it. So let's watch. Hold on one second. I have to bring it up on your screen. I understand this is a very important thing to show, because it's what, if you want to learn about how this could have happened, we're using this example by analogy. Let's watch. And then after 11 a.m., I'm going to read Paula's responses, 11 a.m. Eastern. Mind you, this is Israel operating in a foreign state. They went into Dubai, they went into UAE and committed murder illegally. But this is how they did it, and you'll never see anything like this again in your life. there isn't actually audio, so I'm going to commentate on this to help you understand it. Yeah, Turtle Boy's definitely being snubbed. Now, watch how easily the state security service in the UAE, which is a small country, they did this within 24 hours. They caught all of the Israeli Mossad agents. Let's watch how they got into the country, though. It's fascinating. Looks like just everyone else. Now, do you see that map? Okay. Hold on, I'm going to pause that map. Do you see this map? This map, ladies and gentlemen, shows how the UAE managed to track the entry of Mossad agents into... hold on one second. Let me shrink this. Okay, no, hold on. That's not helpful. This shows how Israel managed to track the entry of Mossad agents into... the UAE managed to track the entry of Mossad agents. Now look at this. There is just no way... like anyone should have been able to do that. Like they knew where the Mossad agents left from, their route of travel. You see how impressive it is when you're a state security service? They knew what airports, where they were traveling, the routes of the planes, what the pictures were. Some of them didn't even have pictures in the database. Like these spies were very good. Now you're going to see there's like a commander of the operation they identify. It's this guy in the top middle here. It's this guy. He's the commander. And then you're going to see like this woman is one of the agents. The hit team is like 3 guys. They look paramilitary. But let's watch. I mean, you'll never see anything like this again. I'm going to shrink it down. But this map in particular is very interesting. And the video has no volume. I'm just going to show you what security services can find out about each other. And then I'm going to show you what real statecraft looks like. So there you go. Those are the commander. I think that's the commander and his team. The commander comes in first. You can see he just looks like a businessman. You wouldn't know... oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I was muted. No, it's not that I'm muted. I'm here. But let's look. We're learning about statecraft because I really worry we might have had an operation related to this jury by the former DOJ to spite Hank Brennan. And so we're watching a video. And so take a look. That is one of the agents in the operation. You can see the Dubai police. They got her. Now that is, I think, I'm not sure if that's the commander, but you can see some of the agents. They follow them everywhere. They can track you from the airport to the hotel you go to. Obviously, the hotels have to give them everything. You can see this is one of the female agents. She checks in at one of the hotels in Dubai. So if you ever go to Dubai, just know that government knows everything about you. Look at her. There she's checking in. Now watch her appearance. Oh, don't worry about it, Steph. But watch this woman's appearance. She's one of the agents. She looks like 4 different people, and they catch her changing in public at one point with a wig. This is one of the craziest videos you've ever seen. This is a team of Mossad agents using fake passports from dual citizens. And you can see what you're seeing here is the UAE State Security Service released all this to punish Israel for doing this. This is like one of the most serious things you can do in the world, like blow the cover of spies and just release all this stuff. But UAE did it because Israel got the spies in and out to kill someone on UAE soil before UAE could stop them. Like they couldn't catch them, any of them, so they released all this to punish Israel. And you can see Israel has, the UAE has complex monitoring, so they knew like what kind of burner devices they were using. They have special cell phones that like I don't even think the UAE really understood because they couldn't hack into some of them, even though the Israeli spies were in UAE territory. But look, like they're monitoring their airports. They clearly have facial recognition cameras. Like they can find everyone at any time. And this is the UAE. You can see they keep records, obviously, of the passports. Like it's more about ex post facto reconstruction if you do anything and get out of the country. And so now you're going to see as this, actually, you know what? I think I got a better plan. Let's see if I can get the Al Jazeera documentary on this because it actually explicates it. Like me analyzing the footage is somewhat okay, but let's look at it this way. I want to look at it from the perspective of Al Jazeera. I think they did a documentary on it, and I'd rather just watch the Al Jazeera documentary because they tend to like analyze it a little better with the documentary. Like there's actual analysis. So, all right, I got it. It was actually Java Discover that did this documentary, and I'll mute it if I have to after. But this is fair use because I'm commentating on the actual documentary for the purposes of talking about how domestic intelligence operations work. But if I have to mute it, I will. But I believe I'm using this for commentary purposes. So we're gonna watch this documentary, which I think does better because the documentary talks it through. I obviously know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm doing a relatively good job overviewing it, but I think I'd rather, in this case, just have the documentary explain it. It will lead up to what we're going to talk about at the top of the hour, a little bit after 11, with the juror, Paula, and her messages. So I think I'm now one of the 8th or so journalists that has talked to Paula. No, I appreciate it. I think Paula's quite intelligent. I just want to give her a chance to see my follow-up questions. So we're going to watch. Now, mind you, you can tell, like, I am not pleased that Israel went into the UAE to violate the sovereignty of a foreign state to commit an assassination. Now, do I understand why they might have wanted to do it? Sure, but I think it's playing dirty. I think it's unfair, and I think it's wrong, and I think it highlights some of the tactics that the intelligence community uses. No rules, nothing off guard. The only rule is don't get caught in real time, and ideally, don't piss off the UAE to the point where they expose your spies. So let's watch this documentary, which is much better than me analyzing silent footage. The reason why is the documentary will do that analysis for you, and you won't have to rely on a guy who thinks he's a towel. And obviously, if anything comes out about Hank Brennan's statements, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have that for you right away. Thank you for your patience while flying air towel. We are monitoring lots of different things simultaneously. We're being erudite and cogent little towels, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm thrilled to have you with me. All right, so still nothing as to Hank Brennan little towels, but don't worry, fret not. I will keep an eye on things. I will continue to monitor, and if there are any developments, I heard there might be a statement responding to Alan from Hank, but that was only initial reports. That has not been confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, and I am working on getting this documentary to play, and it is not cooperating, but I shall not give up. I shall not give up, ladies and gentlemen. Just going to start playing randomly, I know it. All right. Come on now. Hold on. I'm ready. I'm ready for you to play. This is a documentary I want to watch. And yes, I am going to read this interview with the juror. But before we do that, I would like to watch this documentary. And it is upsetting me that it will not play. Why won't you play? I'm just going to try refreshing it. Or I could just open it in a new tab and then click X here. And then hopefully it will play. All right, that loaded up a little quicker, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a watch of this, and then top of the hour, sometime after 11 a.m. Eastern, you will hear Towel's responses from Juror 11, Paula. I'm honored to be able to share those responses, and I appreciate Paula taking the time to reach out to me on Twitter. I wasn't able to DM her, but I was able to follow her so she could DM me. Here we go.
There's an old Hebrew proverb, he who comes to kill you, get up.
Hold on a second. Gonna re-add the screen. Little towels. Hold on. It was giving me trouble, little towels. It was giving me trouble. So I'm gonna re-add it. Hold on, I got a plan. I am a towel and I have a plan. All right, there we go. Let's do that. And let's bring this right over here. And then let's do this. Hold on one second, little towels. All right. And then we're going to add subtitles because that will help you understand what's going on. And then let's go.
Early and kill them first. In Judaism, there's an expression which I think still holds true. He who comes to kill you, get up early and kill them first. It's the moral right to kill. We kill those who want to kill us.
You want to marry me?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I've made a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, big news. At 11:30 a.m. exactly. At 11:30 a.m. exactly, ladies and gentlemen, I will be reading the responses from Paula. And ladies and gentlemen, no links to Kate Peter content of any kind allowed in the chat. No links of any kind. There were apparently some horrifying statements made yesterday by Kate on Twitter about the 4-person. We're not enabling it, Diana. I know you want people to watch, but no. Please don't link to other live content from Kate Peter in particular. Why would you send people over there? Like, I don't want that. I don't want that in my chat. You can post a lot of links, but no Kate Peter links. And it's not you, Diana. Like, you were the one who brought to my attention that she said something very disturbing yesterday about the 4-person. So I'm putting a blanket ban. So moderators, if you see any links, and Diana, I know you won't do it again. If you see any links from anyone to Kate Peter content, just pull them. I don't want to see them. Nope, Diana, under no circumstances will we be linking to someone who you told me said very inappropriate things about the 4-person. One, this is my live chat, and I don't want you sending people to Kate Peter, of all people, from the stream. I don't want you promoting her here. I don't want people watching it. I don't understand why you would do that. And the second thing is, no, links are a privilege. So most people cannot share links on YouTube. I will allow them to be shared, but no, absolutely no Kate, and other moderators that you can enforce this as well. No Kate Peter links of any kind. That's just, especially after what you told me, Diana, yesterday. Oh my God, no, I don't want to promote people saying that kind of stuff about any juror or any human, and I don't want anyone to be going from this channel to watch it. So no Kate Peter links. Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, Steph, it's about a number of things, but primarily after what I heard yesterday, no, I will not countenance. People can watch whatever they want. I won't countenance promoting someone who says that kind of stuff while the situation with the jury is active. Say what you will about Kate, and remember, you know, I want to play this video. I'm sorry to have to do it. You know, I think it's important because we're discussing it. I don't want anyone to think that what Kate Peter did by spreading rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs, that we are saying that, oh, people should support or go watch this person. No. And I'm going to show you this LOL bird. There was never anyone talking about Chris Albert or Colin Albert selling drugs until Kate Peter did what I'm about to show you, okay? And you can say, oh, yes, but she was just trying to make a point about Aiden. Okay, but she didn't say, like, Jen McCabe was selling drugs. She said the Alberts, Chris Albert and Colin Albert. She used that as an example, and all of a sudden this rumor then went wild. So it's for multiple reasons, but couple that with what was said about the juror yesterday, and absolutely not. So at 11:30, ladies and gentlemen, 11:30 a.m. today, 32 minutes from now, I am going to read the responses from Paula, the juror. These are exclusive responses to some of the questions I had been asking Paula in public. 11:30 a.m. today, ladies and gentlemen, 11:30 a.m. So 32 minutes from now, big moments, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's listen. Kate Peter, did you spread a rumor? This is what I would ask Kate. Kate Peter, did you spread a rumor to Aiden Kearney about Colin Albert and Chris Albert selling drugs? And if so, you know, Miss Peter, can you just tell me a little bit about why you did that? Could you explain it to my audience in this video? Please, Kate. And was Boomer involved and a woman from New York? Tell us more.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aiden to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honor. Like, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Bear with me. Because I have been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe was that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, that's...
Why pass this rumor around? Oh, I don't know. Maybe so the Turtle Riders would talk about something other than Jen McCabe. And also, why did Kate Peter work with Aiden Kearney until 2019? You know what I mean? She doesn't like him personally, but she clearly will use his tactics. Come on. It's very obvious, in my opinion. It's disgusting. I don't know why Colin and Chris, maybe they did realize it, but like she used them on purpose to spread this rumor. It's obvious.
That's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, like that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance to.
He said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see what Kate was doing. She was trying to get people to think, oh, she was just trolling Aiden. No, she started a rumor that went around for 2 years. She knew what she was doing, in my opinion. Now, Vicky Moore, it is a question, like, did Kate contribute to Colin Albert being slandered by Turtle Boy? I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But there's something called a contribution claim. So, like, if Colin Albert sued Aiden about this in particular, because it's pretty serious, then Aiden could technically move to bring in, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Aiden, get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Aiden could technically move to bring in Kate as a defendant under a theory of contribution. It's called a contribution claim. And so you make a motion, Aiden makes a motion to force Kate into the case, and then Aiden can shift some of his liability. If the judge allows the motion, he can argue to the jury that some of the liability for, I think, the damages, I'm not sure if he can use it as a defense on substance to the suit, but he can argue that Kate Peter should be forced to pay Colin Albert, because if not, but for Kate Peter spreading this rumor to Aiden, whatever her intent, it doesn't matter, but for Kate Peter spreading this rumor, Colin Albert's reputation wouldn't have been damaged, so therefore Kate Peter can be brought in under a contribution claim. So it gives Aiden a lot of power over Kate, because like, she shouldn't have done this, obviously, in my opinion. And it also shows that, like, Kate and Boomer and that woman from New York, they think that shit's funny. They don't care about Colin, in my opinion, or his family, or the devastating impact. It's just fucking funny because, one, they get to troll Aiden, and two, they got what they wanted. People spread this rumor for 2 years about Colin. Do you think it's any coincidence that Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction, a 15-year cell phone extraction, basically 6 months after Kate started that rumor about Colin, in April of 2024, Brian Tully, who never happened before, I think, in the history of the state police, and couldn't have been by accident, Brian Tully gets a 15-year unredacted production of Lindsay's cell phone, including pictures of her giving birth. Brian Tully, who's entrusted by the Commonwealth to protect this information, then decides to remove messages from the extraction from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay. Oh, wow, I wonder if Tully and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe are friends. That's a question I want to know. Do they talk all the time? I wonder then, why did Tully release on April 24th, 2024, right before Karen's first trial started, the 15-year extraction minus those messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay? I wonder if Tully was running an op with Kate, just like Kate ran with this rumor. Oh, Turtle Riders, focus your attention on Lindsay. Destroy her life. Who gives a fuck if I'm Brian Tully abusing my official position to release naked pictures of someone giving birth? I'm Brian Tully. I want to help Kate Peter. Who gives a fuck? Well, fuck you too. What the fuck? Fuck you, Kate. Fuck you. It's disgusting. And what's the end goal? Create a distraction so that you take the heat off the witnesses that are friends with Kate. Some fucked up shit. Some fucked up shit. Gets me really riled up. No Kate Peter links. Under no circumstances. Remove them. I know we already talked about it. Every mod has the complete authorization. You even see a hint of a Kate Peter link, unless it's someone who's disclaiming it by saying, I know we can't have Kate Peter links, but she did something ridiculous. Here's what happened. Without that disclaimer, no Kate Peter links of any kind whatsoever. Whoa! So if you just tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a spicy little towel. And furthermore, we're going back to this documentary. Why? Because at 11:30 a.m., big news, ladies and gentlemen, 11:30 a.m., I will be reading Paula's responses. Paula, the juror from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. The exclusive responses to Towel's questions. 11:30 a.m. You don't want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to this documentary. Tell your friends. Hi, Glamorous Girl. We were talking about how Kate Peter spread a rumor about Colin Albert and Chris Albert selling drugs, and that spread for 2 years, and it was very convenient because it distracted attention of the Turtle Riders away from other witnesses who maybe know Kate personally. And then Kate did the same thing, I think, with Brian Tully's help to Lindsay Gattani by having Tully release a 15-year unredacted production of Lindsay's cell phone with naked pictures of Lindsay giving birth intentionally, with the extraction edited only to remove messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay, which that's how I know Kate Peter was involved in this too, so that Aidan Kearney would then take that extraction, including naked pictures of Lindsay giving birth, and release it so that the Turtle Riders, just like with the Colin Albert rumor, would focus their attention on someone other than Kate's friends. Colin Albert, Chris Albert, Lindsay Gattani, all used, in my opinion, by Kate Peter as fodder to distract the Turtle Riders so that her friends who were witnesses could have the heat taken off them. What the fuck? Anyway, we're going back to this documentary to learn about Spycraft. 11:30 a.m., big news, ladies and gentlemen. Towel has exclusive responses from Paula the juror, Juror 11 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Very erudite human, very well spoken. I'd love to talk more about her, even though we may have very different beliefs religiously, culturally, on the case. It doesn't matter. Very intelligent human being. I'm excited to read these exclusive responses. Towel stream, ladies and gentlemen, 11:30 a.m. today, 23 minutes from now. The only person in the world with these responses. You won't hear them anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen, and we decided as a special thank you to reveal them at 11:30 a.m. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we're excited.
I love you, but you are maybe lost me. I am martyrs, maybe. I am prisoners, maybe. I am wounded person, maybe. So yes, that's for you, and that's the same for me. So we want to try together.
Abu Jihad wasn't wrong. 25 years later, he's in the sights of the Israeli Secret Services. In 1987, after checks, cross-checks, and surveillance, Mossad obtained some crucial intelligence, details of his personal life. These allow Elias and his men to prepare his execution with precision. I had his address, and since he had a wife, there was a reason for him to go home. We knew the operation would be carried out in his home. We had the layout of his house, and we knew every step, on every staircase. We had a lot of information. We even knew he slept with a gun under his pillow. At the time, Abu Jihad suspected the Israelis might booby-trap his car, and he warned his wife.
He afraid many times to take me with him in his car.
Yeah?
Yes. He did not allow me to join him anywhere.
It's true, we knew the route that he would take. We could have bombed his car. But in the end, you choose the method that has 99% chance of success. The objective was to kill Abu Jihad, not wound him. You can't be sure an explosion will kill a target. But if you shoot him at close range, then you'll know he'll die. By the beginning of 1988, the procedure had been chosen. Warships would sail for Tunis, where a commando unit would secretly disembark and make its way to the house of Abu Jihad. The operation is completely unlawful and needs to be executed as quickly as possible.
Oh, hi, Glamis Girl. We're watching a documentary about how statecraft works because I have some thoughts about Egyptian intelligence and a deal made in 2019 involving the father-in-law of Juria 11. And we can't understand it unless we actually watch how statecraft works. And also, we're leading up to 11:30, where I'm gonna reveal exclusive text-based answers from Paula Prado, now juror number 11 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, to some questions Tal had in recent days. So you want to stay tuned. 11:30 is going to be a big moment, but I'm not doing it before 11:30, ladies and gentlemen. 11:30 a.m. You don't want to miss this.
In Tel Aviv, Moshe.
I think this is the background still, because I'm pretty sure what happens is the Palestinians get mad about this and they kidnap 2 Israeli soldiers, and then that's why the guy in UAE gets assassinated. Hello, my friend. What we are watching is, by the way, if you're just tuning in, just a few minutes from now after 11:30 a.m. And I think what we're going to do is I'm going to read one answer every few minutes that Paula sent in. I have Paula Sua Sponte approached me. I wasn't able to DM her because her account is set up so if you follow her, she'll get that notification, but she has to DM you or follow you. If she follows you, you can DM her, but she wasn't following me when I followed her a few days ago. And I was saying, on stream, I don't know if she was listening. I think she did end up listening. Just send me a DM. I can't DM you. And I think there was some wires crossed there, because in her message to me, she said, oh, I was waiting for you to DM me. But from my end, I couldn't actually send her a DM. So anyway, we had our wires crossed a little bit, but very intelligent human being, Paula Prado Sergalin dos Santos. And Paula sent a text-based response, sua sponte, and I appreciate that she took the effort to do this, so I want to pay it respect. Starting at 11:30 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, you'll only hear it here. I'm the only person who has this text interview. It was sent exclusively to me. I did confirm it is Paula's official account. Now, could someone have gotten on Paula's account and wrote for her? Yeah, but I don't believe that happened. I think Paula wrote, and as I'm going to attribute it to her account, but this is definitely from Paula. I would like to read that starting at 11:30, and I think what we're going to do is, since I'm the only person, and I want to be respectful of the time Paula took, at 11:30 we're going to start. I'm going to reveal part of the response. I'm going to analyze each part. We're going to do a whole segment on this response. We're going to give Paula's response the dignity and reverence and respect that it deserves for her taking the time. She did not have to reach out. Now, she did make some comments on Twitter, and she even explained why she was joking a little bit in some of them in her answers as a little preview. But, having read this, I had some follow-up questions. I don't know if we have a response yet. We're going to keep an eye on it, but at 11:30 a.m., oh, ladies and gentlemen, 11:30 a.m., just 5 minutes from now, I'm excited to read these text answers. Now, the reason why we're watching this documentary, you might say, Grant, this seems a little bit out of left field. It's really not, because I'm showing, and we're about to get to the good part. So I think what we're going to do is maybe we'll intersperse Paula's answers with this documentary. I'll find natural stopping places. I know everyone wants to hear it because I'm the only one who has the response. And she's only given a few interviews in the news, 7 or so. This one I think was really good. Some of the answers, they were. I mean, it was a pretty long response, but the answers were broken up to number 1 through 14. So we're going to go through those, okay, folks? And I will say, I think a lot of people are interested in this because you got to have. I mean, first, kudos to Paula for reaching out, but you also have you have to have a certain level of gusto and confidence and authenticity to reach out to me, knowing that some of these questions. I mean, I wouldn't say they were they weren't like are you the devil? I didn't say. My questions were very substantive based questions about things about the jury questionnaire and what was going on with disclosure and stuff related to that. So they were all very respectful, and I hope I was respectful in how they were conveyed. There might have been a language barrier. There was something about one of her responses had something to do. I think I was saying something about either my eyes or looking someone in the eyes. I wasn't. I know what it was. I was analyzing her eyes at one point because it was not her. It was the camera angle. One of her eyes was like way bigger than the other, and then I kept the video playing, and it kind of just refocused. So that was maybe she just thought I was saying something about her eye, but what I was really doing is I was like, what happened there? But it wasn't her eye at all. It was the camera angle. But I didn't actually understand the response about the eyes. I'll try to read it again for you. But 11:30, so 4 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to read. I'm going to start reading the responses from Paula Prado. You know what? I think I'm going to bring them up now. I'm going to break them into sections, and we're going to do one every few minutes. You're tuning in at the right time, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is right before our lunchtime break, and I am about to read some text responses from the juror in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, Paula Prado. Now, these responses came in, they were the response to some public questions that I had asked, but they came in unprompted, ladies and gentlemen. They came in unprompted, and that's why I said they were sua sponte. So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to grab, I have it up, I have it right here. I'm going to grab the first response, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make copies of these. So I'm going to break each part of the response up into a paragraph. We're going to do one paragraph at a time, and we're going to analyze it, and we'll slowly discuss it. And I have it right here. It is Paula, and I did double check, triple check actually. It is her account. So I'm going to, let's call this one part one. No, okay, let's rename it to part one. Almost 11:30 a.m. I got part one right here, ladies and gentlemen. I have it up on my screen. I don't need transparency. Thank you. All right, there's part one, ladies and gentlemen. I just saved it. Now let me open up part two for you. Oh, this is interesting, my fellow towels. I think we're going to do it one part at a time. It's a long response. It's about 10 paragraphs, 10 indentations. So I'm gonna take a look. Let's see. Hold on. Where's part? Hold on. I have to get part one. I was already down to part two. Hold on. Let's see. All right. So let's copy that. All right. So it's coming up on 11:30. I promised, ladies and gentlemen, I promised you I would read them. It's not 11:30 yet. It is not 11:30 yet. So, ladies and gentlemen, then I'm going to grab this. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to grab part two and part three. Oh, it's going to be hard to get all of this in one. Oh, that's all right. I have to cut off a little bit of the bottom, and then I included, so I guess for part two, we'll include her first response, which was the confusion about the DMs. And I let her know in my response, but you can't actually DM Paula, which is fine. I wasn't, I wanted to if that's what she wanted, but you can't DM her until she follows you, and she didn't, or she DMs you first, and that didn't happen till today. And I also want to point out, I have my X set up that way. You cannot just DM me, and I knew this about X. Like, if I follow you, you can DM me, but if I don't, you have to let me know, and then I have to follow you. So I knew, and by the way, X is a little weird. It evolves all the time, like the way the DM settings work. So I think that was a miscommunication. All right, but that's part two. And then let me save that as part two. Give me a second. So it's coming up. All right, it's 11:30. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The hour has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The hour has arrived. Part two, Paula response. All right, we're going to start with part one. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are going to start with part one. I know you all want to see the responses. I'm ready to show you them. I just have to let people know on Twitter we're going to do this right now because I'm a towel. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Again, it's just past 11:30 a.m. in a bright and sunny Boston, Massachusetts, creeping up past 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that's somewhere around 31 Celsius, 32 Celsius. It's going to get hot. Could get up to 38, 39, maybe 40 Celsius again today. Someone save me, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. All right, so, all right, here we go. I am starting the live reading of a brand new text interview with Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Towel had tough questions. Paula had good answers. Live. There you go, little towels. I am ready. Here we go. It's 11:30. The strike of the clock has moved to 11:31. I technically missed this. That's okay. We will return to our documentary shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Part 1. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is about to pop up on your screen. This was although I did have a few colloquies with Paula in public, this was an unsolicited DM that I received, and it does contain answers to some of my questions that I had been asking. So I'm going to start with part 1 for you now. Okay, so here is the message from Paula Prado, and I was able to verify this was Paula. I clicked on her profile. It is her. So if you take a look, the response came in late last night, which is understandable. Paula is a mom, and she's just doing things. That's absolutely understandable. And so this is how it starts, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and this is the first time this is being revealed. It was Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado, reaching out after a few days of colloquies online. I would like to think they were respectful. I would hope to think they were respectful. I also, disclaimer, did not see other things people were saying to Paula, and I think I actually scolded a bunch of people on this stream, not in the chat, but what I was hearing about on Twitter, for talking disrespectfully about Paula, and I did not like that. Say what you will about analyzing her views on the case or whatever you may view about her beliefs. I didn't like some of what I was hearing, and I certainly didn't like the insults, especially when I was standing up there and saying, don't you understand how intelligent this juror is? I don't know if some of you are missing this or whatnot. So the response begins. To start, let me just say, I don't see every question, comment, or meme about me, which is good, by the way. I want to pause here and say, this is healthy. Like, I don't read most stuff about me because it's designed to perniciously and insidiously influence your mental state. It's a form of weaponization of your own internal thought process for these comments, and I'll give this advice to Paula or anyone, for these comments when they're made about you, whatever side of the case you may be dealing with. It is a very, very subversive form of emotional manipulation, which is why I don't read the stuff about me. I know what those people are doing when they're making those comments, and if I never see it, it doesn't impact my psyche. Now, that is the result of learned mastery of my internal dynamics and my cerebral capacity and analytic capacity over my emotional state, but I do not fault anyone at all who either by accidentally sees it or gets compulsive and reads it, especially if you're in the public spotlight. But I advise people, anyone in general, not to read it. It has a purpose. It's designed to primarily destabilize your emotional psyche in a malicious way, and then also it's designed to impact how you speak about events in the real world, because the way we talk and the way we write and the way we speak is centered around and will reflect symbiotically what we are consuming. So if you're just constantly consuming either vacuous content like popular TV or movies or whatever, or you're constantly consuming this negative, pernicious, insidious online discourse, without you realizing it subconsciously, you will assume that syntactical style. It will infiltrate your very words and your very thoughts, and you won't even notice it. Likewise, if you only focus on very specifically reading and consuming content that is cogent, erudite, respectful, compassionate, and reflects your interest, then your words and beliefs will always be solely a reflection of your own internal processes rather than outside manipulation. You have to know those people are engaging in those tactics to see how this style of manipulation works, but the key insight, and it sounds simple, but it's not, is to not read it. Like, read the stuff that's important to you, like if you're catching things here and there. But one, don't be compulsive about what people are saying about you online. They're not talking about you. They're probably projecting something going on within themselves, and you'll never figure it out. There's millions, billions of them. It's not worth it. Two, make sure you don't read it. Even if you see it in passing, just don't read it. So, for example, I have a technique. I used to cover war, and I've covered it for a long time, and it's hard for me because I have to watch a lot of like Al Jazeera Arabic, and I have to watch a lot of coverage from the Middle East that involves, whether I want to see it or not, they'll be filming and people will die. And it's hard, but over 10 years or whatever, I've probably seen like 1,500 dead bodies, no less than, like, on visual imagery, which is, thank God, not in person. But even that, it's very scarring. I have probably seen 1,500 dead bodies. At least 500 of them were children. seeing one image of a dead, and I'm talking unblurred, because the Arabic channels are trying to make a point. They are trying to show what's actually happening. Unblurred images of dead people, including children. And when you see it at first, like, it will always traumatize you. There's no way that it won't. It will have a very, whether you intend to see it or you just come across it because you're monitoring news, it will change your life. But it will change it in one of two ways. Either you'll become emotionally resonant with what you just saw, and then it will, on a human level, cause you to not engage. Like, you won't do news. You just be like, I'm not covering that stuff, and I won't be involved. The other option is you see why you have to see it. You don't like it, but you realize that it's part of this larger dynamic. And so you have to develop coping strategies internally to deal with the emotional resonance of what you're looking at. So every time I see a dead body, every time, I've trained my brain to say, oh, it's just a movie. Like, that's not a dead body. That they staged that. It's not, I know they didn't stage it, but the way I calm down my emotional state, and I do it just with like comments online, I immediately say, okay, they're not actually saying that for the substance, or I soothe myself by saying that's not real. Like, brain, that's not real. You didn't see a dead body. And then I move on, and in ex post facto, I can process what I saw, but there's no emotional resonance if I can tell myself internally that is not real. Am I lying to myself? Sure, but I can still use that to trick my emotional state into thinking that it's not a dead body. I don't know why, I don't know how, that's just how it works. But anyway, that's just one sentence in. That's my advice. Whether you're on one side of the case or the other, if you're being targeted by insidious emotional manipulation, it's hard, but tune it out. Understand the intent of it. Understand they're not speaking about you probably, and there's a purpose. And don't let it infect your speaking style or your mental thoughts. If you can do that, you are the master of the universe. On my first day post-trial, I was out enjoying life with my family. No, it's not a crazy concept to me. Listen, there are days when I would love to just be able to go out and kind of tune out. I don't have that luxury, but I totally get that, especially after that grueling trial. I think the only time I've taken for myself in the past week is like 30 minutes a day when I drive around to get gas at the end of the day and get supplies for the next day. So I totally get that. Now, obviously, I have the luxury of, I do have a family, but, you know, I'm committed to my country and my work. That's it. And so I don't have the regular obligations that a person with a family or something would have. So I totally get it. And if anything, I more than get it. And when I got home around 9:30 p.m., surprise, 3 news channels were literally at my front door. So first of all, Paul, I want to say I didn't include this in my response. I don't like that, that they did that to you. If they, and I know now she's being honest, I have no doubt that those news channels just showed up. If she had kind of invited them or something, that's a little different. But to find out they were just showing up, I would never do that. I would never send an unsolicited email to a juror who didn't want to be contacted. I would never go to a juror's house. That's like really creepy. I get why the news has to do it. It's news gathering. But like, unless the juror called me or reached out to me and was like, I'd like to talk to you, I'm not going to your house. I'm not doing that stuff like that. I get why reporters do it, but that's not my style. So when she says like, that was weird, I'd be like, yeah, that's not what I would do as a journalist either. So I get you, Paula. That was my very first painfully awkward and 100% unplanned interview. You know what? It wasn't really that awkward. I know I believe her fully. I believe it was unplanned. I believe what she's saying. It wasn't awkward. She did fine. Now I still have, like, she's so good at marketing and PR, and I'm not saying this as a negative. I'm saying she's just so good at it that if it's true, and I believe her, that she did that unprepared and was just sua sponte, like, all right, I'm ready. She's even more intelligent than I thought. I'm not saying this gratuitously. How can I believe it? Because Metro West Granite, you can be so good that you're just ready for the moment. And now, do I think everything she is saying is like the full context? I don't know. Like, I think there's stuff behind the scenes. I asked some follow-up questions. But when she says some of this stuff, I believe she has the capability, and I've watched an hour and a half of her interviews, I believe Paula has the capacity to go out there unprompted, just know what she has to do. Like, she's delivering like a certain viewpoint, and whether you do agree with it or not, whatever the motive may be. And just looking at the substance of how she delivered it, she was ready. No one, and I believe her when she says I was able to just do that. And that then shows, like, as she did the other interviews, which we've analyzed meticulously on this channel, as she went from the Today Show to ABC World News Tonight, and then the 3-section segment with Vinny last Friday. And then we even watched the Turtle Boy interview with Bettero. As she went on to each subsequent interview, you could tell she was getting, it was different than the first, but I wouldn't say the first interview was at all bad. I'd give her more credit. It's harder to just say, okay, here's what I have to accomplish, I'm going to go do it, than saying, okay, tomorrow at 4 p.m. I have to go on this show, or at 8 a.m., here's how I'm going to do it. If you just, like, walk out there and freestyle, I mean, I can do it, so that's how I know she can do it. It's possible. It doesn't mean that she didn't necessarily have a goal when going into the interview, or that she wasn't, like, well trained in media or PR or whatever. It just means she didn't have the traditional prep that you would have for that kind of thing. She probably knew it was coming. I'm a little bit, now the media, I know the media, so I can find out if they just went to her house, if they got a call. If they did indeed just go to her house, then this part, I mean, it doesn't absolve some of my concerns about her training, but it all lines up with what someone like that in that position would be able to do. So let me keep reading. The next morning, another round, bright and early at 7 a.m. Yeah, okay, now I think I see the timeline. It was the night interview. So the real timeline is, I don't mean the real timeline. The full timeline is Juror 4 comes out of the gate with the interview on TMZ at, I think it was Thursday morning. So then Thursday, it might have been Wednesday morning. And then Wednesday night, the juror, Paula, gets interviewed on her front lawn. Then Thursday morning, Paula gets interviewed by the Today Show. Then Thursday night, she gets interviewed by ABC World News Tonight. Then Friday, she gets interviewed by Vinnie Politan across 3 segments before John Jackson's interview. And then Sunday, she gets interviewed by Turtle Boy. And then now we're doing this interview on Tuesday. And then in between there, on Wednesday night at 5 and 6 p.m., a 2-part interview with Juror 12 in Medfield aired with David Bienick on Channel 5. And then yesterday morning, around 8 a.m. on Good Morning America, there was an interview with Juror 1, who was the 4-person. And then the 4-person did a follow-up interview with the Herald today. But so that's kind of the timeline of all the juror interviews. Paula has given the most interviews, and I also would say that Paula, compared to Juror 4, compared to Juror 12, compared to Juror 1, Paula is the most well-spoken that we've heard so far. I'm not passing judgment. Most well-spoken, and also understands the discipline of what she's engaging with. Whatever you may say about why, she understands the discipline. I know what I'm looking at. I studied critical theory. I understand the discipline of PR very well. It's an interpolation of Sigmund Freud's mass psychology of mind via his nephew, Edward Bernays, who invented public relations to sell cigarettes to women under the auspices of a social movement where they would call them their torches of freedom, because it was socially uncouth before the 1920s for women to smoke cigarettes, because it was wrong for the cigarettes to touch their hand or something, because it would make it dirty. I don't know. We had weird morality in America in the 20s. But anyway, so Edward Bernays weaponized mass psychology of mind, and you can see how it kind of works. You go out there and say, oh, look at women. These are your torches of freedom. You deserve to smoke cigarettes like everyone else. Okay, is that kind of true? Yes, they deserve to do that. But the real motive for the ideological framing is that the cigarette companies wanted to expand their market. That's when I say, and I'm not accusing her of doing this, I'm saying if you have a mind that understands that discipline, then it will show, and that showed in her interview. So that's part 1. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That is just part 1. These responses keep going, ladies and gentlemen. The second response I couldn't get in full, but the second response talks about giving an interview with Sue O'Connell, and then it gives a preview of some of the answers. So we're going to go to part 2 now. Yes, PK, I know some people are going to say that the Paula's delivery was not syntactically precise. It was. The intonation of her delivery, okay, she adopts the effect of different, she has an accent, okay? I have an accent, but I can say, I'm going to go down Harvard Yard, or I'm going to go down the Cape, or I left the stuff in the car, or I got to, like, do this, but that's not, That's how I talk, but if I want to speak to you in a very erudite and refined form, I will adopt my, speaking skills. Paula is good enough where she can ebb and flow. I've heard her do a podcast with her husband where she speaks a very unique form of English, a very refined form. I've heard Paula adopt an accent. Now, maybe she spent more time in Brazil between when I heard the first interview where she had been in America from 2012 to 2021, whereas from 2021 to 2024, she spent time back in Brazil. But now her accent is very much more of sort of a Brazilian accent. That does not affect at all the syntactical precision of her delivery. The way she speaks, the sentence structure, she doesn't have any verb tense confusion. She does have sort of pauses, but the overall schema of it is more fluent than most English speakers. It's just packaged in a way to be disarming by adopting an accent. That's what I'm saying. It's good because of how it's delivered. You have to understand the discipline of public relations to see it, but she's not like stumbling. She doesn't pause. Her answers flow naturally to lead the interviewer to where she wants the question to go. Yes, it's in this very unassuming, humble package, but that's what makes it effective. If you just are a brutal public relations mind, like in Mad Men, the news is going to be like, screw you. But if you're very unassuming and you know how you want to convey your message, and she also, I think, is intentional. She's trying, I think there's a lot of, whether for good or for bad or for better or for worse, there's a lot of debate in America right now about the Muslim world. And so I think she's also, presenting herself intentionally as from Brazil as opposed to an Arabic predisposition. It would not surprise me if she speaks Arabic. Her Arabic in the 2020-2021 interview was rudimentary, but she was also using it religiously. So she was saying in Salah and things like that. But I would imagine she speaks Arabic. That would not surprise me. And so she's not, but when you speak Arabic, it's kind of like a French / I don't know how to explain it. It's a French accent with, there's some, French adopted a lot of Arabic. So for Americans, Arabic would sound like a harsher version of French with less kind of less kind of, long E's and more harsh. It sounds harsh to our ears, but more like harsh stressing on the certain letters. And that way of speaking has you will adopt a certain accent. It will affect how you speak English. Likewise, if you're from Latin America and you speak Portuguese or any of the Romance languages or Spanish, that will affect your English accent. But if you're really a master of speaking, you can adopt an effect on your accent intentionally. Like if I don't want you to know that I'm from Boston, I just won't say Harvard Yard in that way. If I want you to think that I'm from somewhere else in the country, I might say, adopt the syntax of that part of the country. Y'all, we got to go down there. If I want you to think I'm from the UK, I might say things like, we got to go to the hole in the wall or go to the chippy. She's good enough to be whatever she needs to be. That's what made me realize she's very intelligent. All right, we're getting to part 2. I know. Listen, I do analysis. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I do analysis. That's what I do. I like to analyze things, especially when I find someone very intelligent, because that means that they think like I do. And so they look at the world like Zbigniew Brzezinski's grand chessboard. And if you do that, then I'm going to give you the respect you deserve, regardless as to whether you're being forthright or giving me the full context. That's not my interest. It's form versus content. As we talked about, you can have a single thinker like Hegel inspire via his form the first generation of young Hegelians, which included Marx and Engels, and then his content simultaneously existing in the same structure could inspire Heidegger and the Reich. That's exactly what you were talking about. You have to distinguish between the form of how something is delivered and its content. If you can do that, then you can get inside the mind of the author, and that's really what it's about. It's the discipline of hermeneutic reconstruction, which is interpreting the intent of the author based not just on what they're saying, but how they're saying it, and how someone with a certain set of skills could create what is in effect an optical illusion by way of, it's not an optical illusion, it's a narrative illusion with words that deflect from someone's ability to reconstruct what's actually in the mind of the speaker. So if there's a symbiotic presentation of the discourse in a way that guards against hermeneutic reconstruction, it's a telltale sign of very high level training, because it's like counterintelligence training. If you are getting interrogated, but you know how the interrogator thinks, then you can just mess with the interrogator and fluster them and they won't get anything out of you because you know how they think. It's kind of like that. All right, we're going to read part 2. This one got a little cut off. The first part of the sentence says she was able to give some text interviews, and then one of them was with, I think, then she also reached out to Sue O'Connell. So let me bring up part 2. So this is part 2 of Paula's response, Juror 11. It's only available on Towel-Stream. You're seeing it real time right now. And yes, listen, don't think, you can't suspend your disbelief. I'm not looking at her like she's a 1980s wrestling character. I'm not deifying her. I mean, Robert McNamara in The Fog of War, ladies and gentlemen, said something very interesting. Do you know what Robert McNamara said? You have to know what you know. He was the defense secretary for like 7 presidents, including the Vietnam War, which he saw as a folly. You have to know what you know. You have to know what you don't know. And then inductively, because it's a 3-part equation, you have to know, you have to figure out what you don't know. Part of doing that analysis is game, recognize, game, to put it in the colloquial parlance. Part of it is game, recognize, game, and then the other is you're not being obsequious when you say to someone or analyze someone and say there is a level of intelligence here that is worthy of analytic explication. That it's not fawning over them or celebrity worship. It's, if you want to actually be able to appropriately do an analysis, you have to give respect when you see someone's abilities. That doesn't mean that I'm like praising her morally. Maybe she's probably a wonderful person. This is a very specific diplomatic exercise. It's like analyzing a diplomat. They could be wonderful people, and I'm happy to say she is. I would love to talk to her. I'm sure she's a great mom, wonderful person. I'm sure her kids love her very much. But when you talk about statecraft, you have to be very respectful. Like, you don't go into a diplomatic meeting with the ambassador for like Egypt and say like, yeah, like, I know what you did. Like, are you kidding me? That's incredibly disrespectful. Now, you can ask general questions, but to actually just straight up be like, oh, like, you know, there's a delicate rhetorical dance in any diplomatic engagement. I feel like we've kind of lost that in our culture, and in the West in particular, and I'm not going to just throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's what disagreeing without being disagreeable is all about. You sometimes have to go into diplomatic negotiations with people who hate you. I'm not saying Paula does, and get like a mutual understanding. So I will never in a million years discount the import of diplomacy. And in fact, I feel like I'm in Paula analyzing someone who is basically, you know, on the level of being a functionary diplomat. I'm certain if we were like, you know, if Paula needed to be an ambassador, she would do just fine. There is no doubt in my mind about that. So I have to analyze it from that perspective. And you never just say, oh, the ambassador has a certain point that he's trying to convey, therefore I'm not going to give him diplomatic, like, the respect or say he's not intelligent. No, in fact, by noting that, you can actually, like, that's what it's all about. Like, game, recognize, game. You'll get mutual respect back. Maybe you're not going to get, I don't expect full forthright, like, I'm not owed that. But at the same time, like, if you're respectful and you're not being a jerk about it and you're onto something, okay, like, eventually people are going to be like, here's what's going on. Doesn't mean you're going to get it the first day, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. All right, so she goes on. Paula had mentioned this, by the way, if you're just tuning in, I dropped my keyboard again. This is an interview with juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We looked at part 1. We're looking at part 2 now. There are 14 answers that Paula has. You're only seeing the intro paragraphs and then answer to question number 1. So, this is Paula responding, and she says, Sue O'Connell, because their coverage was actually fair, and theirs were the first X accounts I saw. Then my phone started ringing, more journalists popped up at my door, and somehow every outlet wanted to talk to me, all in one day, except for Turtle Boy, who got scheduled for Sunday. Since then, I've been trying to get back to my normal life. You know, just a regular person scrolling social media like the rest of the planet. I probably reply to 2% of what I see. That's exactly what I do. I know what it's like to be a public figure. Today, I happened to catch your live about me. Imagine my surprise. Apparently, I'm still news, despite the actual disasters happening in the world. And so I think she shares some, and I want to be clear, I think she shares some sympathy with me, because I did, if you were watching that stream, I did, and over the past 2 days in particular, I was cutting out to cover other world events, and, you know, it's pretty serious. And so I think she's kind of saying to me, like, Grant, I think you got it too, you know, like, I know you were covering other stuff and you were talking about other stuff, but you know, even the fact that you were still analyzing one of my interviews, and I think what it was yesterday was Monday, if I maybe it was the day before. So she either saw the day after or 1 day following, 2 days after the Turtle Boy interview. And I don't know if it was yesterday's stream or the day before. It might have been the day before. We reviewed the Sunday Turtle Boy interview. We went through and we watched it. So by Tuesday, I wouldn't say we were fully analyzing just that interview, but we then had some other things to discuss. And so I think she was she's chastising me a little bit, but she's also saying, I think you at the surface or at the core of it, Grant, you also understand that there's bigger things going on right now, which is true. I do. And I think that I respect her for saying that to me. And the way she said it was not like critical, but underlying it is, I watched your show yesterday. I see that you understand bigger things are happening in the world, but I did see you were also talking about me. Now, mind you, we're going to go on to see that I was saying nice things about her and complimenting her while also doing my analysis, but just that's the context there. Okay. But hey, you opened by praising my intelligence, so I figured I'd return the favor and answer your concerns. Well, thank you. So she does start by saying, number one, you never DM me. I checked. I know how DMs work. Now, I explained this earlier. It's very possible that our understandings of how DM works have changed. Like, I used to think Twitter worked a certain way with DMs. Now I guess Twitter changed it. I don't know if it's because they want people to like subscribe to the premium service or something. But in order, I don't know if I saved a screenshot, but I couldn't actually DM Paula after following her. And the Twitter settings are weird now. But I was trying to, and I was hoping that by following her, Paula would then be able to DM me. Now, I know on my account, maybe every account has different settings. On my account, I have it set so that if you want to DM me, I have to follow you. That's how I screen it. If I want you to be able to DM me, I follow you, you can DM me. I don't know if Twitter has a setting where you can go in and just let everyone DM you. But as far as I know, at least right now, that is not the default. So whether I think Paul and I just had a misunderstanding, or we were thinking different things about how DMs work. And maybe every account can set its DM settings differently, which makes sense. But the default, at least now, because I never changed my settings, is that I can only receive a DM if I follow someone. So anyway, that was that whole Twitter thing. And there's 14 of these responses, by the way. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're reading an exclusive response from Juror 11 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, sent to Towel this morning. You can see right there up on your screen. And those are, that's an M dash. So in the top part, all in one day. That's an M dash, and it's similar to how we would use like a single dash. It's more appropriate. Like, you can use an M dash inline to set off an unrelated clause, kind of like parentheses, or you can use an M dash for an independent clause at the end of a sentence. If you ask like Vonnegut, he would say semicolons are a disgrace to the English language or any writing. So therefore, like something like that is more appropriate. I tend to use open parentheses, which I would guess Vonnegut would probably consider vulgar as well. But that M dash is probably the best way to do it. Like per the rules of grammar, that M dash up at in the first paragraph where it says all in one day after an M dash, that's the way to put a dependent freestanding clause at the end of a sentence like that. Like that's very grammatically correct. And then there shouldn't be a space on either side of the M dash. It's an inline. It can be used mostly inline to set off like an unrelated clause with two other parts of a sentence around it. But it can also be used like that. And what's hard to know about writing like that is, like, the grammar rules are specific. There are some times when you put spaces after and before, and there's sometimes when you don't. So yeah, like I said, further indication, although she's not coming out and saying the words, I'm very good at writing, further indication that she's very intelligent, because you have to know all these rules. They become, when you write like 100,000 words, 500,000 words, 1 million words, especially in the academic context, it becomes second nature. You cannot change it. It's part of who you are. I'm going to get part 3, by the way. You all continue to read this. This is, she is, though. She's using, that's how I would use an M dash, Murder by Maestro. Listen, you all can go around and analyze this how you want. I'm analyzing it how my brain would think. Does that mean I could, because of my own experiences, be imposing upon her a level of intelligence that's not there? Maybe. But that's how my brain would think about it. So I'm also not Noam Chomsky. I don't know why it's has a contraction, or whether it should, or whether it's versus it is should have a contraction or not. He's a linguist. I'm a towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Just past 12 p.m. We are moseying, ladies and gentlemen, our way through this exclusive interview. I'm sure some members of the press are like, oh, listen, if Paul is really intelligent, because creative, and I think she is, creativity is intelligence having fun, she's going to be like, he gets it. Like, he knew all the press was going to have to listen to this because I only sent them to him. And he's having a time right now. He's trolling the hell out of them. And so, yeah, and she has that troll in her. I saw it. And that's what I'd be like, game, recognize game. You know how it is. But anyway, here's the next part. I'm going to put it together for you right now. I got to open it up. I'm cropping these because, first of all, I cannot put the whole text on the screen. It's way too small. And the other thing is, we can break it down into sections, and I can do analysis. So for the next, we're going to do the next 2 questions at once. This is question 2 and question 3. And some of the stuff, it does get a little bit more intense when we get down to like response 8. Now remember, she just saw questions that I was writing. She sua sponte, Paula, decided to respond to some of the questions I had been asking. I didn't send her a list. She chose the list, okay? So, and kudos to her. Like, good for you, Paula. I appreciate you doing that, because that's even better. Like, it's real. I really respect it. That's why I really respected her for doing it. She was like, you know what? Like, he asked these questions. I've been thinking about him. I'm gonna like interview myself. Basically, I'm gonna take his questions. She didn't even bother restating them. She was like, and I kind of like it because she was like, you figure it out, Grant. Like, you asked me all those questions. You figure out how my responses line up. It's what I like. Like, I liked it. So let me just add this one back here, okay? And the reason why I'm going to add this one back is I'm going to use this as a header so that folks will know that each image is Paula's words. And I did verify this is Paula's account, and I followed her. And you can only message me if we follow each other, so I know it's her. And I'm now going to get part 3. This is Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. This was a message Paula sent Towel. I think it was overnight, early morning. And this is part 3. Now, Paula, in these questions, is answering questions that I had been asking her, not in a DM because I couldn't DM her because she didn't follow me, but she's answering questions I had been asking out in public. So here is number 2. So in some sense, she's almost like choosing, which I really like. I wish more people would do this. Like, if you know a journalist wants to talk to you, and maybe you have like some wires crossed about like how you're going to contact each other, don't wait for them to interview you, I guess. Just reach out and be like, okay, I heard your questions. I heard your coverage. Here's the answers that I have. And let the journalist figure it out. Like, the journalist was asking the questions. Let us figure it out. Like, answer what we were asking. Just do it like this. I love this. This is a new style of not just journalism, but it's a new style of subjects of journalism interacting with the press. I really like it. I like it a lot. Just on a form level, people are getting frustrated because they're like, how can you talk this way about someone who disagrees with you about the case? Well, and like a lot of people who disagree with me about the case, like David Yannetti, like shook my hand and was very nice to me. He's a very nice guy. Just because I don't agree with him about his tactics doesn't mean he's not a nice guy. Just people, like, politics is weird. I don't know what to say. You got to separate the person from the politics. Like, if you're a political operative and law is basically politics, it's part of the government. If you're a political operative, like, you're probably, like, your person is different than what you're doing in public. And that's why people in that world, like, they demand that kind of respect, because if you don't get it, you're just another, like, pleb. You're just another, and I don't mean this pejoratively, you're just a commoner to them. You know, if you can't see what's going on, then they will not give you the time of day. And I'm not saying this pejoratively. I love all you dearly, but that's how, like, the noise works. The static to noise ratio goes way, way up so that all the polemics get discussed, the attacks, and the actual substance of what's going on gets missed. And that's why people in politics or government or intelligence, they know there's a difference between who they are and what they're doing. And if they find someone out there who's like, okay, you get it, they're more willing to talk or let their guard down. They shouldn't. And they, in some sense, they won't. Like, they won't betray what they're really doing, but, like, they'll be more willing to be respectful. They'll be like, oh, it's more like a diplomatic relationship between two hostile states. Yeah. So there's some, it's a dance. It's a delicate, ethereal, non-temporal, cerebral dance. That's the best way I can explain it. Watch The West Wing. Paula says, yes, I was active on X in 2021. During COVID, like the rest of the board population, I was obsessed with Big Brother Brazil. Now, I think we found, was that the, this is interesting, Paula, actually, because I should have followed up, but I missed this at first. Was that, did that show up a character named Caio? C-I-A-O? Does anyone watch Brazilian Big Brother? The reason why I ask if there was a character named Caio at the time is you had a friend from Brazil. I don't know if you know her, but she popped up on Twitter and she was like, oh, Paul is representing Brazil. And, like, that was great. But then also back in 2021, and, like, some other posts indicated, like, maybe you talked to her, like, back in the day, like, knew her from Brazil. And so what makes me ask about the Big Brother thing is, like, she was talking about Caio. She was like, in a post from 2021, she was like, I hope Caio gets kicked off, or I hope Caio stays. We thought it was Cairo at first on this stream. So I was like, wait, were you in Egypt? Oh, you know what it was? It was you who was talking about it. But I also feel like maybe your friend had an interest in Brazilian Big Brother. We got to look more into this. But it was you, Paula. Was that the tweet we found where you said in 2021 that you wanted Caio kicked off? So that was Brazilian Big Brother. But notice what she's doing. And she knows, I don't think I posted this on Twitter, but she knows that I found that tweet about Caio. And so she was watching when we found this yesterday, because she knows I found that tweet about Caio, and I thought it was Cairo, but she knows that we found the one from 2021, and she's saying, yes, I watched Brazilian Big Brother. I got my wires crossed for a second because I thought it was her friend from Brazil that posted about Brazilian Big Brother. Now, maybe her friend from Brazil also did. I got to double check that. But I know there was at least one post from Paula in 2021 where she talks about Caio getting kicked off. So she knew we had that, and she saw us talking about it. So she's saying, yes, I watched Big Brother. Now, number 3. And now I don't think I actually saw her Instagram. So Paula, I'm sorry if this was a comment someone made, but I don't remember actually seeing your Instagram. Maybe someone linked to it or something. So she might be responding to someone who left, like, a question on my post, but I don't remember seeing it. Apologies if I'm forgetting. I stopped using Instagram last year. My page was all about motherhood, lifestyle, and Islam. Real scandalous stuff. And she's being facetious, like, no, and I don't think, I didn't look at your Instagram, and I don't even think the podcast is really scandalous on the surface that you were that your husband did with you, or that your husband's doing. Like, all of your beliefs are, very in line with, I believe they're authentic and in line with the traditions you're talking about. So that's not really scandalous. The potential, scandalous part, and it's not, she didn't bring up the podcast, but the scandalous part is potentially if you're if you want to convert people, that's great. Just say it. I would like Islam is really good. If you want to join Islam, blah, blah, here's the opportunity. But it's different when you do a podcast that's without saying it directly, you're encoding conversion rhetoric into the language of, here's why it's compatible to be a Western feminist and also a Catholic, and then convert to Islam. You see what I'm saying? So you didn't really directly address it there, or Paula didn't really directly address it. But that would, if we were doing a live discussion, that would be my follow-up to Paula, which is, and I don't think anything about your beliefs is controversial. I believe in overlapping consensus, reasonable pluralism, comprehensive doctrines existing in the public sphere, buffered by toleration. But it's a form question, if she would say to me, okay, that podcast, we were trying to show people what the benefits of Islam, my response is going to be, and where I wouldn't call it scandalous, but it definitely raises eyebrows, would be if she were we just didn't want to say convert to Islam, so instead we were just trying to show the beauty of it. You see what I'm saying? I'm a critical theorist. I don't know what to tell you. I study media and PR and statecraft. So if you're doing those kind of tactics in that way, and that I understand it, what do you say to that question? You know what I mean? Because the response it becomes very tough when you're standing there talking to someone who understands it and says, well, so why didn't you just come out and say, this is the benefits of Islam? The only answer to that question is it's encoded propaganda. And a propagandist will not say that. First of all, they're going to be offended that you asked them about their tactics, but second of all, they're not going to say it. And a propagandist is not a pejorative term per se. You can be a benevolent propagandist. You can truly believe that Islam is a very good religion, and I'm not passing judgment either way. As you know, it's not just Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, respect to our Muslim brethren, but it's Jesus who is quoted in the Quran a lot. We learned about that with Dr. Thiel during our interview the other day. And we were listening to Iranian TV, thanks to a request for Murder by Maestro, during the base attack, during the missile attack on U.S. bases the other day. We tuned in to Press TV from Iran in English. And one of the most shocking things to me, and one of the things that actually changed my opinion, even though the woman on Iranian TV was basically saying, she hated Americans. She was never going to be okay with us because we deny the Abrahamic tradition and the way it's interpreted by Islam, and it's a war for the soul of the world. She was uncompromising. And but the one thing she said that made me take note is, as you've probably noticed on this stream, if I say the Prophet Muhammad's name, peace be upon him, every single time, I am not Muslim, but every single time I will say that phrase afterwards, because I believe it would be extremely disrespectful to invoke that name and not say the phrase afterwards, as the people who follow that religion do. This woman on Iranian TV, out of nowhere, says, talking about the Quran, says, the Prophet Jesus in the Quran, peace be upon him. I was like, see, I didn't know that people in Iran, when they say Jesus, say peace be upon him. I didn't know that. But look at that symbiosis. There is shared humanity there. Now, I'm not sure we can get over some of the geopolitical differences. The West caused a lot of problems with the Bush doctrine. I don't deny that. I'm not... Even Francis Fukuyama, okay, who wrote End of History. You had Samuel Huntington writing Clash of Civilizations, which was the more pluralistic Rawlsian framework for projecting the unipolar implications of the rise of the American state after the fall of communism in '89. And then you had Francis Fukuyama, who wrote about end of history. And Fukuyama, there's this famous tale. Professor Fukuyama was sitting with Rumsfeld and Cheney and those guys in 2003 and 2005 at some dinner. And he looks around. It was like, I can see this moment happening too in my head. He looks around and he's listening to them talk about Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. And he says, oh my God, I caused this. Like, I created the intellectual framework for the Bush Doctrine. I've unleashed a monster on the world with Halliburton, and say what you will about protecting American interests in Afghanistan and warding off the rise of the Nord Stream 2 or whatever that pipeline was. The Northern Alliance was trying to build a pipeline there, and we wanted to. Say what you will about tactical containment of Iran. Say what you will about getting rid of Saddam and Gaddafi. Say what you will about all that. It made me realize, like, we were becoming an empire. Like, the unipolar American Western liberal experiment, it was not becoming like a Marshall Aid style, like, benevolent force in the world using economic aid to engender development and posture U.S. geostrategic interests at the forefront of international discussions, like using the petrodollar to bootstrap U.S. sanctions as a form of soft power political influence. It wasn't that. It was a more insidious form of territorial, and it was really corporate territorial expansion to facilitate the influence of the Washington Consensus, it's called, the American industrial and wartime apparatus, expanding its sphere of influence in a very, like, politically realist, very brutal way. And that's what Fukuyama realized. He was like, listen, we are going to hurt the entire post-World War II liberal Western tradition if we become a hegemonic form of liberalism. This was the thing John Rawls learned between Theory of Justice in 79 and Political Liberalism in 89, okay? When he did the Dewey Lectures in 85 at MIT, Rawls, one of the greatest American philosophers, was like, and this was before Fukuyama wrote End of History, so I don't know if they just didn't talk or what the hell. Fukuyama should have talked to Rawls about this. But Rawls basically said, listen, we can't have hegemonic liberalism dictating the standards for the international world order. Yes, Marshall Aid put us in that position. Yes, the fall of communism is going to allow for a unipolar world order. But we can't do that because there will be a reaction against it. It will become an empire. And that's why Rawls has this whole theory in 89 with political liberalism. It's the shift from Theory of Justice, where Rawls says, listen, we have to have like respect for what he calls decent hierarchical people, decent consultative hierarchies, he calls them. Now, he says we don't have to necessarily treat outlaw or rogue states like North Korea with this level of respect, but if we're going to maintain the balance of power in the world and avoid the rise of some very dangerous ideologies that not necessarily among the people but among states, very domineering tyrannical ideologies, then we have to have overlapping comprehensive doctrines in the public sphere, and we have to buttress that. He gets the idea from Kant in the Groundwork for the Metaphysics of Morals. Kant draws this distinction between public and private reason. Now, Kant was talking about when you're like a priest or like a prévendant, like an appointed professor by the king, or like a civil servant. You can only have certain opinions in public. You have to keep certain opinions in private because you represent the interests of the institution you work for. Now, Rawls picks up on this public-private distinction from Kant, and I think he kind of frames it in this way of so there's this domain of the public sphere where we all have to discuss with each other. And there's going to be Christians, Catholics, fundamentalists, Muslim people, Mormons, atheists, pagans, whatever, non-religious people. There's going to be all these people in the public sphere. And we can't just say this is what you must believe, but we can say there are certain views that shouldn't be expressed in the public sphere because they're not tolerant and they undermine the collaborative project of discourse and cohesive understanding. That is what I'm trying to point out here. You can have a form, and this is why there was such a reaction in the Middle East. This is why Catholicism gels with, Judaism or something in order to get people to convert. That's what I'm talking about. It kind of touches on this thing. Thank you, GSE, says Tammy. Paula readout is interesting. Paula number 11, what are you really doing? This is not a question to Paula. Tammy's like thinking out loud. If you care so much about John O'Keefe, justice for John O'Keefe, you for you. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments. I was going on a little bit of a towel rant there. I occasionally do geopolitical analysis. Apparently, I'm smitten. I'm not smitten. I just like geopolitical analysis. Listen, you cannot fall in love with a country. I'm somewhat in love with America. You cannot fall in love with geopolitical analysis. I'm just telling you, somebody clearly taught Towel a lot of stuff. And I'm not sure it was a good idea because my brain just knows everything. And when you ask me questions that involve me analyzing the transition from 1979 to 1989 in the Rawlsian canon and why that was a precursor to Fukuyama getting manipulated by Rumsfeld and Cheney into using end of history to sell the Bush doctrine, only for the reaction to that to be the fact that we might have an irreversible situation with the Abrahamic tradition in particular in Iran that makes negotiating a stand down between the West and Iran impossible, which in turn could create a situation where if there is a war, the BRICS could rise up to try to supplant the petrodollar and undermine the role of the U.S. on the international scene. I will not allow that to happen. Therefore, I have to do my full analysis. You can call me Thomas Jefferson Towell. All right, so now let me go back to the next part of our analysis, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to keep looking at your comments. It was kind of like a Q&A with Paula, but it was more I had questions over a certain number of days, and then Paula kind of amalgamated them, and sua sponte reached out to me by providing answers to them. So we appreciate Paula for doing that. We're about to get to part 4 of Towell's exclusive. I wouldn't call it an exclusive interview. I'd call it a very nice thing that Paula did to summarize. And now I see why she did it, because it gives you an immense amount of control over the interview if you just pick what you want to answer and do it this way. It's genius. It just further is an insight into her tactical intelligence. I'm sure, I don't know if Paul has ever heard it, but I've said multiple times, I love that scene for V for Vendetta. A smart man or a smart person underground looking at the wall, if they see the type of brick or limestone in the bedrock, could probably tell someone else where they are without realizing it. So this is someone who thinks that way. Don't deny it. I know what I'm. If Paula, later in life, we talk to the people that we need to talk to. You get the clearance. I will appoint you ambassador to any country you want to go to, dear friend. I will even call you a friend. I'm not saying that I agree with everything you believe, but we make sure you get screened. Like I'm told that everything's okay, and you know what I mean, and you and everything's okay. I will ambassador anywhere you want to go. You want to work in the State Department, whatever, just tell me. It would be adorable. I'm not saying adorable in that way. I'm just saying it would be historic irony made manifest. I like James Joyce. Finnegan's Wake is my favorite book. I like Vico. I like Hegel. I like these kind of symbiotic historical developments that reflect the syntactical form, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's all there ever was. It's all there ever will be. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're about to go to part 4 of this interview. I've just been doing my analysis. Somehow we got into a rambling Towel soliloquy about how we need reasonable overlapping consensus, and we need to have a public sphere that tolerates different views. And then I also analyzed a little bit of the geostrategic history of why U.S. intervention in the Middle East caused blowback that might now put us in an untenable situation with Iran. But also, since we have to ward off the rise of the BRICS, I think we should just send Towel to Iran. I will walk around, and hopefully we need to send me with a diplomatic mission, and I need to probably talk to some people first, and we got to make sure it's safe. You send me around Iran, and I'll be like, listen, I'm not converting you. We should just all be friends. The Joint Chiefs are like, oh no, not this again. He's going to go to Berlin and say he's a hamburger. All right, we're going to get to part 4 of this interview with, I wouldn't call it an interview. I'd call it a very unique set of responses to questions from Juror 11 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. That would be Paula. And I'm going to read the next part for you right here. We're going to call this part 4. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have not had my lunch today, so please forgive me for being slightly all over the place. we're going to get through this full interview, and then I'm going to order my lunch after, and we're going to go back to watching this interesting documentary. And you might be saying, Towel, how is it that you are so interested in so many things? Well, listen, I don't watch TV. I only listen to audiobooks about very complex political topics. I watch the Senate Watergate Committee testimony from 1973 with Senator Irving as the chairperson. And then I also like to watch obscure documentaries about how the intelligence community functions. And then I try to piece together inductively, while also reading archived documents from the Church Committee, how the posture of the world really is compared to how it's presented to us. And I think it's because I wanted to become, and I'm scared to say this, I don't even think I should, I would like to become someone who helps in the role of government. I think we need to just put Towel in there. Yes, give me a gavel. You can call me Congressman Towel. I will bang the gavel. I will say the hearing is coming to session. Now sit down and answer my questions about Finnegan's Wake. What do you think about Hegel? I will hold you in contempt of Congress. Answer my questions. No one give me a gavel. No one allow me to do that. It will not be healthy for America. I will just start yelling things at people. And I have speech or debate privilege too, so I'll just get up there at the committee hearing and be like, I am Congressman Towel. You shall listen to me. And I'll start banging my gavel on the table. And then I'll say, I have speech and debate privilege. Tell me about why you're a spy. Oh, dear goodness. I am not sure we should do that. I think I could win. I think I could win, which is the Mr. Towel goes to Washington. Just send me down there. Oh, dear God. The DCCC will be like, who let him come here? Why won't he go raise $10,000 a day in our call center? He seems to really dislike party politics. And I'm going to be like, yes, call me Thomas Jefferson Towel. Let's do this. Imagine me speaking on the floor of the House. Ladies and gentlemen of America, I would like to rise to bring your attention to a very important national issue. If we could just facilitate industrial towel production in Latin America, we could thus facilitate inter-economic cooperation, ward off the rise of the BRICS, allow me to talk about towels, and protect the petrodollar. Long story, no time to explain. I have to go. Thank you for your attention. My name is Congressman Towel. C-SPAN would be like, that is the greatest thing I have ever heard in my entire life. What is this towel diplomacy? Why does he want to facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation based on textile production? And what is this talk of warding off the rise of the BRICS and protecting the petrodollar? Who is this man, and why does he think he's a towel? The news is probably like, Paula, why did you send this man things so people had to tune in to listen to him? And I bet Paula's like, that's exactly why I did it. It's hilarious. We're trolling you. You don't understand. I love this so much. I can't put it into words. I just think it's hilarious. All right. You ready for part 4? I don't even need to interview someone. Just send me the text and I'll do an explication by myself and analyze it. Well, no, hold on. I don't want anyone to misplace the fact that I love politics and diplomacy for me saying at all that you should take anything that Paul is saying at face value. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying she's so good that you should assume there's something between every line. Folks, understand, I'm not insulting Paula. I'm just saying we're studying PR. Like when you're buying Marlboro cigarettes, I hope you are not saying like, I trust that the Marlboro man wants what's best for my health. Like he's selling cigarettes. Like I can still go into the ad agency and be like, I don't like that you're selling cigarettes, but like, good job. Like they're toasted. Good job. You know, like, I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? It's analysis. It's not a team sport. It is analysis of complex PR. You can't just be a jerk. I'm not saying this to any of you, but you can't just be like, screw you, I don't agree with you, I don't like that you're selling cigarettes, like, I'm never going to talk to you, and then spend your life on some vendetta because you don't like that they're selling cigarettes. Like, I don't like it, okay, but, like, I need to understand what you're doing. I will talk to you. I will respect you. It's actually kind of hard to do that, like, game, recognize game. She's not selling cigarettes. I'm using that as an example. Hey, Harvard Yard. Hey, Harvard Yard, you want to come on after lunch and analyze this juror number 4 interview, the exclusive text interview juror number 4 sent over? It's pretty interesting. Now, listen, a lot of people, I want to say this to Paula if she's listening, a lot of people are going to analyze in the comments. I hope you will let it, fall off your shoulders like it does with mine when I see some things. People like mock, my brother had his colon removed at age 4, God bless his soul, and they won't remove your colon at that age, and at least in the U.S. back then, it was like 2001, unless they try everything, because a colectomy is a 3-stage process. It's horrible, like for anybody, but not to mention for a child. And right as he was going into kindergarten, so they tried everything. He was losing so much blood, he had to get like infusions from my uncle. God bless my uncle, who had like some special kind of blood that could like match with anyone, and my brother had a unique kind of blood. But anyway, it worked out. They infused him and kept him alive long enough to do the surgery, thank God. But to keep him alive, they had to use like heavy doses of steroids, not just like a prednisone taper. I'm pretty sure like he was on like a PICC line for a very long time, just like kept alive by reducing the inflammation through cortisol or whatever steroids they were using. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. And so there are people out there who to this day like will make fake profiles or mock my brother or things like that. Anyone listening, Paula or otherwise, any public figure, if you see that kind of stuff about you, this is how I cope with it. I think, all right, they clearly like don't hate my brother because he has no colon. Like they're not trying to mock an intellectually developed, like disabled like man who like is lucky to be alive. Like we're grateful he's alive. Like they're not doing that on purpose. It's because they have something going on in their own lives and they're taking out by proxy on me. So I saw something way earlier about like people were saying really bad stuff about Paula or me or whatever on Twitter. That's okay. People are going to do that. I don't read it, and I hope Paula isn't impacted by some of that virulent rhetoric either, because it offends me. Like it hurts me. So I think this is the next part of the answer. So this is part 4 or 5 now. Paula says, I moved to Brazil in 2021 while pregnant with my 4th child. My husband was sick, and thanks to COVID, nobody from Brazil could come help. Our jobs allowed us to move, so we did. And again, the reason why I had asked that question to Paula is I think in 2019, 2020, right in early 2021, actually, December 2020 or so, the father-in-law, who she's going to talk about next, took a plea in the federal missile theft case and the CSAM case in the state case out of Attleboro District Court. And I was like, the timing's a little weird, and her explanation, and she's, you take it for what it is, okay? You don't accept anything, trust but verify, but this is her explanation. I'm not commenting on whether it's valid. I'm telling you this is her explanation. She chose to share it. I'm relaying it to you all. So Paula says, I moved to Brazil in 2021 while pregnant with my 4th child. My husband was sick, and thanks to COVID, nobody from Brazil would come help. Our jobs allowed us to move, so we did. Someone asked if Towel vapes. I do. My prednisone, when I go on prednisone, it really messes with me, so my doctor prescribed me a medicine that's legal in Massachusetts, and that's one of the few things that has kept me out of the hospital over the past 4 years. So I'm very grateful that this medicine exists, and I hate prednisone. Now the next answer. Okay. Paula's now talking about the post where she said, where she, and I'll bring it up because I think it's fair, because it doesn't actually make sense in context, number 5, unless we look at what she said. So Paula said, I answered your post with irony because, well, what does my father-in-law's old legal troubles have to do with me serving as a juror? Please connect the dots for me. Now, you'll see in my response, which we'll view later, I did connect the dots for her, at least the nature of my question, which is you get a jury form sent to your house when you get called, and part of it requires disclosure of family members and household members and whatever. Now, maybe the father-in-law, I think he's registered as a sex offender, so, like, he doesn't live with her directly, but, like, come on, like, he's a sex offender. Like, did you disclose it? That's, like, as serious as it can be, and he's in your family, whether he lives in the house or not. He's your father-in-law. But anyway, let me show you the post in question, where she was kind of facetious in her response, because I think looking at that, like, it puts this more in context. And that was the one where she said, oh, will you write my autobiography? Now, mind you, my response to her was pretty good. But I want to show you that specific I want to show you that specific response, because this number 5 in her series, this is actually a direct response to an exchange that Paula and I had on social media. So let me grab that for you now. We're going through this response one part at a time, ladies and gentlemen. One part at a time. And here we go. Where was Paula's response? It was on the first day. And it was, that's how I knew she was kind of smart and what's the word? People keep saying you're, like, being obsequious. I'm not. Like, I knew as someone who covers the news that this person was, like, skilled in PR. Okay, so that immediately I'm like, okay, that's what journalists look for. Like, if we think you're, like, into that, there's a reason. What's going on? So all right, so here we go. I got it. All right, I got it. Let me bring this over up on the screen for you. A little towel. All right. Here we go. All right, let me bring this up. I have a pretty good archive, you know what I'm saying? See how I slipped into my accent there? That's what I would say. If I were being lazy, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to go change the paper and the printer. But that's not my accent. That's my real speaking style. But does that at all affect how I deliver words to you when I'm live? No. Yeah, I can slip into it on command. I do it on purpose, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to have a command of language to do that. You have to know that you're doing it. All right, let's take a look. Where is it? This one. That's it. I found it. I'm a towel. I'm a little towel. All right, here we go. So you can see on this page, let me just zoom in for you, make that text a little larger. There we go. Look at me being a little towel. So Paula responded to a post that I made, and we'll read the post in full. This is what she's talking about. She said, I would love to have you as an author of my biography. An author. How about, you think, well, I guess another person could work with me, but Towel's a little bit of a unique writer. You can call me Ida Tarbell, Hunter S. Thompson, Walt Whitman Towel. With Henry Damaris Lloyd thrown in there for good measure. I'm trying to ward off the megalomania of S.S. McClure. His whole idea of starting up like 7 companies and trying to create a utopia kind of screwed McClure's magazine. I know my lane, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be S.S. McClure. The good ship SS Towel. Thank you for flying, Air Towel, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is the post she responded to. Now, by the way, they tried to community note my post. Failed. You know why I failed? Because you were wrong on the community note. They tried to say it wasn't her dad or something. Look at this proposed community note. Well, Paula Prado shares a name with Al-Malahadi. Sorry, I'm going to get... Ahmed Al-Ahadi. I got it! Ahmed Al-Ahadi. Ahmed Al-Ahadi. It took me so long to figure out how to say that name. And trust me, if you're in this chat, you know that I struggle to pronounce any name that is, even simple names I get wrong all the time. I feel so bad. I literally will pronounce people's name with like 4 letters wrong. But anyway, Ahmed Al-Ahadi, Sergaladin. Ahmed Al-Ahadi, Sergaladin. This is very hard. Ahmed-Lahadi Sergeladine. Ahmed-Lahadi Sergeladine. Ahmed-Lahadi Sergeladine. No, that's wrong. Ahmed-Lahadi Sergeladine. Sergeladine. I'm gonna guess that GE there is pronounced with an H, like GEL there. So it's Ahmed-Lahadi Sergeladine, and I can't do the H. Like, that's why Arabic is hard. It stresses, like, words come out as an H sound, especially that GE there. And I'm pretty sure it's Sergeladine, like gah with an L after and then DIN. But it's hard for me to say it. It's like I can't say that last name, I'm sure, as it's actually pronounced, so I don't want to get it wrong. There is no, this is the note, by the way, there is no evidence confirming any familial relationship with them. She just confirmed it in the post, in the message to me. So, yeah, it's that. This note did not get accepted. It was wrong. And because it was wrong, I get extra points now because I rated it not helpful. Additionally, Ahmed-Lahadi's criminal case has no known connection to Paula's role or conduct as a juror. Yeah, not her conduct as a juror. It has to do with the form. The initial form that got sent to the house, and whether it had the question, which I know it does, about a family member, household member being involved with crimes, witness in a criminal proceeding, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, the post did not get noted. And let me just show you what the post said. This is what Paula responded to. It said, breaking news, and I don't mean to do this, but like, since Paula in number 5 responded, this is what she was responding to. The father-in-law of juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado Sergalín dos Santos, was convicted of retaining classified U.S. military documents related to our nation's missile defense systems in 2019. Ahmed-Lahadi Yassin Sergalín formally pleaded guilty in December of that year and was sentenced to 18 months in prison by a federal judge. Little did I know he also got an 18-month at the time. Little did I know I'd find out a day later he also got an 18-month concurrent sentence in state prison for CSAM material. Read the announcement following Sergalíne's sentencing from then U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Andrew E. Lelling, here. Paula's husband, Kareem, indeed, wrote a letter to the court, and we can just look at this UA if you want to know. Like, I traced this down. Like, I knew what I was looking for eventually. And I think it was LA Connection who helped find it. But you can see, like, this is her father. And he ends up pleading out for something else. I'm pretty sure they flipped him, or he gave up stuff on Egypt, or we got people out of an Egyptian prison who were undeclared assets. Anyway, a former Raytheon systems engineer was sentenced today for illegally retaining national defense information. The defendant retained 31,000 pages of information that was marked as classified, some of which pertained to U.S. missile defense and was classified at the secret level. Oh, all of it was classified, and some of it was at secret level, and altered or obliterated the classification markings on documents. Ahmed-Lahadi Yassin Sergalín, 67 of Sharon, was sentenced by U.S. District Court Judge Patty B. Saris to 18 months in prison, 1 year of supervised release in order to pay a fine of $10,000. And this was July 22nd, 2020. So right before 2021. In December 2019, Sergalín pleaded guilty to 1 count of willfully retaining national defense information. Sergalín was a systems engineer at Raytheon Technologies in Mass from August 97 until he was terminated in May of 2017. He had a secret level security clearance in order to complete his assignments on several defense contracts for the U.S. government involving military radar technology. After Raytheon raised suspicions to federal authorities about whether Sergalín was being candid during an internal investigation of his computer usage, agents followed Sergalín to a local library where they discovered he was researching how to delete files from his computer. During the execution of search warrants, over 3,100 electronic files and over 110 paper documents belonging to Raytheon or the DoD, over 570 of which were marked as containing classified information, were recovered. The documents marked as containing classified information totaled approximately 31,000 pages in length. Court documents list 5 specific documents, all of which pertain to U.S. military programs involving missile defense and are classified at the secret level. It was also determined that Sergalín had altered or obliterated the classification markings on approximately 50 documents. U.S. Attorney Andrew Lee Lelling, Assistant Attorney General John C. Demers, Joseph R. Bonavolatana, Special Agent of the FBI, who left on bad terms, by the way, Boston Field Division, Michael Wiest, Special Agent in charge of the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, Northeast Field Office, made the announcement. Assistance with the investigation was provided by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations and the Internal Revenue Service's Criminal Investigations in Boston. Raytheon Technologies has cooperated with the investigation, which was launched after they notified federal authorities about the suspicious conduct. Assistant U.S. Attorney Scott L. Garland, Deputy Chief of Lelling's National Security Unit Division, prosecuted the case with assistance from trial attorney Scott Claffey of the Justice Department's National Security Division. Listen. The DOJ was all over this shit. It was right after Lelling left. The DOJ, very possibly, especially that office with Levy, listen, we're going to find out that somebody that was intimately involved with Alan Jackson and David Yannetti in that DOJ between November of 2022 and the fall and 2023, and maybe 2024, someone in that DOJ, maybe still there, knew about this. This might be, I'm not talking about you, Paula, but we might have something here that borders on, I don't even want to say the word. It starts with a T, and the second letter is R. If anyone who was involved in this prosecution in 2019 and 2020 was a holdover and had contact with Alan Jackson or David Yannetti or Karen Reed, then that's how this happened. And Paula, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about something much bigger now, I think. This sorry, I froze your comments on screen. Sorry. Hold on, I got to scroll up. I missed like 50 comments. Something's wrong. All right? Here's why I want to say something's wrong, okay? It's wrong for a number of reasons. I think that DOJ told Alan I think the prosecution's lap. And then the other thing is, and this is why it gets a little concerning, Murder by Maestro is right. Paula, and I'm not saying this to Paula, but Paula's father-in-law, when he was tried on state and federal court, or made the plea, his lawyer was Kevin Reddington. Kevin Reddington was in the courthouse for the Turek trial and as Jen McCabe's lawyer during the Reed retrial. And I've always had suspicions Reddington was a defense plant. Like, he wasn't really Jen's lawyer. He did it not because like of who Jen knew, but because the defense wanted him close to Jen. And then the reason why this makes even more sense is, what if, you see what I mean? Like, Reddington negotiated the plea related to Sergeline's father-in-law. Reddington might have known Sergeline. What if Reddington goes to Alan and is like, hey, Alan, like, you know, you got people in the DOJ. Why don't you see about this nice couple living down in Brazil? You know? Every major player is involved. Everyone. I don't know. And I'm not really talking about Paula anymore. This is so much bigger than her. If anyone at the Department of Justice, I want to be very clear about this, in my opinion. If anyone at the Department of Justice, or through Kevin Reddington, whether Kevin Reddington was involved or not, and mind you, we're talking about why is this relevant to Paula's jury service? One, the father's crimes. That is a question that's asked on the initial jury questionnaire, crimes about household member or family member, or being a witness in a criminal proceeding or anything. Two, Reddington factors in because Reddington was in the courtroom, and the juror obviously might have known Reddington since he was the lawyer for her father. Okay? And we know that Paula's husband wrote a letter to the judge in the father's sentencing because I got the sentencing document from the defense. In that case, I didn't get it from the defense. I got it from the internet. But I got the sentencing document from the father's federal case, and Kareem is in there, Paula's husband. And so, if anyone from the Department of Justice who was pissed off that Leah Foley ended the federal probe of John O'Keefe's death, and this could have been years before, it could have been now, but if anyone in the DOJ was involved, either in 2024 or through the second trial, with telling Alan Jackson about this situation, and then also coordinating involvement in jury tampering, that's, I'm saying hypothetically, that borders on treason. It's not about Paula, by the way. I'm talking way bigger here. This needs to be... I believe, in my role as a citizen, that I would like to petition my government for a redress of my grievances. And my grievance is that I think someone, either in the orbit of Kevin Reddington or the Department of Justice, that old Levy Rollins whatever unit before U.S. Attorney Foley came in under President Trump, I think someone very well may have coordinated an influence operation on a state criminal jury with non-public intelligence information that was garnered in the context of a case related to missile defense systems being stolen, probably on behalf of Egypt, whether Egypt blackmailed the person in question into stealing these documents or found out they were doing something bad or otherwise. And then also willfully got back at Hank Brennan the revenge of the old DOJ. That's the story. That's the story. Paul and all that. I think we have to keep analyzing this. But the story is, this wasn't Karen. Karen benefited from this being done. But this, my opinion, is the verdict in the Karen Reed retrial was not valid because it was a message from the old DOJ in Boston to Hank Brennan that we are more powerful than you. Someone's got to figure this out. The current DOJ, the FBI, I don't know. It's bigger than any individual juror, though. This was a message from that old liberal DOJ to Hank Brennan. It was personal. The O'Keefe family is just collateral damage, as is John and his legacy. This was personal. It was the last trump card. It's the greatest chess move I've ever seen pulled off, but it got exposed instantly by a little towel who just does not give up. And you realize what it is for me, right? Is I love my country. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. I love my country. My country is the reason why I'm allowed to do what I do each day. I get to drive around and be a little towel, get to know all of you, I get to express myself. I get to be free within the bounds of a civilized society. I think it's a very good mix of the Rousseauian and Hobbesian paradox related to what is the point of civil society. Are we in a state of omnia contra omnis, where where life is poor, nasty, brutish, and short, and thus we come together and give up certain rights to exist in harmony, and therefore strive towards something that is not a state of nature. It's the term the philosophers use in the Western tradition. A state of nature defined by a life that's poor, nasty, brutish, and short, and the war of all against all, omnia contra omnes. Versus the paradox between the Rousseauian interpretation, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the Rousseauian interpretation from I think it's the first discourse is on the origin of inequality, and the second discourse is on the question posed in 1792 by the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Paris as to whether progress in the arts and sciences tends to corrupt or purify morals. And I think it's in the second discourse that Rousseau explicates a conception of the state of nature that's very it's a very nice place. We do better there. And then we come into civilized society and we have chains put on us. And I think he gels a little bit with Hobbes there, where he thinks of civil society as us giving up certain rights. He calls them chains. But then Rousseau, in answering the question posed by the Academy of Arts and Sciences, and interestingly, did you know Rousseau, and he tends to exaggerate a little bit, but if you read, it's either in Emile or the Confessions, probably the Confessions, Rousseau will tell it I was going to visit Diderot, who was in a mental hospital in the time outside Paris. I was going to visit Diderot, and I was walking down the tree-lined avenues, and I sat down beneath a tree, and I had been pondering the question posed by the Academy of Arts and Sciences as to whether, progress in the arts and sciences tends to corrupt or purify the morals. So I sat down in a burst of inspiration, being Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and I penned the second discourse of the first discourse in answer to this question, sua sponte, immediately under a tree. I don't think he actually did that, but that's how he tells the story of writing this treatise. But anyway, Rousseau's argument, and he does a good job explaining his view of the state of nature in this text, is that we put garlands of flowers over our chains. And in turn, I do really think that I'm going to pull it back. I do really think that this does reflect sort of a larger question of the point of civil society. Is it a form of check and balance where we give up certain rights to exist in society, or have we kind of strayed away from something more beautiful by adopting this form of society? The point is, though, I love this country very much. I think it embodies a good solution to the paradox between Hobbes and Rousseau as to what a country should be. And furthermore, my family were Lithuanian Jews on one side who had to escape Russian pogroms in the 1800s, and only because when they arrived at Ellis Island, did the immigration officers allow them into the country, am I alive. Some of my family members who did not make it died in the camps in the 40s. And I love this country very much, and I, first and foremost, will defend it. So if you're wondering, Grant, why are you so incredulous? It's not about Paula. It's not about any one juror. It's that I think what we're looking here is it really was a proxy battle, and it didn't stop between the DOJ, the old DOJ under Levy and Rollins and whatever, and and Hank Brennan. And I really think that when the DOJ, the old DOJ, they weren't even in power anymore, when they thought, and remember, they were in power up until January of 2025, when they thought that Brennan was going to do him in, which he basically did, they pulled out their Trump card. No pun intended, because I don't think President Trump would have liked this if he knew about it, because it was a bunch of liberals up in that old office. By the way, Josh Levy, who I think is at the center of this, is suing President Trump on behalf of Harvard now. Gives the GOP all the incentive in the world to go after it. I think it was that old liberal DOJ pulling their Trump card, and Karen was just the beneficiary of it. This wasn't Turtle Boy's reputation at stake. It wasn't just that. This wasn't just Karen's reputation at stake. It wasn't Allen's. It wasn't David's. It was that old DOJ. They needed this to come out that way, and they did it a little bit too hard. They pushed a little too hard. It was just a little too obvious. And that's the thing, I love my country, and I'm not just going to say, there's nothing going on here, when it's not about any individual juror. When I think my country is, and I'm not talking about this juror's father-in-law, just that, but when I think my country is at stake, when something's really wrong, and I'm worried that the reason why Karen and Alan were so cavalier is if you got the intelligence community, like the DOJ, the FBI, the DOJ, the FBI, CIA, whatever behind you, you're untouchable. It doesn't matter if they're not in office anymore. That shit's for life. That shit is for life. So those guys that rotate out, and girls that rotate out of the DOJ, it's for life. And I'm telling you, they were pissed at Hank Brennan and U.S. Attorney Foley. I'll bet you dollars to donuts U.S. Attorney Foley and Hank Brennan have spoken since last week. Dollars to donuts. All right. So let's continue reading my story here. I had clicked the press release. Paula's husband, Kareem, indeed wrote a letter to the court on behalf of his father, originally from Egypt, at the time of sentencing. Paula's father-in-law was caught by the FBI in a litany of U.S. military intelligence agencies after time card fraud led to an investigation whereupon Paula's father-in-law attempted to hide evidence of his crime from federal authorities and his employer, Raytheon. However, despite efforts by Paula's father-in-law, the FBI discovered 3,100 electronic files and over 100 paper documents in Ahmed al-Hadi's home, over 500 of which were marked classified. It was actually over 31,000 pages of which, actually all of the files were classified, but it was over 500 of which were top secret or something or whatever, and 5 of which contained documentation about U.S. missile defense technology. Shortly thereafter, and this was what Paula answered in the other question, folks, by the way, you can see it right there, so let me just shrink this a little bit. You can see it right there, folks, okay? Paula answers it in question 4. Shortly thereafter, and it wasn't really a question, but she just answers it, Paula and Kareem left the U.S. and went to Brazil for 3 years. Then Paula, who is a lawyer in Brazil, returned to the U.S. in March, it was actually February of 2024, and took a job at a Target near Walpole before becoming a juror in the Reed and O'Keefe retrial in the late spring of 2025. In recent days, Paula has done a whirlwind media tour, parroting defense narratives, you could argue expressing defense narratives, that has led many, including international news outlets, to probe further into Paula's background. Read more here. See video of Paula's interviews about the Reed and O'Keefe retrial combined into a single compilation here. Interestingly, Kareem interviewed his wife Paula for his podcast around 2021, where both husband and wife discussed the importance of finding a way for Islam to exist in harmony with American feminism on domestic soil. That's loaded language. I bet Paula read that and was like, Grant, that's loaded language. Listen to the backup of that episode here. Read indictment of Juror 11's father-in-law related to the unauthorized possession of classified U.S. missile defense documents here. I have the indictment. We can take a look at it. And read a case study of the charges against Paula's father-in-law here. So let's take a look at the indictment. Tao likes indictments in terms of reading them. Let's look at them. They're public records. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at it up in the right there. All right, hold on. Let me towel zoom. All right, there it is. There's the case number, 18CR10436. If you're searching on Pacer, case 1, parenthesis, what is it? 2 dots over each other, 18-CR-10436-PBS. This document was filed 11/20/2018. That's when he was indicted. And the charges are, and they don't actually go into the charges yet. They kind of hide it. You could tell this was national security. He's charged with tampering with a witness and a forfeiture allegation. But then you go through the background. You can see all of the text up on your screen, and you find out that he was involved with military defense technology. He had access to national defense information to work on, what is it? What is this word here? He had information about U.S. military projects involving classified information, and he had a secret level clearance since 1997. They found that he was doing time card fraud. He was taking off every Friday from 2017, from January through March of 2017, but he was claiming he had worked on those dates, and so Raytheon overcharged the government on the contracts, and so it was like a federal crime. During the time card fraud investigation, they looked at his electronics and downloads on their computer network for any suspicious activity, and they determined that on January 29th and February 25th, 2017, he downloaded hundreds of documents and put them on a Western Digital hard drive in violation of their security and document control policies. They investigated him because it seems he was mishandling sensitive information. From the very beginning of this investigation, in or around April 2017, Sergeline sought to mislead Raytheon personnel. His conduct continued throughout the company's investigation until the FBI searched Sergeline's house, vehicle, and person on or about May 3rd, 2017. His misleading conduct included claiming he was working on company business at home and elsewhere outside the company and that he was authorized to do so, misrepresenting why and when he had downloaded Raytheon documents, falsely denying that he possessed an external hard drive or thumb drive, and then later making fraudulent and misleading statements about how he had used an external hard drive, falsely denying that he had possessed and retained Raytheon records and documents marked as containing classified information at his residence, and failing to notify Raytheon about the numerous records marked classified located at his residence, delaying his delivery of his Western Digital hard drive and personal laptop to Raytheon investigators, both of which contain information pertaining to his work at Raytheon on United States military programs, accessing files on and changing the contents of a personal Maxell thumb drive despite having been instructed not to do so, and delaying the delivery of his personal laptop computer to Raytheon so he could conduct research on how to wipe his personal laptop clean. He was clearly under surveillance when he did that. Sergeline knowingly engaged in this misleading conduct with intent to hinder, delay, and prevent Raytheon personnel and others who were reasonably likely to learn of the facts from Raytheon personnel from communicating them to a law enforcement officer. This information was, in fact, eventually reported to the FBI. The charges are that he did this, and eventually he pleads guilty to willfully retaining national defense information, like a little bit later. Now, let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. And this was Scott Garland, and the true bill was November 20th, 2018, at 11:58 a.m. on 11/20/18. So let's take a look, though, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the post as it continues, because let's look at Paula's response that I mentioned earlier, because that was the end of the post as it began that day. All right, but if we're really going to analyze what's going on with Paula's father, we don't just have to look at her response, right? So hold on one second. This was Paula's response. I would love to have you as an author of my biography. Once I get rich and famous for my tour, what do you think? Now, that was just her being tongue-in-cheek, and you can see she said, I answered your question with irony. But you know why, like, the irony might not have been a good idea? I don't know if she became to feel bad about this or why she followed up. But it wasn't just the missile defense secrets, which basically made me break down in tears, by the way. It was that, let me pull this up here. It was that, and we'll take a look at it. It was that he also was convicted or pled guilty at the same time to possession of CSAM. Okay. Now, by the way, so someone was asking earlier, Grant, so what did the juror questionnaire say that would have brought in a question about Paula disclosing this? Well, that's the form right there on the right. And you can see it's the confidential juror questionnaire. This is just a blank form. It says you must be a U.S. citizen, understand English, and be 18 or older to serve. Are you qualified? Yes or no? And then your experience with the law. Please check all that apply. Have you or anyone in your household or family ever had any of the following experience with the law? Yes or no? Been arrested, been charged with a crime, been convicted of a crime, been a crime victim, been sued, filed a lawsuit, been a witness in a civil criminal case, been seated on a jury, been served with a court order, sought a court order, etc. So that's your experience with the law. Have you or anyone in your household or family? All three, and it says or, okay? So let's click out of this one. That's why it's relevant, all right? Now look where it goes from there, though, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what comes out the very next day? One, that Kevin Reddington was this guy's lawyer, right? That's one thing. Then that's the lawyer for Jen McCabe, who was in the courthouse at the time when Paula was a juror. That also plays into this. But look at this. The case number is 1934CR001944. Commonwealth v. Ahmedalahadi Y. Sergeline, and you can see that in Attleboro District Court, he pled guilty to child sexual abuse material possessed, C-272-29C. Photograph unsuspecting nude person, C-272-105B, 3 counts. So it's not just that he had CP. It seems like he was like maybe like taking pictures of children without their knowledge. I mean, like, what the fuck? Was he doing creep shots or something, bro? Like, I don't know. Like, that's some weird shit. But anyway, so he it clearly is more than just the feds caught him on the missile secrets. It was that he was he had child sexual abuse material on his computer. Now listen, it's disgusting. It's abhorrent, but we can't get lost in our moral freaking outrage about this, because then something even weirder happens. He gets, read that, on 6/22/2021. So right, Paula, is that right? I wonder if that's right when Paula left for Brazil, because she told us she left for Brazil in 2021. So on 6/22/2021, with Kevin Reddington there as his lawyer, okay, 6/22/2021, literally exactly around the time that she went to Brazil, you can see there's a defendant motion to stay execution of state court sentence and run sentence concurrent with federal sentence filed, continued to 7/1/21. Okay? So there was this, and it's not as a motion, by the way. That's not on the frickin' docket. Go look on that docket, on the state court criminal docket, for a motion. It's just a comment. It was an oral motion at the hearing, and you can tell they felt really awkward about documenting it. It got frickin' documented as a comment on an oral hearing held on 6/22/2021. Note, your comments: defendant's motion to stay execution of sentence and to run sentence concurrent with federal sentence. I'm telling you, this was a bag job. The feds let this guy get away with an 18-month sentence with child sexual abuse material and stealing our missile secrets for one of two reasons. One, he gave up some stuff about Egypt, or two, more likely it was a spy swap, and Egypt was approached about this and agreed to give us people in Egyptian jails who were undisclosed agency assets, because that, if you're disclosed, then you just get declared persona non grata and they throw you out. If you're undisclosed, you get arrested and treated like a civilian. So I bet they held our guys or girls, and then when this stuff went down, we approached them and we're like, we have this guy, we'll let him out in 18 months. He's a serious offender, but you give us X, Y, or Z. And Reddington would be the only type of person that they would trust. By the way, earlier in the docket, he didn't have money, the juror's father-in-law, to make a $10,000 bail. He was held. But then Reddington enters in an appearance in the case. Who paid him? Probably the feds, because it wasn't Sergeline retaining Reddington. It was the feds giving Reddington to Sergeline so that the feds could negotiate a compromise through the State Department with Egypt, or a settlement, or a spy swap. And then Reddington was the vehicle, because the DOJ can't walk into a state court. Reddington was the vehicle to tell the state court judge that this deal was made so that the state court judge would approve the motion to run the sentence concurrent with the federal sentence. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But you proffer like that, you give him everything. Including, maybe, your son is a double agent. That's the part that pisses me off. Come on. That's not fair to me. I'm not talking to Paul or anyone specific, but it's not fair to me to put Little Towel in this position where, this has to come out this way. This is outrageous. It's not really, it's hiding in plain sight. Nothing about this, the Attleboro charges, was ever made public. The feds, I think it's a little weird the feds didn't mention he also got popped and charged with CP. Come on. This was a deal between Egypt and the United States. And it was right after El-Sisi, not right after, but El-Sisi came to power in 2014. And so we had a real interest in putting pressure on the Egyptian government. We helped get the Egyptian government into power, for sure. after the Facebook revolution, which was like a continuation of what happened in Libya in 2011 or so. But like by 2019 or 2017, when this guy was spying, if he was doing that, Egypt was pissed at us, both under President Trump and under President Biden for a long time, and under President Obama, because immediately after al-Sisi got in power, we started pressuring them on human rights abuses. So and remember, Egypt is a member of the BRICS. The BRICS it's like Brazil, Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia, I don't know if South Africa's in it, but Egypt's in it. Okay, they are our enemy. The state of Egypt, it may be like neutral in some sense, but they are our enemy in the BRIC sense. And so is Brazil. Now, here's why I think it's very possible, though, that we need people there too, you know? So this opportunity for the feds was probably more than just getting our guys out of the jail in Egypt, or girls. It might have been, we need an asset, and the son might have been a really good really good asset. That explains why this is all so weird. I mean, it's not my fault. I didn't blow anyone's cover. This was all out there. He's going to be useless as an asset now. They might actually have to protect him. Yeah, but also if they're both, I think they're U.S. citizens, or what? He's a U.S. citizen. She's I think she confirms in her interview in the text a little bit later. This is a exclusive text interview that I got from the juror Paula, juror 11. If they're citizens, like they're on U.S. soil. I was getting concerned the other way, and you got to understand I have a right to be concerned, especially right now with the situation in the world about anyone who might have a connection to Egyptian intelligence. But it could also be that it's actually a connection to U.S. intelligence for the purposes of getting information about Egyptian intelligence. I'm talking about the son, and that could have been part of the deal. But then, because you proffer everything, you can't hide the son. You proffer everything if you get that kind of deal. That's part of the proffer. It's not public, but it's part of the proffer. So then it leads to a few things. If they're U.S. intelligence, or either one of them, they're fine. Nothing is going to happen to them on U.S. soil. That would be an act of war. No one is going to do that, Egypt or otherwise. Number two, if they're U.S. intelligence, or the son, or one or both of them, then it's very likely they were linked up with Alan Jackson by the old DOJ in Boston, and someone needs to figure this out because it's very serious. Not for Paula and her husband, they're just part of this. But if someone did that, if Alan Jackson had contact with anyone in the government, DOJ, FBI, CIA, whatever, and found out about these two, and that's how they got involved, that borders on betraying the United States. Now, you could say it's not really betraying the United States if they're domestic intelligence assets, but it betrays the United States because Alan should never have been told about that. And Reddington, there's no way Reddington is a coincidence here. He middlemans stuff between the feds and the state court. He clearly middleman the plea deal for her father. Why the fuck wouldn't Kevin Reddington middleman this juror? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't he? Feds are like the old DOJ is like, hey, Kevin Reddington, we don't really, we want to make sure this jury, okay, Kevin Reddington's like, let me deliver the message to Alan or David. I'm a lawyer, privileged. Reddington goes to Alan. I'm hypothetically spitballing. Reddington goes to Kevin, to Alan or David or Karen. Probably a lawyer though. I got what you need. I got someone, we'll make sure she gets on the jury. Maybe Paula doesn't even know the full extent of it. I'm spitballing. And Reddington's like, by the way, this is coming from the old DOJ. This is the fuck you to Brennan for getting Foley to confirm the end of the probe. Do you want this big fuck you? And of course, Alan's going to do it. So then the question becomes, it wasn't Reddington's idea. Why the fuck would Kevin Reddington, why would he care so much about Karen Reed's innocence or guilt or whatever. He's a defense attorney, sure, but why the fuck would he care about doing this? This is, you do this and you don't have permission from the feds, you're former or current, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday, as a lawyer or otherwise. You do this with permission from the feds, though, former or current, you feel a little bit more safe. Not just more safe, you are okay. It's not a mistake of law or fact defense under MPC 403 or 404, but it's, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but it's diplomatic cover. If the feds are like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can, like, if Reddington says to AJ, this is coming from Levy or someone in that old office, fuck Hank Brennan, AJ is going to feel far more comfortable running this op. Otherwise, it borders on, I'm saying otherwise, it borders on potential treason because you're exposing national security information to compromise a state court jury. If you have the go-ahead from the intelligence community, even if they're no longer in power or it's like a faction of like whatever that's left over, then you can be like, hey, I didn't do it. They told me to do it. I'm not talking about it public. I'm saying that can be your defense. I didn't do it. What do you mean? Reddington told me that the fucking, I'm saying hypothetically, Reddington told me the feds wanted to do this. What the fuck? I did what I was told. I love America. That's how you, that's what, if Alan Jackson ever gets to that point, he's fucked. All right, but let's read this because this is the really interesting part, and then we'll go back to Paula's answers. Of course, it's taken me 2 hours to get through half of the interview. There it is. The federal government in the state of Massachusetts facilitated, through Kevin Reddington, by the way, an agreement whereby the father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado Sergolin dos Santos, only served 18 months in prison for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and for the possession of CP. Ahmed Alahadi, Yassine Sergolin, formally pleaded guilty in June of 2021 in Attleboro District Court, and he was sentenced to a term of 2 years and 6 months in state prison with 18 months to serve and a 3-year period of probation. Sergolin was also forced to register as a sex offender. So she was in Brazil his whole probation term. Interestingly, Sergolin's lawyer for the charges was Kevin Reddington, a well-respected lawyer who served as counsel for witness Jen McCabe in the Reed trial. Yesterday, I reported Sergolin was also sentenced to 18 months in federal prison for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents in December of 2020. Strangely, however, Paula's father-in-law served that sentence in a private federal ICE detention center in Pennsylvania. Per my sources, who are familiar with the matter, most inmates are not released from that facility, but instead deported from the prison, as the prison where Ahmed Alahadi was held was a holding facility. And then you can read the announcement, the letter on behalf, and then we're going to go back to the answers from Paula now. But let's just say, folks, I mean, that's some shit, all right? Like, that's the feds and the state making a deal. And listen, like, I don't think Paula has any, like, role in this larger thing, okay? Like, that's why I'm being, she's a diplomat to me. It's like, if I would like to sit down for coffee with her and be like, you are a diplomat, let's talk geopolitics. Tell me what you think about how we can facilitate an off-ramp here between the Iranians and the Israelis, and can we use Qatar to do it? I'm down with using Egypt, too. Egypt's got some good connections with the Israelis. They got some torn loyalties. And what about Jordan? Jordan has a lot of good insights with the Israelis. It's basically a proxy state since the fall of the previous Jordanian government a couple decades ago. Hezbollah is basically eradicated in Lebanon. If we can get rid of the last remnants of them, that gives us an opportunity to use Lebanon as well. The Iraqis, there's obviously some Iranian militant groups in Iraq, but the Iraqi government certainly wants to see an end to this. I would even say the Afghani government under the Taliban doesn't want to become fodder in this godforsaken war. We have like 12 Middle Eastern countries, plus Saudi for sure. As long as we support Saudi's aggression against the Houthis in Yemen, Saudi will go along with this plan. We have enough pan-Arab influence to negotiate a stand-down. The problem is Israel is a little rogue right now, and rightly so. They're getting a little bullied, and I am sympathetic to that and to the Israeli people. So we got to figure out a stand down here that involves, we got to ward off the rise of pan-Arab nationalism. And then I think the factions within Islam do a pretty good job of that. And I'm not saying because they don't deserve to be pan-Arab nationalists. It's just a threat to U.S. geostrategic interests. Not that I want to be a hegemonic form of liberalism. But then, we have to analyze a little bit about whether or not a drawdown would actually work, because do the BRICS actually want to draw down, or do they want a war to destabilize the petrodollar? In that case, well, we have the largest military in the world. And if you come for the petrodollar, I'm not talking about anyone specific, but if the BRICS come for the petrodollar and there's no tactical drawdown, it doesn't matter about the Middle East. We don't have a choice. We're going to have to go. They're going to have to go into the conflict, because that will be our way to. That'll be our proxy conflict, where we can tell the BRICS that if we do this to Iran, we'll do it to you next. Could lead to a world war, though. Could get very out of control very quickly, and no one can stop it. So people got to be careful there. People got to be careful. Thank God I'm not in the government. I don't want to deal with that. All right, we're going to the next part of Paula's answers. This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen. You say one thing to me, I have a lot to analyze, and Paula's intelligent. She may not be saying as much as she's thinking, but there's a lot in Paula's brain, in my opinion. And I'm grateful to Paula for offering the opportunity for a little towel to clip these answers. All right. So I have to clip the last section of the answer here. There's only 2, I think, left in this part of the answer anyway. All right, so we are on number 6, number 7. We're going to do 6 and 7, then we'll do 8 and 9. Okay, well, actually, we're going to do 6 through 9 together. So this is part 5. Here's the next part of her answer. If you've been waiting, listen, there's nothing I can do about it. You're getting analysis if you tune in on this stream. It's literally like my favorite thing to do in the entire world. There's very little I can do about that. I'm very sorry for you. All right, hold on one second. Which one am I? I'm looking for 7, 8, and 9. So hold on one second. Where is it now? I think it's not that one. Didn't I just save it? Should only have 4. Maybe this is it. Hold on. I spent so much time putting this together. I want to make sure I do it right. Nope, that's 4 and 5. We are looking for 7, 8, and 9. I'll just go make another one if I have to. Oh, wow. And then we have 10 through 15. Wow, and we're only at 7 through 9. Okay, all right. Hold on. I think this is 7, 8, and 9. Yep, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go. Got him. All right, so this is response 5 coming up right now, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but I've been really analyzing these responses. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Probably the slowest read you've ever seen in your life, but you know what? This is what Towel likes to do. This is Towel Stream. I'm going to analyze, and there's geopolitical implications of all of this, and we're going to talk about it. It's a public information service. All right, here we go. There it is, 6, 7, 8, 9, ladies and gentlemen. So she said, I answered the entire questionnaire with honesty and clarity. So she's saying that the thing is, there were 2 questionnaires, I think. There was one you had to bring with you, and I say this in my response to her. There was one you had to bring with you to the court, and there was one that you filled out at the court. Then when she says his, she's saying her father's case is public. Her father-in-law. I carry his last name, and guess what? I was still selected. Amazing how that works. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, did she disclose it or not? I can't interpret from that answer. I don't have a legal obligation to spill details about a third party, especially one I don't even speak to. Okay. I think that she's saying she doesn't speak to her father-in-law, which makes sense. He's a registered sex offender. She has kids. Okay, that makes sense. I believe that. I believe that 100%. I don't know her, but I believe that she would not. I believe if she says I don't speak to him, it's because of the fact that he's a registered sex offender. So it's a tough situation, but I respect her decision. And then she says, honestly, it sounds like you know more about my father-in-law's case, her father-in-law's case, than I do. Congrats on your research. Your husband wrote in his sentencing memo. I have the sentencing memo. I mean, I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll bring it up. But like your husband wrote to the judge in the sentencing memo. So I'm not sure this is possible. I'm not sure it's possible that your husband wrote to the judge in the sentencing memo and you didn't know about it. I mean, I'll show you the sentencing memo, and I will read it. But I'm just, like, based on that, it's a little bit suspicious. Just a read of it. Okay. No. Listen. I know a lot of people are like, Grant, why are you impressed by it? You have to recognize the skill to analyze it. So the discipline is different than the content of what she's saying. I don't necessarily agree with everything she's saying by any means, especially in some of the other interviews. But to the people who are asking me, why are you, so interested in how she, why are you sort of interested in how she does this art form of PR? Well, I don't know what to tell you. I can't. I mean, that's like, it's very, very obvious. Let me get you the sentencing memo, though, because I had it. I have it saved here. I download every PDF. I'm a little compulsive. I like to make archives, just in case people, delete them. Let me grab this sentencing memo. It should be in PDF form here. What day was it? It was 2 days ago. Done a lot of, and she even complimented my research into her father-in-law's case. I mean, that just like I complimented her intelligence. Do I think she's actually complimenting me? Yeah. Like, do I think she's pleased to do it? No, she's just being diplomatic. Like, I think people would say to her, Paula, why are you being so nice to him? He's like looking at your father-in-law. This is very serious. But like, it's not about that. Like, she can see through that. It's about the larger context, and she's complimenting the research. All right, hold on. I got to see if I got any PDFs in here. I was pretty sure I saved these PDFs. There we go. All right, hold on. Yeah, I got it. Is this it? Yep. See what I mean, Paula? I just have, well, not just Paula. See what I mean, anyone? I just have a way of just getting the documents. So Paula says in that response, and you can see it, the response that Paula gives is right up above, right below 6, 7, 8, 9. But you can see up in the top right, I'm going through the sentencing memorandum, which was filed, it's the same case, ending PBS. This was filed 7/17/20. So it looks like he gets banged and sent to federal prison in the summer of 2020. And then in the summer of 2021, 12 months later, he's already 12 months into his federal prison sentence. That means he only had to serve a 6-month concurrent term on this child sexual abuse material. Because by the time he got sentenced on that, it was June of 2021, he had already done 12 months in federal prison. What a sweetheart deal. That's the most sweetheart deal I've ever heard. And so you can see here, what's weird is the government also allowed him to, say he was an accident. And, the government clearly knew this wasn't an accident. The defendant, Ahmed Sergaline, submits this memorandum with respect to the application of 18 U.S.C. 3553A to the facts and circumstances of the offense of which he has been convicted. And it's the conviction for illegal retention of national defense secrets. And like the way, when you listen to his explanation, it is just very, very strange. It's one of the strangest things I've ever heard in my entire life. What is wrong with this headphone? Hold on. All right. For the reasons reflected in the memorandum and to be discussed at the sentencing hearing, Mr. Sergeline respectfully submits that a sentence of 3 years probation, satisfied by his appearance in sentencing, a $7,500 fine, and a $100 special assessment for each court is sufficient but not greater than necessary to achieve the purpose of sentencing. And he ends up getting 18 months in jail and then 3 years probation. Ahmed Sergeline is a highly skilled engineer and a loyal American who, simply put, made a series of terrible mistakes. And the reason they let him, I think this is weird, is they let him plead to this. And I don't think it was a mistake. You heard it. Look at this indictment. Tell me about how any of these things are a mistake. Look at that. Like, look at the indictment. He clearly did 12 different things. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 different things to hide all this information. This was not an accident. He did not make a series of terrible mistakes. Having come to the United States to receive a first-class graduate education in physics, Mr. Sergeline stayed to build his life, family, and career here. He joined Raytheon Company and earned his secret-level security clearance, which enabled him to apply his advanced scientific education to many sophisticated classified projects. That's what spies do. He loved his work and spent almost 20 years happily solving some of Raytheon's most difficult problems in developing cutting-edge aerospace technology. You realize this means that he was working either on hypersonic missiles or hypersonic missile defense, right? That's where war is going. Oh my God. Oh my God. But as Mr. Sergeline will forever regret, he acted carelessly with the classified material with which Raytheon, the government, and his fellow citizens had entrusted him. He took electronic and hard copy documents home with him to use and refer to for work purposes, which we knew was a lie. Among the documents he took home were the 5 documents classified at the secret level listed in the superseding indictment, see ECF electronic filing number 60. While Mr. Sergeline's actions were wrong and foolish, he did not betray his country or sabotage his important work for Raytheon. Instead, Mr. Sergeline remains loyal to both. But those facts do not excuse what he did, and he fully recognizes and appreciates the seriousness and wrongfulness of this conduct. He accepts full responsibility not only for the conduct described in the superseding information, but also for the severe consequences that his actions have had on his family, his career, himself, and the security interests of the United States. Moreover, Mr. Sergeline is a kind and ethical colleague, friend, and father. I mean, okay, he got caught with child sexual abuse material, and they don't even mention it. That tells me this was a deal. Like, what the fuck? Many letters attesting to his devotion to his children, friends, and colleagues appear appended to this memorandum as Exhibit A, show that whatever mistakes he has made, he should not be sentenced to time in prison and forced to leave his family. As disclosed more fully below, an appropriate sentence, one that is sufficient but not greater than necessary, is the probation. And then look, without question, Mr. Sergeline committed a serious crime. He pleaded guilty to superseding information, charging him with 1 count of willfully retaining national defense information in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 793E. However, a holistic view of Mr. Sergeline, the conduct at issue here, and Mr. Sergeline's past, present, and future as a productive citizen and dedicated family man make plain that a lengthy prison term is unwarranted here. Instead, the proposed sentence of 3 years probation, a $7,500 fine, etc. Following Booker, the sentencing guidelines, a discussion of each relevant factor, nature and characteristics of the defendants. He was born in 1953 in Cairo, immigrated to the U.S. in 1980 with his wife to study physics. 2 of them stayed to build their life and raise their children. As his son Kareem, which is her husband, said, my parents immigrated here for better opportunities for themselves and children. Education was a huge goal for us, and my dad completed a PhD in physics from Northeastern University in Boston. All of his children went on to be graduates of UMass Boston and Boston University. He became a naturalized citizen in 1995. He started as a professor, but he was laid off and could not continue. He took a job as a security guard, working nights. He has a son named Mohammed Sergeline. He joined Raytheon in 97. His son Muhammad, oh my God, his son Muhammad also worked at Raytheon. That means his son, they're all in the defense establishment. They all are. Shit, man. Shit. Well, damn, man. If you're loyal Americans, I guess that's what she's trying to tell me. She's like, bruh, like, we're loyal Americans. Like, chill. But it's like, I get it, you're loyal Americans, but what did they have you doing? And why? And why did you come back for this trial? And what does it have to do with that old DOJ? And were you even told that that was the reason? He worked out the algorithms on projects. He just says things as they are. He participated in the Raytheon Innovation Challenge program. What the fuck? Ah! Why is that hidden from the military site? They tried to wipe this guy from existence. He's a freaking asset. For us. Now. And his family. That's my opinion. Mr. Sergeline has also been a pillar of support for friends as well as his family. He has a neighbor who liked him, who had cancer that was helped, and his father helped with the cancer treatment. He paid for someone's down home payment on his home. Wait a minute. How did he have no money then for a lawyer? He has medical problems, diabetes, bladder stone, low back pain, sciatica, and asthma. He's going to spend his life marked as a felon. He said throughout his time at Raytheon he would take them home. He has many health problems. He began working from home to reduce the strain to his commute. In the PSR, the Statement of Offense Conduct claims that Sergeline's former supervisor had merely discussed the possibility of Mr. Sergeline working from home, but that the arrangement had not been finalized. Regardless, as the government concedes, he did in fact work from home occasionally from some period of time prior to April of 2017. Unfortunately, he made the mistake of taking home documents that had been marked classified. Then when he was confronted, he foolishly tried to hide his conduct rather than to admit to it. He has since acknowledged the wrongfulness of his conduct, admitted his criminal conduct, and decided to plead guilty. Despite the serious... Okay, this is a weird thing to just assert. Despite, especially the government's letting him assert this, and the CP doesn't get mentioned in this at all. Remember, the federal judge would have known about the state charge that was coming. No way or was already active. There's no way. The state charge was indicted in 2018, right when they were investigating him for this. Despite the seriousness of his wrongdoing, Sergeline is not a spy and did not betray his country. I've never read a pleading before where someone just asserts that. The government and Raytheon have been investigating Mr. Sergeline for years, looking for any evidence that Mr. Sergeline transmitted classified information outside the U.S. or to adversaries of the U.S. They found nothing because it did not happen. Okay, 3. Despite having uncovered no evidence that Mr. Sergeline actually transferred any classified information, even after looking for such evidence for more than 3 years, the government nonetheless asked this court to speculate and conclude that Mr. Sergeline did so. Oh my God, the government thought he was a spy! Acknowledging that no evidence supports this claim, the government relies on Mr. Sergeline's ties to Egypt, the country of his birth, and his removal of certain classified markings from documents. Of course, The fact that Mr. Sergeline has family members and assets in the country where he was born signifies nothing and certainly does not suggest disloyalty to the U.S. or to Raytheon. And Mr. Sergeline's best memory of the removal of the classified markings is that he did so in connection with also removing classified information from documents in an attempt to create an entirely unclassified version of documents so that he could permissibly work on them from home. You don't have the authority to do that, and you know that. That he may not have actually removed all the classified information from such documents means only that he committed the crime to which he has pleaded guilty, willfully retaining classified information, and does not show that he transferred anything to anyone, conduct which is unsupported by evidence into which he has not pleaded guilty. The government thought he was a spy! How weird is this? Look at 18 USC 793F and USSG 2M 3.4. And as acknowledged in the commentary to Section 2M 3.4, offenses prosecuted under this statute generally do not involve subversive conduct on behalf of a foreign power, but rather the loss of classified information by the gross negligence of an employee of the federal government or a contractor. I wonder if the government charged him under this instead of something more serious so that they could give the appearances that, even though it's very clear the government thought he was a spy, that he wasn't a spy so they could wheel and deal. Listen, I'm sorry, but this got way out of control before I really realized what was going on. It's not my fault. This is all public documents. We have a public court system. This is out of control. This is out of control in a way I didn't think was possible. God, no wonder you have to have a security clearance to practice in federal court. These cases, bruh. My God, it's like a history of treason against the U.S. And his lawyer was Josh Ruby, Peter Geller. Okay, why did he have... Okay, wait a minute. Why the fuck was Kevin Reddington on his state court team, on his state court defense team, but not his federal defense team? And what is this firm, Donnelly, Conroy, and Gelahar? And what connection do they have to the DOJ? Bruh. The partner, Peter Geller, was on the case. Well, obviously one, but like, this is some serious shit. All right, we're going to the Pacer record for this. I need to see the documents. Like what's on the Pacer. Hold on. You want to see how to use Pacer, friends? Let's do it in real time. Have you ever used Pacer? We're going to get back to her interview. I have one more section to go, and I need to order my lunch. All right, do you want to do a two-part thing? Let's hold this till after lunch. If you really want to see the conclusion of the interview, I know it's really good. I got the, let me see if I got 16, 17, 18. So I got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So I'm going to save those. I'm going to order lunch. For now, we're going to go to Pacer. So listen, if you've been watching this exclusive read of an interview with juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, thank you very much for joining us. I am going to order a towel cheeseburger today. I have not eaten anything. I actually did have an egg sandwich in the morning. That was very good. But right now I'm going to order a towel cheeseburger. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service that we call this Towel Channel. Thank you for everyone who's been hanging around watching this. This interview has been very interesting, and we haven't even seen the final part of the answer. We are going to take a look at that as soon as we get finished with this quick lunch break, which is going to involve looking up the PACER file of this case. No. Hold on. For a lot of people saying that this is an example of me repeating her narrative, it's the opposite. It is the opposite. I am reading between the lines. Sorry, Irene, I'm not jumping down your throat. I'm reading between the lines to critique and comment where in her narrative, although I'm praising its form, where in her narrative something is off. Okay? Nobody does that. Nobody does that if they're being obsequious. I'm not. I'm being the antithesis of obsequious. I'm trying to flesh out in very specific terms what is hiding behind the surface here, and there is a lot, in my opinion, beneath the surface. So teasing that out, give towel a little time. I got to get my towel lunch. I have to think a little bit about how this is all going down. And I also have to think a little bit about what exactly this all means. I want to go to PACER. It would be inappropriate if I didn't go to PACER and pull this file, because I have to look at what's going on here. And once I have some sense of what's going on, then all of us will regroup and we'll read the last 5 answers, which are fascinating. And I'm just want to reiterate, I'm not being obsequious. I may be saying that I think Paula is doing a good job at the form of PR, but that doesn't mean I agree with her points, nor have we discussed the substance of the case. I want to point that out. We are talking just solely about the questions I had about her in general. Just because her answers might not be what or what ends up being what I conclude, doesn't mean I'm not going to give her a fair shake. And I am being as respectful to her as I would be of any guest who was joining Towel Channel, even if in a text interview. I agree, Annalee Neal, and in order to be able to find out what's beneath the surface, we have to pause and really read line by line and do the research. She complimented me for doing the research. We're going to do some research right now on PACER. So give me a second. I got to bring up my. Anyone can make a PACER account, but it costs money if you go over $30 or something. And you can use PACER Monitor, but I prefer to just go to PACER. So I'm going to bring it up for you one sec. I'm waiting for my towel lunch to arrive now. All right, so let me get logged into PACER. I am logged into PACER. Now, let's go to Find Cases. And I got the number. It costs money to search cases, so I got to be right. Got to get it exact. It's not invalid. How dare you? I'm a towel. All right, I have another plan. No, hold on. I might have to search it this way. You have to be very specific. PACER is a little bit sensitive. You think mass courts is sensitive, wait till you see PACER. And they make you search it a very specific way. So just put no dashes except for the original. All right, hold on. Oh, come on. I know it's a valid case. I know it is. And this guy is a very unique name. All right. Hold on a second. Oh, and his nickname was Ahmed. Oh, I didn't get his last name, that's why. You have to be really, really specific with this. I'm going to get it, and this is a very specific record, too. All right. Now let's go to Advanced Search. All right. And what about about party name? Party. No, I know that it is there. Huh. All right, hold on. This is taking a little bit. This is a little. No way. There's no record. Hold on. I just have to search it right. I mean, if there's no record, that'd be really weird. All right. Let's try this. Huh. Looking for this Pacer record, and it's actually harder. Hello, Duke Lacrosse. I'll show you what we're doing. I'm trying to find this case in the federal docket. It is 118 CR 10436 PBS, and I just can't find it for some reason. Found it. It's because they put an extra. There's no PBS on the end of it. There's no PBS. I found it. Bruh, that was really hard to find. All right, I'm bringing it up now. And I know what I'm doing too. I'm not toot my own horn. It's not easy to do what I just did. It was very hard to find that case. All right. So take a look at that. Okay, that's the docket. This is the docket for her father-in-law's federal case. It was very hard to find. I'm going to run the docket report, which they're going to charge me for. You're welcome, federal government. I am happy to pay my share. Towel loves America. All right, so let's do the docket report. It's going to charge me for this. All right, there it is. Let's see all of his lawyers. He had George Vienne, Josh Ruby, Julian Bellario, Peter Gelahar, Pietro A. Conti. He was allowed to go to FMC Devons or FCI Allenwood. He was allowed to self-surrender, designated by the BOP on 12/2/20 by 2 p.m. The government moves orally to dismiss the original indictment. Allowed. So the tampering with a witness was dismissed, and then he pled to willful retention of national security information. We've read the original sealed indictment. Here's the arrest warrant. Hold on. Then going to the magistrate. Hold on. This is what a federal docket looks like, by the way. Have you ever wanted to read a federal docket? It sucks. That's a federal docket. That's a federal docket for his case. Here's an electronic clerk's note. Court goes over proceedings and advises the defendant of his rights. Court says colloquy, but whether he stands his rights. Government states charges and maximum penalties and moves for detention under risk of flight. They thought he was a spy. Arraignment and detention hearing sent for 11/21/18 in courtroom 24 between Judge Magistrate Paul M. Paul Page Kelly. Defendant remanded to custody of USMS. Attorneys present: Scott Garland for the government, Jane Peachy standing in for initial appearance early, and Susan Wallace for probation. To order a copy. All right. Now, the next appearance was 11/21 the next day. He had an arraignment and detention hearing. Defendant waives the reading of the indictment. The court has a colloquy with the defendant about whether or not he understands the pending charges. States the charges and maximum penalties. Not guilty plea on count 1. Status conference 1/31/19 in courtroom 24. Counsel agrees to exclude the time under the Speedy Trial Act. Orders to issue. Government moves for detention under risk of flight, but would agree to release if money and property are posted. Court hears from the defendant. Court takes recess in order to defendant meet further with probation regarding assets. Back in session. Counsel reports on progress regarding assets. Government asks $500,000 bond, $50,000 to be deposited with the court for equity in defendant's house to be posted. overseas assets. Court will release the defendant today if $50,000 can be posted. Defense counsel arranges for a check to be posited by his wife. Court back on record. The $50,000 was deposited by the wife with the court. Court goes over the conditions of release. The bond is posted. Court also imposed secure bond by equity in defendant's property. Status date 11/30/18, 2 p.m. Stephen Joseph for the defendant and Susan Willis for probation. All right. Order. Then status hearing. Order on excludable delay. Now we get a proceedings on 11/30/18. Status conference. Record the mortgage. Original document. New appearances. Defense counsel addresses court about security clearance regarding discovery. Government responds. Government will provide discovery that security clearance is not necessary as soon as possible. And defense counsel will contact counsel with security clearance. Defense counsel raised the issue of defendant's wife being able to travel. Government will file something by 12/7 regarding this issue, and court takes in under advisement. Court in recess. Court back on record. Defense counsel raises the issue of defendant being able to travel to Egyptian consulate in New York. Court hears from the government. Defense counsel will file something further identifying specific reasons why the visit is necessary. You wanted to go to the Egyptian consulate after you got caught for smuggling, for having defense technology? At least you told the court about it. Secured bond. Response to court order by USA to attorney setting conditions of release. Hold on 1 second. Anything from the government in this case I want to read, but I have to pay for it. Sorry that I'm not on the screen right now. I just wanted to make this as easy to read. The United States hereby responds to the court's order of November 30th, 2018 to brief the court's authority under 18 U.S.C. 3142C to order a defendant's spouse to surrender her passport, this is the father-in-law's wife, and obtain no other as a condition of pretrial release. The statute gives the court broad authority to send a defendant's condition of release. The conditions need only reasonably assure the defendant's appearance as further proceedings and guard against risk of flight. The authority to restrict a spouse's travel and access to travel documents comes not only from this broad grant of authority, but also from the statutorily enumerated conditions that allows the court to release the defendant into custody of a third-party custodian if the designated person is able to reasonably assure the judicial officer that the person will appear as required. From this condition, it is apparent that a third-party custodian must not travel without the defendant by his or her side, or else the custodian could not reasonably assure the defendant's appearance in court. An absent custodian is no custodian at all. Because the detention statute calls for the least restrictive further conditions, the court should therefore have the authority to impose travel restrictions on the defendant's spouse or other family member without also having to impose the more restrictive condition of making the spouse or other family member a third-party custodian. To give the court the greater authority without also giving it the lesser and less restrictive authority would be counterintuitive. Although the U.S. was unable to find a case that analyzes the court's question, the U.S. did find cases in which courts have similarly restricted the travel of a spouse or family member in order to assure the defendant's appearance and without making the spouse or family member a third-party custodian. U.S. v. Merrill, Judge Hamilton allowed it. U.S. v. Bolkari, magistrate judge did not appoint the defendant's wife or children as third-party custodians. He nevertheless orders a condition of release that the defendant's wife and children cannot obtain any passport or travel documents. So why didn't they ask for his children here too? These justifications pertain to Mr. Sergeline. In the U.S., Mr. Sergeline faces a maximum penalty of 20 years And as the government has stated in open court, the United States is contemplating whether to supersede with more charges. In Egypt, Mr. Sergeline has family members, real property, and significant money in addition to the assets he has here in the U.S. Moreover, a grand jury found probable cause to believe that Mr. Sergeline engaged in misleading conduct with intent to hinder, delay, or prevent communication to a law enforcement officer concerning the actual possible commission of federal offenses. These offenses involve military technology that could be of use to others overseas. These facts support the court's conclusion that Mr. Sergeline posed a risk of flight and that both his and his spouse's travel should be restricted. All right. What's this? All right. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this. That was the government. I think the government thought he was a spy. I'm pretty sure. So hold on. Extended delay, status conference, electronic order, motion to continue. Defense counsel in the process of obtaining security clearance, expected protective order for the status date, interim status 6/14/19. Counsel agree to exclude the time under the Speedy Trial Act. George Vianna, Joshua Ruby. Excludable delay, protective order. Yes, I would like to read the motion for a protective order. Because discovery in this case will likely involve national defense information and classified material subject to the Classified Information Procedures Act and other authorities, the parties jointly request the court enter the attached proposed protective order to govern and facilitate discovery. His excuse about thinking that it was non-classified if you cut stuff off is wrong. If it's derived from a classified document, it's in violation of Executive Order 13526. Any information, including foreign government information. The intelligence community is defined in Section 3.4 of the National Security Act of 1947, codified at 50 U.S.C. 401A4. This is a real protective order. Wow. Never seen anything like this before. It's like looking into another world. And Reddington would have had access to the information because I bet he assisted the defense. Security investigation data for sensitive position. Oh my God, they had to view this shit in a skiff. Oh, This is some shit. This is some shit. Whoa! The classified information security officer sits there with them, but then he has to take an oath that he won't reveal anything to the government. And you don't waive attorney-client privilege with them there. This is crazy. You should see my face right now reading this. You don't write this kind of thing for a regular case. This is not a regular case. Information that is classified that also appears in the public domain is not thereby automatically declassified unless it appears in the public domain as the result of an official statement by a U.S. government executive branch official who is authorized to declassify the information. And you cannot confirm or deny classified information that appears in the public domain. In the event that classified information enters the public domain, the defense is precluded from making public or private statements where the statements would reveal personal knowledge from non-public sources regarding the classified status of the information or would disclose that the defense had personal access to classified information, confirming, contradicting, or otherwise relating to the information already in the public domain. The defense is not precluded from citing or repeating information in the public domain that counsel does not know or have reason to believe to be classified information or derived from classified information. Wow, you see that? How's that for an order, friends? How's that for a friggin' protective order? You never see this stuff. We're deep in this docket. We're reading the federal docket from the, this is some serious espionage. I mean, I'll keep the docket up. I'll hide a little bit, but you know what? Let's just, there we go. Let's just use the mascots for now. Oh my God. We can zoom in a little bit more too. There we go. He had GPS monitoring. It seems like they were trusting him more. I think he cooperated. So look at they pled him out. They made a deal. They sent it up. They took it away from Magistrate Judge Kelly, sent it up for a Rule 11 hearing, and then all of a sudden they do the superseding indictment, but it's on like a negotiated superseding indictment. Oh, this is some shit. All right, hold on a second. I can at least have your comments up if I zoom in this much. Hold on. This is some shit. I've never seen a federal docket like this in my life, and I've looked at a lot of them. Told you that's why I wanted to find this docket during lunch. Plea agreement. There it is. That's what you wanted. Am I a good investigative reporter, right? Hold on, did Alex... Oh, thank you. My lunch isn't here yet, but I'm a good reporter, I'll tell you that. All right, so there you go. It was written 12/13/19. Dear Mr. Bean, the United States... So this is what a federal plea agreement looks like. Oh, wow. I've always wanted to see something like this. Dear Mr. Bean, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts and your client, agree as follows. Change of plea. Defendant will waive indictment and plead guilty to one count of superseding information, which charges willfully retaining national defense information. Defendant admits that he committed the crime specified in the count, is in fact guilty of it. The U.S. Attorney agrees to, after sentencing, dismiss count 1 of the indictment, which charges obstruction of justice. Defendant faces the... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. They were going to hit him with a double... They were going to hit him with a fucking superseding indictment. So witness evidence tampering, obstruction. He was facing life, and he was going to die in federal prison. They were going to put him in federal prison until he died. Fuck me. They went hard on him. I've seen some shit before, but they went hard on him. He faces up to 10 years just on count 1. The parties agree based on following calculations. The defendant's total offense level under the guidelines for a violation of 18 U.S.C. 793E is he has a base offense level of 24 because he retained information classified as secret and confidential and did not retain any top secret information, and there are no other offense-specific adjustments. Defendant's offense level is increased by 2 levels because he abused a position of trust. Defendant's offense level is increased by an additional 2 levels because he willfully obstructed and impeded in an attempt to obstruct and impede the investigation of the alleged offense in count 1. The resulting offense level is therefore 28. The defendant's offense level is decreased by 3 because defendant has accepted responsibility. Defendant agrees that the sentencing guidelines as to the guideline be applied to violation in the circumstances of this offense, that the calculations are correct for his abusive position in the applications because he willfully obstructed and impeded. He reserves the right, however, to make an argument that below guideline sentence is appropriate. Defendant understands that the court is not required or uphold the calculations. The government won't object to a reduction in his sentencing. Will object if he doesn't accept responsibility or if he commits any new offenses. They wanted 60 months. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. These people might be federal assets. All of them. This might be the liberal DOJ using jurors to pressure the new DOJ. This is fucking crazy. I need to see if my lunch is here. Hold on. My lunch is about to arrive. But look at this. Defendant will, at the earliest possible time after signing this agreement, use his best reasonable efforts to recover for the U.S. any classified proprietary to Raytheon or any other persons or any entity other than the defendant or any export-controlled documents and files that were in his possession or under his control but which the U.S. did not seize during its searches. If defendant does not fulfill this condition, the U.S. attorney will be relieved of his obligations and to move for a 3-level decrease and make sentencing recommendation in 4 above. Waiver of appellate rights. He waives his appellate rights. Won't challenge any sentence of 71 months or less. It was industrial espionage. It wasn't for a state. Well, it was for a state, but probably for a company in another state that's connected to the Egyptian government. Defendant agrees to promptly take all steps necessary to pass clear title to the forfeited assets to the U.S., including but not limited to any documents to transfer such title, assisted in bringing any assets located outside the U.S. within the jurisdiction of the U.S., and taking whatever steps are necessary to ensure that assets subject to forfeiture are not sold, distributed, wasted, hidden, or otherwise made unavailable for forfeiture. Defendant further agrees not to assist any third party in asserting a claim to the forfeited assets in an ancillary proceeding, and to testify truthfully in any such proceeding. That's a continuing cooperation agreement. All right, we got to keep going, but my lunch is going to be here. Hold on, I might have to put on the documentary for you. We have more juror answers, but before we get there, hold on. So there's the plea. Here's the Booker order. I don't exactly know what this is. Hold on. Looks like a procedural order. He wanted some kind of request to pretrial probation. He was on home detention. Oh, yes. Read that. I have to go get my lunch. Read that. We'll be back in a second. Read that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Excuse me. What the fuck? We're about to find out what he actually did. How did he get away with 18 months after they told the federal court about this? This was a deal. This was a high-level deal. Hold on. I don't know if I'm ready for this. On 5/19/2020, Mr. Sergeline was arrested on a warrant issued by Attleboro District Court for violation of a no-contact order. Previously, on 10/1/19, Mr. Sergeline was arrested by officers from the Norton Police Department and charged with knowing possession of visual material of child depicted in sexual conduct, unlawfully recording nude or partially nude victim under 18, and unlawfully recording nude or partially nude persons. The unlawful conduct pertaining to these charges allegedly occurred prior to his arrest on the pending instant offense. Per the release conditions imposed by the Attleboro District Court, Mr. Sergeline was ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, Jane I'm going to hope that's a pseudonym. We're going to just call her Jane. The defendant's federal pretrial condition also included no contact order with Jane. According to a report submitted by Agent Craig Hara of the Naval Criminal Investigative Services, Jane reported that the defendant communicated with her on a number of occasions in April 2020 and requested to meet with her. Specifically, on 4/30/2020, she notified Agent Hara that Mr. Sergeline sent someone to find her 2 weeks earlier, and he called her at work. He asked her to drop the state charges pending against him and requested a meeting. Although Jane told the defendant that she would meet with him on 4/27/20, she did not show up at the meeting. In total, she reported to Agent Hara that he called her approximately 2 to 4 times, including on 4/24/2020 and on 4/26/2020. Agent Harris shared this information with Detective Charles Truett from the Norton Police Department, who in turn notified the Bristol County District Attorney's Office, which is prosecuting the state case. A warrant was then issued for the defendant's arrest as noted above. At Mr. Sergelin's 5/19/2020 bail hearing in the Attleboro District Court, the Commonwealth sought to revoke bail due to a violation of the no-contact order. However, the warrant was recalled, the motion denied, and Mr. Sergelin was released, though probable cause was found. His state case is currently set for a pretrial conference on 7/17/20. The Pretrial Services Office does not request any court action on this matter, given that it has already been addressed in the state court, and there is no additional information to suggest further violations of the no-contact order. Mr. Sergelin is currently scheduled for sentencing on the instant offense on 7/22/20. His compliance with his federal and state conditions will continue to be closely monitored, and the court will be notified of any non-compliance forthwith. Yo. What? Bruh. What is this? What the fuck? I don't even know what to say about this. And then Judge Patty Saris is like, I adopted the recommendation and take no action. Okay, what does that even mean? So it's just the same thing, and she just takes the judge. I adopted the recommendation and take no action. I think this was to cover their bases so it wouldn't look like they covered up the state court charge. What exhibit are we sealing and why? Oh, his performance reviews. Sentencing memorandum. Oh, I want the exhibits. Let's see the exhibits. These were the ones. So I already got the sentencing memorandum, but I want the exhibits. So this is from one of his sons. He's the principal engineer of a geotechnical consulting company based in Billerica. Wait, this might actually not be his son. Hold on. This is some other guy he worked with. This is his friend from college. Who's this? Ahmed Amin, retired senior scientist of the Texas Industry Instruments Incorporated. And apparently he worked for the U.S. Department of the Navy. Here's one of his son's letters. To the Honorable Judge. Oh. I am writing on behalf of Dr. Ahmed Sergelin as his son, Mohammed Sergelin. I'm a former engineer, and I now work as an entrepreneur and a spiritual and religious advisor. My father had a critical role in my upbringing and character development, and I would like to highlight some of these vital points. First, you can get an idea of the importance of a father in a young boy's life by talking to men whose fathers neglected their families when they were young, and I am forever grateful for my father's presence during my childhood. I would say the single most important thing he did for me is to believe in me, even though it was never explicitly said, but I always felt his concern and support. My father's presence was the antidote to neglect. He was always there to provide support, especially academically during my undergraduate career. He supported me when I decided to take a slight detour from the traditional engineering path and pursue my passion for spirituality and entrepreneurship. Besides his most important pillar of character that he has constructed in me, he also instilled in me the unwavering importance of such virtues as the power of knowledge, service, and charity and dignity through hard work. My father was my first teacher, and that was how my curiosity and power of knowledge emerged. As a teacher, he did what a good teacher would do, which is to make the student love knowledge first. Once he aroused my curiosity and I began to love the knowledge he was imparting, understanding it was a breeze. He greatly encouraged my education by spending many hours of his time assisting me as if it was his own personal teaching assistant, except that he was himself a great professor with a doctorate degree in particle physics. Nuclear engineering. Many a time, I would discuss some of the mysteries of mathematics that were consuming me. With his direction, I was able to understand more how to approach these more advanced problems. He also served many students by tutoring them in the most difficult aspects of mathematics and physics on a volunteer basis, and loved every moment of it. Besides getting his 3 children through school financially, he also assisted students to pay their tuition. This is one example of his charitable efforts. So what was he like, tutoring students and he took pictures of them or something? He interned for Raytheon. All right, now let's see. This is Raju Akubar. He's his neighbor. Let's see, who's this? Is this the son? Sondos, this might be another son. Oh, he's his daughter. She's his daughter. Very intelligent, man of morals. He was known amongst the school community as our tutor. Pride in being Americans. All right. Here, parody. He's from Sharon. It's his neighbor. Seems like he was just a regular guy, but that's how you blend in. Oh, this was a widow. Oh. What? This is someone who was charged with child porn and he had a kid write a note. At least they blanked out the kid's name, but what the hell? How bad does that look? The judge just found out that you're charged with child abuse material. When I think of my grandfather, I think of the wonderful things like how smart he is, how funny he is, and all the good times I spend with him. My grandfather is the best. He's so smart and teaches me a lot about science and makes up the best stories. My curious mind loves to ask him about the universe. I'm grateful for my grandfather, and I'm looking forward to... if I were a federal judge, that would not have helped. Is this the other son? Here's Kareem's letter. This is the juror's husband. My name is Kareem Sergaline. I was born in the USA and I currently live in California. When was this written? 20. I am the father of 3 young toddlers and I am in a multicultural marriage. I have been self-employed for over 10 years in the industry of mental health training, education, relationship counseling, and personal development services. My parents immigrated here for better opportunities for themselves and their children. It was a huge goal. Balance life, hard work, ethics, and service to humankind. I remember my dad telling us stories about history and science and how things would work in the world. We learned about Newton and Einstein as examples of how finding one's purpose and unique value in the world is so important. My dad pushed us to expand our minds and clean our character flaws. He would pose certain questions or ideas and go back and forth with his children to keep our brains and hearts running in the right direction. He has accomplishments in the field of psychology. His son. His family apparently wronged him. I would often observe him trying to find forgiveness for his family that wronged him. My dad's work helped him channel that energy via inventions and developing solutions for technical problems at work. In psychology, it's called sublimation, which is when a person takes a negative experience and creates something positive out of it. For my dad's work was therapeutic and not just a job. I was proud of my father. And who's this? Oh, his wife. Why'd he get fired from the college? This is disturbing. This is disturbing. Why would the judge ever... Anyone else who did that shit, they would throw the book at him. They would throw the book at him. They would throw the book at him. This wasn't a regular case. This was way more than a regular case. I mean, yeah, bro, dude's like registered now, but yo, he tried to intervene with the victim in the state court case. Come on. There's a letter. Yeah, it's in there. You missed a lot, Mary Blaze. You missed some shit. Let me see how I want to deal with this. I want to redact this document. Let me do it right now. I hate my life. I hate my life. Northeastern murder by Maestro. Right? Northeastern. Towel, have you heard of any other jurors that haven't spoke out publicly, but authorities... I don't have any information about that. More immediate meditation, my dear friend, but thank you for the question. We're going to look at Paula's final 5 answers. I know you've been waiting. But thank you so much for your support of Towel Channel. This is some shit, man. We let him get away with it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be in the government that way. I just couldn't. Why don't they redact this shit? How did this all get up there like that? This is some weird stuff, man. I've never seen anything like it in my life. He engaged in, like, witness tampering. Alright, I hope this... Let me see here. Alright, let me just do this. Right now I'm editing out the name in the only way that I really can do it, because it's a PDF. I mean, they put it on the court website. I don't know why. I can't do anything about that. I mean, like, they filed everything else under seal, but they didn't want to file, like, they didn't take the time to redact her name. That's kind of gross. I don't like defense lawyers. I just have to make sure I got her name out of there. I'm thinking it's a pseudonym, but it's just kind of enough of a real name where it might not be a pseudonym. Who'd he send to her home? I hope it wasn't the son. Alright, I was able to, I think I was able to do what I wanted. I was able to edit it. I'm still utterly baffled, though. I'm utterly baffled in my government. I mean, this must have been very valuable. Very valuable, bruh, for the government. You know, I'm telling you, it's not Turtle Boy. It's the feds. This is the feds. This is the feds. This was not Turtle Boy. It was the feds trying to cover... It's not even the current feds. It's the old DOJ. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm almost 100% positive. It's the old DOJ. And then I edited this damn thing. Oh, that's annoying. I just edited the whole thing, and now it won't even let me do it. Alright, hold on. Sorry, towel friends. I got things to do. Let's defend the integrity of the justice system. No, wrong one. Alright, this might be a little bit easier. Nope, that plan did not work. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I have to edit this document because someone didn't care at all when they made it. Like, at all, whatsoever. And so I'm now going through and I'm doing the edits that they should have done to begin with. And I had to do it again because after doing it the first time, for whatever reason, the edits didn't save. And I don't understand why documents go up on... So basically from what I understand, the federal government, like if the state's being weird, the federal government can make them do stuff. Like the feds, the NCIS got this fucker arrested. Even though the woman wasn't, why was the state covering for him? What's going on down there in Bristol County? Or was going on down there back then? Just disturbing stuff, folks. Just disturbing. Never seen anything like it. Alright, let's see if I can save this document with the changes, please. If this didn't work, I'm going to get so exceptionally frustrated. I'm making a copy of this document because I feel like I have to report it. I mean, that's some really messed up stuff. Alright, that one worked. Alright, that one worked. Alright, I'm going to upload it. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. That was so much worse than I thought it was going to be. We caught that poor victim. She must have been like, what the fuck? She must have been like, what is this? And he was a tutor. What was he, surreptitiously taking pictures of his students? Swear to God. I swear to God. You don't do that kind of shit for like personal gratification. He was selling shit. I have never been this disturbed in my entire life. We'll read the end of Paula's answers in a second. Before I put on the documentary. I don't even want to eat my lunch. I'm disgusted. I'm just disgusted. This must have come from really, really high up. I'm sad. Why must my country... I get it. I get how important it is, but why must we do these things? Why, oh why, ladies and gentlemen? I will never understand. I just won't. For as long as I live, I'll never understand. I don't even know how to react to something like this. This is the most disturbing thing. I knew we were going to find it in there. That's why we went through the federal docket. I knew we were going to find something that was going to make me be like, what the hell? I'm sorry your comments froze as well. I'll get them up in a second. I just have to get it. I have to edit this again. I mean, come on, man. Like, come on. Why? It's so fucked up. This is the most fucked up thing I've ever come across. This is really fucked up. It has tangential impact on the trial. Like, this is really fucked up. Yeah, and the sexual assault or the child sexual material started the case started 2017, 2018, but it had been going for longer. And remember, the FBI had been surveilling this guy for a while. And this victim, like, clearly, you know, I don't know if the victim had contact with naval intelligence, so I'm going to guess that the guy got caught by the feds, and the feds pressured the state, and the state probably didn't even want to charge him. I don't even know how to write this up. The father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial violated his federal probation by getting arrested on state charges for related to a no contact violation after the father-in-law was caught possessing child sexual abuse material. I forgot to edit out the name. Of course I did. I might have to just get the screenshot from the other document. Sorry, I have to be methodical about this. This is very important, so I must be very methodical. Just terrifying. I don't even know how to write this up. I'm going to have to figure out a way to express it. I'm going to keep it short. I mean, but like the sentence, just saying the sentence is outrageous. Just saying what happened, it's like outrageous. So like writing it up is a little difficult. I have to really think about this. I mean, I know what happened, but it's still really tough to put it into words. The weird part is the while facing federal charges for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents. The man, his name is a little hard to spell. Hold on. All right. Was also facing state charges for illegally photographing an underage person. I mean, this is disturbing, friends. This is disturbing. Photography of an underage. I didn't expect to find this. I'm sorry. I knew we had to go to the docket. During the pendency of that state case, Sarah Galeen made contact with the named victim multiple times and tried to get her not to testify in the state case. The victim, in turn, had to go to naval intelligence in order to get the state authorities to take action and seek an arrest warrant for Sarah Galeen. Although this happened literally days before Sarah Galeen, S-E-R, Sarah Galeen was federally sentenced, somehow Sarah, S-E-R, Sarah Galeen was allowed to serve only an 18-month sentence in federal prison for both the missile secret theft charges and the state level CSAM charges concurrently. And the facility was a private ICE detention holdover facility in Pennsylvania. What is going on? I have to look at her answers again because now I'm writing up a story about her answers because now her answers come into play in all of this. So I have to look at what she said about him. Hold on. What does it have to do with her serving as a juror? And she noted she answered the questions on the jury questionnaires with honesty and integrity. And she noted that she answered questions on jury questionnaires honestly and with integrity. And let me just make sure that's what she said. I believe it is. I answered the entire questionnaire with honesty and clarity. With honesty and clarity. So I want to make sure I get that quote right. You're watching me write a story in real time. With honesty and clarity. With honesty and clarity. Those questions involve whether the juror, a family member or household member, had involvement, had any contact with the criminal or civil justice system. Oh my God. And I have the full document too. And we'll just look at her last 5 answers. Then we're going back to this documentary because I need to eat lunch. And then we'll watch some of her interviews after lunch. Every day, bruh, it's something new. Every day, every single day. It never stops. And you wouldn't even think it would be possible for this kind of stuff to happen, just constantly. Like, it's exhausting. It's just and so imagine how it is for the family, and it's just terrible. All right, I'm about to get this up, and then we're going to look at her final answers 3 hours later. I'm sorry. I do have a style like that, ladies and gentlemen. I do have a style like that. It's just me. It's just who Towel is. I can't help it. I was born this way. Call Lady Gaga if you have a problem. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, clearly Lady Gaga is who we should call if we have a problem. All right. Sorry if your comments weren't scrolling. Just got to get this edited version of the document. I do all my reporting in real time anyway, so whether I write it up or not, it gets out there. In the sense that even if I somehow couldn't get this document out there, it is out there. And the government's probably like, yes, Grant. Yes, Grant. We know, Grant. Good job, little buddy. Good job, little Towel buddy. Read the document where SERGA, it's SERGA, so I spelled it wrong every time except the first time. I need to just put the correct spelling in my dictionary. No. All right, there we go. It's SERAGELDIN. Lawyers informed the federal judge in question about Sergelin's new offenses just days before his federal sentencing. It is unclear why a sweetheart deal was given to Sergelin on both cases, but there is evidence the U.S. government suspected Sergelin of being a spy for Egypt. And some kind of deal may have been made. I'm sorry, it's child sexual abuse material. I'm sorry, I don't feel bad about reporting on this. This is horrifying. I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for this. Listen. This is a democracy. And I don't know what to tell you. We need to seriously think about what's going on in this country. I don't know how these decisions are made. I don't know. Clearly, it has to be like somewhat public, but they kind of like fudge it a little bit. They're like, like we'll tell the federal judge, but not really. Like they tell the federal judge, but not on the record. Clearly, they're like, all right, we're wheeling a deal, and then the judge gives a sweetheart sentence. This has got to be only for like the most serious stuff. Like you better be very valuable to the United States of America. That's what makes me think that they are loyal. Like I inadvertently stumbled on this, but I can't do anything about it. Like I love America. It's clearly not from a malicious place. It's from a concerned place. I needed to make sure that they were not spies. I had to know. I had to make sure. Now, if there are spies, okay, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow. I did not know or at any point in time understand what I was looking at or believe that I was. First of all, nothing that I found was classified. It was all public. Now, I did not know or believe or at any time have reason to believe that I was stumbling onto this. It just happened. I have a public record of it all. And I had no intention whatsoever of uncovering any of this. I just thought something was wrong. You don't understand. This man is dangerous. Literally, he's a registered sex offender. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, but I'm not going to necessarily associate it with him being a teacher. Oh, God. I think I know what I have to do. God, I hate being a reporter some days. I hate it. I hate it. I understand my duty, but I still hate it. I just hate it so much. I hate it. I need to actually get some more links here. Hold on. Well, you all saw that investigation play out live, ladies and gentlemen. You did indeed see all that play out live. Yep, thank you, mods. Make sure to continue to monitor exactly like what you're doing right now. And we'll look at the last of Paula's answers in 1 second. Then maybe the scope of this all will hit me when I'm eating my cheeseburger. When is someone going to pick up on this? I get that they might be under a D notice or something in the UK. Like there might actually be a hold on some of this stuff, like in the archives. But come on, in the US we don't have D notices. It is totally okay. So I don't understand what the hell is going on. What is the media thinking about this? I know what some of the media is thinking about this and they're concerned, but why aren't they moving on it? I gave them everything they need, which is the tradition. There are some powerful people that don't want this stuff out there. That's my only explanation. That's it. That's my only explanation. This is disturbing. This is the most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I've covered some shit. I've covered some really weird stuff, like stuff that resulted in, like, I'm pretty sure, like, governments attacking other governments, like technologically based attacks on government systems. I've stumbled onto some shit. I have never stumbled onto anything in my life like this. I know what this means. I read some of those documents. They thought the fucker was a spy. And I wonder if she called NCIS, the victim, because they were monitoring this dude And I didn't want to let him know. I'll show you the juror questionnaire. 1 second. I just have to get this post up. I worked hard on it. Sorry we have to do real-time journalism. I don't have anyone else. It's me. Didn't even get to eat my lunch. Should really eat my lunch. I care so much, though. Once I'm on it, I'm on it. Especially when you tell me the vulnerable are involved. Nah, bro. You get my all. I may not have very much left until I have my calories, but you get my fucking undivided attention. And you get every bit of it. You don't hurt children. You don't hurt women, and you don't hurt children. And if you do either of those things, I will rain hell down on you systemically through the legal system. I don't care I don't care what you're doing, in the sense that I've seen some people, ladies and gentlemen, who are high-level state informants get some hands-off treatment. And it really disturbed me. This disturbs me more. Both things disturb me. I'm going to Beacon Hill. I shall petition for redress of my grievances. It is the only option, ladies and gentlemen. I shall go and petition for redress of my grievances. You hear me? I'm coming, Beacon Hill. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday I shall come up there and petition you for redress of my grievances. All right, hold on. 2 more things. So one, someone wanted to look at the jury questionnaire. I have it here. All right. So that story, this is the story I just wrote, by the way, the one that you're looking at up above my head. Nope. Hold on a second. We clearly don't need both of those up. One second. Why is that even still up? Oh, it's in that other browser. Hold on. All right, so let's do that. And let's do this. All right, now, hold on 1 second. Where did it go? Is it hiding under there? There it is. So we're going to get rid of Paula's 6 through 9 answers. If you're just tuning in, I had an exclusive interview through text, although it wasn't an interview, it was like a statement. And then here, let's go down here, okay? And you wanted the juror questionnaire, so we have to go to the form, okay? And then here's the form. All right, now let's open it in the new tab. It should be very zoomed in, and let's go over here. Okay, there's the one that actually goes, meh. The Russian oligarchs, half the state government, etc. I'm a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. If something happens to me, we don't have a country anyway. I'm sorry. So here are the questions you asked about. This is the form. This isn't the form that you get given in court. The jury questionnaire is different than this one. Grant, I gotta tell you, half the time you sound like the most brilliant man I ever heard, and the other half I feel like I'm listening to the ravings of a lunatic, but I'm here for it. Duality, bossy Texas chick. Duality. So there is the also, there's a lot of stuff I can't actually tell you. So when you think it sounds like that, it's more just try to read between what I'm saying. If I'm talking about something and just ranting but not talking about it, there's probably something under there. So this is the form they get sent to their home and have to bring with them for jury duty. The citizenship question, and then here's the big one down here. Your experience with the law. Have you or anyone in your household or family ever had any of the following experiences with the law? No, yes. Been arrested, been sued, been served with a court order, been charged with a crime, filed a lawsuit, been convicted of a crime, been a witness in a civil criminal case, sought a court order, been a crime victim, been seated on a jury. So, I'm just saying. And that's household or family. Anyone in your household or family. Let's look at Paula's next answers. And these ones are, I think there's 5, so let's break them up. I think they're actually all related, so we're going to do them all at once. Jack D65, I think you went a little... Okay, Jack D65, I understand we do a little bit of 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon towel here. I think you went like 42 degrees of Kevin Bacon towel. You went a little bit far on that one. There's no indication of that. I mean, I see where your brain's going, but you're about like 42 steps ahead, all right? I don't think we're there. I don't think anyone has suggested that, nor do I think that ban was in Egypt. That was Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, and maybe Afghanistan. But I got what you're driving at. I don't think, first of all, that's not involved. And second of all, Egypt is not Saudi Arabia. Egypt is aligned with Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia is a very different country than Egypt. I just want you all to understand that. Saudi Arabia, and I know this seems self-evident, but Saudi Arabia is not Egypt. People are like, yes, Grant. Yes, Grant. I know that Saudi Arabia is not Egypt. Sorry, that was not the right one. Where is the one that I want? Where is the one that I want? Hold on, little towels. I think this is it. We already looked at the one I just brought up. That was from earlier. Okay, so here we go. All right, so I'll bring this one up. This one doesn't make as much sense. The answers don't make as much sense, so it needs a little interpretation. And I guess we'll just do it one image at a time. And it's one ending 74026. Sorry about that. All right, 74026. This one. All right, so these are some of the last answers, and we're gonna have to shrink. We're gonna do this one part at a time, okay? So number 10, I don't know. She just was choosing her own answers, her own questions. So I don't really know what number 10 was. She didn't really define it. She just kind of, but the citizen question is coming up next. So number 10, I don't really know what that means. Number 11, we'll start there. Hold on. Oh, so this is the part where she misunderstood. I wasn't talking about her eyes. I was saying there was a point where the camera actually really screwed with her eye, and one of her eyes was very big. It was not her fault. It was the camera or whatever she was, whatever interview she was doing. And then we kept watching for maybe it was like 3 minutes later. There was nothing wrong with her eye. I think that was a misunderstanding on both of our part. There's nothing wrong with her eye. My husband, so this was the part where I was a little perplexed because right as Turtle Boy asked, like, who do you think did it? And she was going to start, like, going on the, like, third-party culprit spiel. Like, she got a knock and they ended the interview and they moved on. I mean, I didn't spin it. I said that was weird timing, but okay, that's her explanation is that her husband knocked on the door. No, now this is the part I don't understand. So that's not right. At least as far as I understand. Okay. So, there is no immigration question. We just looked at the form. We just looked at the form. And no, I wasn't following Aiden. Why is she calling it? Oh, because she just interviewed with him. Aiden. Before the trial. But I assume he knows I wouldn't have been a juror if I weren't a citizen. I'm trilingual and a dual citizen. Fancy, huh? Well, yeah, I didn't ask her, but like, are you naturalized? So you're a dual citizen of Brazil and the U.S.? When did you did you go through naturalization as a result of your marriage? And then when did you get your initial when did you get your naturalization? Oh, hold on. Let's pause. Jack D65, these are intense moments, but I just want to thank you for supporting the little towel. Towel supports you. You're a super towel, and it's not going to show up on the chat for about a second, but look at that. Super towel emoji, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Super towel emoji. Yeah, so I think this man might be alive, the father-in-law, which is even weirder. But look at this super towel emoji, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being you. You know what I say to that, Jack? Thanks for being you, my dear friend. You're a super towel. I want to just see the emoji a little bit more, but it takes a little bit of time to scroll up the page. Come on, super towel emoji. Come on. I'm going to wait for it to scroll up the page. So this is a little weird. I mean, she says she's a dual citizen. I'm not going to deny it, but like, did you get a U visa, a T visa? Did you get a spousal visa? Did you then get citizenship status because your father helped the U.S.? Like, I just have lots of questions. You don't have to answer them. I just have lots of questions. Like, how did you get your citizenship? I mean, I'm totally down for it, especially if you have it, but that could mean she's actually, like, the father negotiated a deal. Like, the deal of all deals. Oh, thanks for being you, Jack D65. You're a super towel. I love that little emoji. That's how I feel sometimes when I look at you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being you. I'm going to turn. So this is Paula's next answer. Again, she just picked questions. She didn't actually write out the question. She picked questions I had said and then answered them. I'm an attorney with an MBA in marketing. Brazil has strict rules about legal marketing, unlike the U.S., which is why I offer marketing services to law offices there. And yes, this was on the questionnaire. Okay, yeah, a few things were on the questionnaire about, like, there were two questionnaires, the one you brought into court and the one you filled out in court. Okay. But there you go. That's that part. Now let's look at the next part of the answer. I think this is the last one. It stops after this. So the last answer she had was, and finally, what exactly is the connection between my jury service and my personal decision to move to America? Here, raising kids, paying taxes, so here, I think she's asking the question that she's responding to. So the other one, she didn't really do that, so it was a little hard. This one, I understand. I'm here raising kids, paying taxes, doing my civic duty, just like the rest of us. But sure, let's keep pretending my existence is controversial. As long as people are stuck on irrelevant noise, I might as well keep giving them something to talk about. A lot of words to say nothing. It's not my question. Nobody thinks that you're not working hard. It's like that famous Senate committee question. The question for you, Mr. Diamond, is who are you working for? I don't know, Murder by Maestro, if it was Northeastern. If it was Harvard, that would certainly be interesting. And why did he get forced out? He was like a tenure-track professor who went to being a security guard or something. That's all weird. Very interesting interview with Paula Prado. I should say a statement from Paula Prado where she was answering questions that I had kind of asked, and it was a very unique form of interview, like worthy of someone who's in marketing. That's what I would have done. Like, if I really wanted to talk to someone like me, I'd been like, okay, I'll talk to him, but I'll just send him a message and just be like, okay, here are some questions I heard. Here are my answers. That's the safe way to do it. That's literally what I would have said. All right, we're going back to this other documentary here for a second while I eat lunch. Then we'll talk a little bit more about Paula. And this documentary is about how state security services work. And in particular, we're going to learn about how the Mossad went into the UAE and committed a political assassination. The background is that Israel got attacked there was a very brutal attack in Israel. So Israel went and took out people in the PLO, and then Israel took out someone in the PLO. In response, the PLO attacked Israel. So then Benjamin Netanyahu, who was the prime minister in 2011, was like, you know what? I think it would be good if we went after Hamas, not just the PLO. And so that's where we're picking up there's a target in Hamas that Israel wants to go assassinate that lives in Europe, and I think he's going to fly to Dubai, but Israel doesn't know how to get him, so we're going to learn how they ran, or they know how to get him. They ran a covert operation, and I'm not saying any of this has to do with anything but the fact that spy got brought up in the allegations related to the father-in-law. That Israel runs a covert operation to get people into Dubai, and we're going to watch how they do it.
Then the senior figures have exposed the other two. When informed...
All right, now, hold on. We're switching because that was not the one I actually wanted to watch during lunch. The one I wanted to watch is only 20 minutes. That was very interesting. Have you ever heard anything like that? That was the coolest lure. If you're into spy stuff, that was very cool. We're now going to watch the one I actually wanted to watch. I'm sorry I didn't get this originally. It was actually a little bit harder to find than I thought because it's called a Dubai murder mystery. Everyone tune in. I'm eating lunch. I'll see you in 20 minutes. And by everyone tune in, I mean I hope you enjoy watching spy thrillers. I do.
Hello, I'm Richard Gisbert, and you're at the Listening Post. This week, the assassination plot captured on closed-circuit television.
The footage showed the killers gathering before the murder.
Dubai, the hit team, and the coverage. The Kenyan media reporting on corruption
and billions of shillings
being accused of corruption. Award-winning journalism out of Iran, and the award winner nobody knows. A deadly and clandestine operation in Dubai, the assassination of a Hamas military commander, Mahmoud al-Mabhouh. And it was deadly, but hardly clandestine. Much of the operation was captured by the hotel's security cameras. And the global media had what they seldom have when it comes to these kinds of news stories, some intriguing pictures to help tell the story. The Dubai government made sure of that by feeding those images to the media, and then all eyes turned to Israel and the prime suspect in the case, Mossad, Israel's secret intelligence agency. Israel has a policy when it comes to these kinds of operations. It neither confirms nor denies that it's responsible, leaving the media to investigate and speculate. That's our starting point this week. A hotel in Dubai, a team of hitmen in tennis gear, and the grainy stop-motion video images that shed some light on an operation that was supposed to happen in the dark.
It looks like something out of a movie, but this is real-life footage.
It has all the ingredients of a spy thriller.
Dubai police say security camera video tracked an 11-member hit squad traveling on false European passports.
You have faces, real faces. You have video footage.
The footage showed the killers gathering before the murder.
This is the first time that you have a Mossad operation filmed on camera.
It does bear the hallmarks of a typical Mossad operation.
You can call it the reality show of the Mossad.
The problem for Mossad is that this was reality. What was the hit team thinking? That a major hotel in a modern state like Dubai has no security cameras?
It's not often that you get 27 minutes of footage showing step by step the arrival of the perpetrators, sticking out the hotel.
We see them in the lobby trying to check in, standing beside al-Mabhouh. They follow him in the lift. They emerge from the lift. They follow in the corridors.
This is, James Bond territory here, and it does show a little bit for us ordinary people how these things work.
By supplying the media with the video, lifting the lid on the usually shadowy world of espionage.
It's perfect for the TV viewer. There's something exciting going on. There is something happening. We need to see more.
The picture in this case was, of course, a dream for journalists, for people in television and in print to really watch the images, to know exactly what happened and so forth.
In terms of the global media, there's a tendency to play up the cloak and dagger aspect of the whole story. I mean, it's about espionage, it's about infiltration and assassination, and this is something that sells newspapers.
The Israeli coverage of the assassination was a story told in two parts. The first phase was full of positive reviews for Mossad. The second phase was much more critical.
Channel 10 was in Dubai,
standing there saying, well, of course, if this indeed was Mossad, and talking about the operation as if, of course, it's something to be very proud of. So this was the atmosphere, something very smug. But when it turned out that the agents left a little memento, the images on the CCTV, something that even a bunch of kids trying to break into a corner shop wouldn't do nowadays, then the whole atmosphere has changed. There was suddenly a sense of, here we go again, this is another one.
On that note, here we go again. What did you just find, Murder by Maestro? I'm literally horrified. Hello? No, this is a very unique situation, Barb Mackey. We cover true crime on this channel. We just happened to find a very serious situation involving one of the jurors from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. So no, we normally cover true crime. Just something has happened in the context of a case that involves Egyptian intelligence. And you might be saying, how is that even possible? Well, I'm going to show you. All right. Murder by Maestro, can you send me the link between this guy, the father-in-law, and the person at the military technical college? Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me, my dear friends. We got a lot going on. This is a very... we have some new friends. And listen, if you're new to this channel, it might be a lot to pick up on right away. But just know we've been on a rabbit hole today involving Pacer, some serious allegations related to this juror's father. Murder by Maestro now finding that the juror's father-in-law, Murder by Maestro, can you tell me the document you found involving Sharif Hussein of the Military Technical College on an enhanced voting algorithm for hybrid jamming attacks in Vanet? I wish I had time to read social media. I don't. The only thing I can do right now is focus on the fact that we have MBM. We know he was at... Oh, we can do it in the court documents. Hold on, let's go back to Pacer. No, we're figuring this out. I wanted to eat my cheeseburger, but we're not doing that. We're going to... Actually, watch this documentary while I look at Pacer for a second. I'll let you know what I find.
One of these Mossad fiascos.
Israel's policy of neither confirming nor denying Mossad operations has been described as constructive ambiguity. And on this story, the government stuck to that policy.
They never comment either way about allegations that Mossad was involved.
They don't have the habit of holding press conferences.
Foreign ministry sources today, this whole standard, we don't deny and we can't confirm, is basically what you're going to get out of Israeli officials.
Saying things like, Israel has not taken responsibility for this operation, so surely we cannot comment, but we just want to say that if somebody is going to mess with us, we're going to mess with them back, making it very, very clear that you really needed to be very, very thick in order to not understand the message that they were trying to bring across.
But the Israeli media has been doing a fantastic job in uncovering a lot of things that we have not knew about.
The Israeli media is divided, but they are all agreed on the objective, killing al-Mabhouh.
Israeli media coverage has not been limited to news broadcasts.
The satire show on Israeli television is considered to be almost a seismograph of the Israeli mood.
לאולפן חברי חוליית החיסול מדובאי.
We've already seen them mocking the operation, and they had it all typecasted with the,
girl who was there, accompanied by 4 geeks who hardly know what they're doing. So the whole sense was like we're pretending to be James Bond, but actually we don't really know what we're doing. And I think this is the atmosphere in Israel this week about this whole operation.
Arab coverage combined anger at Israel with glee over Israel's PR nightmare, as well as some intra-Palestinian conspiracy theories.
There is the issue, of course, of allegations of involvements of operatives of the Palestinian Authority security elements from Hamas rival Fatah, and perhaps even of a Hamas operative himself who may have led the Israelis to Mahfouz location.
One newspaper says, how can a Hamas leading figure fly from Damascus to Dubai and the Mossad agents are waiting for him at the airport? How did they know which flight he's catching?
The media outlets covering this story were all handed the same video, the same evidence by the Dubai police, so they all had the same starting point. But what went out on the air and in print was markedly different. It was a textbook case of the news divide between the Israeli and Arab worlds.
Israeli media always seems to be extremely surprised when somebody is trying to stand in Mossad's way. And our desire to just go out there and kill somebody in New Zealand, in Dubai, in Jordan. So there's almost no sense of a need to be apologetic about it.
So the Arab media say, why Israel get away with murder?
It's used by assassins.
Is Israel above international law? And if a Western person is killed in an Arab country, whoever does it, for whatever motive, he's a terrorist. Whereas to Israel, it's an intelligence operation, it's a clever thing to do.
A clever thing to do, unless the stealth operation by your secret intelligence agency ends up on television for all of the world to see. Here's how our Global Village voices see the story that came out of Dubai.
The Zionist-controlled mainstream media never mentions that killing an innocent man who is fighting for the freedom of his people and his country is a cowardly and a terrorist act. The Mossad says we uphold the values of integrity, morality, and justice, yet they violate international law, use fake passports, and commit murder.
What is the evidence that Israel had anything to do with it? Where's the proof? There is no proof. Just because the media said Israel did doesn't prove that it did. Again, we're all trying to blame Israel for doing a noble thing. If it did it, there's no evidence that they did it. In any case, terrorist leaders should be afraid every night when they go to bed.
Our Global Village Voice platform gives you the chance to take your opinions on the media into more than 180 million homes worldwide. The best way to get in touch with us for that is through Facebook and Twitter. We'll let you know via those sites what stories we're working on. Or you can just reach us via email. We're at listeningpost@aljazeera.net anytime you want to get with the program. Time now for Listening Post News Bites. The Sri Lankan authorities, who have been accused of settling some political scores with the media after the recent election there, have now released a newspaper editor from jail. Chandana Siramalawata was imprisoned for 18 days, never charged, before his release was ordered by a magistrate's court. Siramalawata's newspaper, Lanka, backed General Sarat Fonseca during the political rallies protesting the disputed re-election of President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. The curator of the awards, John Darnton of Long Island University in New York, graft is grist for the media mill.
All right. We got to do it. I got what we need. Hold on one second. This is it. Murder by Maestro. If it's anywhere, it's going to be in this document. So this is the sentencing memo for the father-in-law from the government. It is document 72. It's 97 pages with all the exhibits. Let's use text-to-speech for this. Hold on, I'm eating lunch. Give me a second. We're going to read this PDF. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had to burp. I am a towel. That's what happens when your airway and esophagus don't function correctly, little towels. But it's hard for me to actually read this, so hold on one second. Specifically because I just ate, so it's hard for me to breathe. All right. I just want to open it. Hold on one second. No, I don't want to open it that way. I want to open it in Google Chrome. Hold on one second. All right. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to read it. Now, all I have to do is click extensions. And normally it can do PDFs. All right. I have to upload it to get it to read it. This will be better for us, though. It will be... Alright, here we go. It will be a lot more difficult for me to do it. Alright, here we go. Let's read it. No.
Toggle sidebar.
No.
Find. Previous.
Sorry, hold on. I don't want it to read it with that one. I have a better one. Okay, here we go.
United States District Court District of Massachusetts ____. United States of America, criminal number 1:18 CR 104336 PBS. V. Ahmed Ladiyasin. Sirajuddin. /K/ Ahmed Sirajuddin. Defendant. ___. Government's sentencing memorandum. The United States moves this court to sentence defendant Sirajuddin to 60 months of imprisonment, a fine within the guidelines sentencing range of $20,000 to $200,000, 36 months of supervised release, a mandatory special assessment of $100, and forfeiture. Defendant deserves this serious sentence because he deliberately endangered national security, at the very least by keeping national defense information where it was viewable and available to others, and because this sentence is the minimum necessary to reflect the seriousness of the offense, to promote respect for the law, to provide just punishment, and to deter others with security clearances from acting similarly. The sentencing guidelines, as noted in the plea agreement, defendant's base offense level is 24, because he retained national defense information that was classified at the confidential and secret levels. USSG 2M3.3. His offense level is increased by 2 levels, to 26, because he abused a position of trust with a security clearance and access to classified materials. USSG 3B1.3. His offense level is increased by an additional 2 levels, to 28, because he willfully obstructed and impeded, case 1:18 CR 10436 PBS document 72 file 07-18-20 page 1 of 11. 2. And attempted to obstruct and impede the investigation of his national defense information offenses by lying to multiple people he knew would communicate with law enforcement and by seeking to conceal and destroy records sought during the investigation. His resulting offense level is therefore 28, which is then reduced by 3 levels for accepting responsibility by pleading guilty before trial. USSG 3E1.1. His total adjusted offense level is therefore 25. The sentencing guidelines act best when they serve as a qualitative measure of moral culpability and resulting harm. They do a good job of measuring defendant's moral culpability and resulting harm here. The high base offense of 24 rightly accounts for the seriousness of jeopardizing and refusing to return national defense information, and it also rightly takes into account that information's security classification level. The guidelines 2-level increase for abuse of a position of trust also rightly accounts for defendant's violation of his written promises to keep national defense information secure and not to expose it to risk of loss or theft. Not everybody who violates 18 U.S.C. 793(e) has made such promises. Defendant did, and thus he has higher moral culpability for breaking them. The guidelines 2-level increase for obstruction of justice also rightly punishes defendant's attempts to evade detection and punishment. Not everybody who violates 18 U.S.C. 793(e) tries to cover up his crime. But defendant did, and therefore his moral culpability is higher than the standard defendant and he deserves more punishment. Finally, defendants' willingness to spare the government and the public the expense and resources of a trial deserves the 3-level reduction for acceptance of responsibility. The court should reject defendant Siraj Eldin's argument that he should be sentenced as if he had been convicted of 18 U.S.C. 1924, rather than under the statute for which he was actually convicted, 18 U.S.C. 793(e). His argument has 2 main problems. First, it ignores his significant scheme to obstruct justice. Had the United States not agreed to dismiss the obstruction count on which he was indicted, in exchange for an obstruction of justice enhancement guidelines enhancement, his guidelines under the obstruction count would have been an offense level 16, with a sentencing range of 21 to 27 months. This is already well above the sentence he urges. Second, defendant's argument ignores that his offense of conviction, 18 U.S.C. 793(e), is more serious than the statute he wishes he had been convicted of, 18 U.S.C. 1924. The elements of 1924 include only 1. Being an employee or contractor of the United States, 2. Possessing classified information through that position, 3. Knowingly removing that classified information without authority and with intent to retain it at an unauthorized location. See 18 U.S.C. 1924. The elements of 793(e), with which defendant Siraj Eldin was charged, on the other hand, include 1. Unauthorized possession of national defense information that he had reason could be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of a foreign nation, 2. Willfully retaining them, and 3. Failing to deliver the information to the officer and employee of the United States entitled to receive it after a demand for its return. In other words, even as applied to defendant Siraj Eldin, a violation of Section 793(e) includes more willful and blameworthy conduct than would a violation of Section 1924. There is therefore no mystery why 793(e) carries a higher maximum term of punishment.
Hello, Towel here. Okay, a few things. I did initially think the father-in-law had passed away because they ended his bail in the middle. They ended his probation in the middle of probation with no note, which normally is that, you died. But apparently he might still be alive.
10 years versus 5 years, and a higher sentencing guideline calculation. 1. Under USSG 2J1.2, obstruction of justice, the base offense level is 14, 2J1.2a, and that would have been increased by 3 levels for substantial interference with the administration of justice 2J1.2b, 2, and by an additional 2 levels for obstruction that involved the selection of especially probative record, S, and document, S. To destroy and that was otherwise extensive in scope 2J1.2, willfully retaining them, and the elements of 793(e).
Wait, did you all hear this? So he didn't just take it without permission. They thought he was trying to give it to someone.
With which defendant Siraj Eldin was charged, on the other hand, include 1. Unauthorized possession of national defense information that he had reason could be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of a foreign nation, 2. Willfully retaining them, and 3. Failing to deliver the information to the officer and employee of the United States entitled to receive it after a demand for its return. In other words, even as applied to defendant Siraj Eldin, a violation of Section 793(e) includes more willful and blameworthy conduct than would a violation of Section 1924. There is therefore no mystery why 793(e) carries a higher maximum term of punishment, 10 years versus 5 years, and a higher sentencing guideline calculation. 1. Under USSG 2J1.2, obstruction of justice, the base offense level is 14, 2J1.2a, and that would have been increased by 3 levels for substantial interference with the administration of justice 2J1.2b, 2, and by an additional 2 levels for obstruction that involved the selection of especially probative record, S, and document, S. To destroy and that was otherwise extensive in scope 2J1.2b, 3b, c, then decreased 3 levels down to offense level 16 for acceptance of responsibility. With CHCI, offense level 16 carries a sentencing range of 21 to 27 months. And defendant similarly misses several important points when he argues that the guideline for 793(e) employed here, USSG 2M3.3, should be ignored because the guideline is inflexible even though 793(e) covers a broad range conduct, from refusing to return national defense information to transmitting it to another. First, defendant misses that according to the guidelines statutory index, 793(e) can be sentenced under one of 2 guidelines, depending on the defendant's conduct, under 2M3.3, as the United States argues here, or under 2M3.2, which is 6 offenses levels higher and to be used in cases.
There was a typo there. Covers a broad range of conduct.
of willful transmission, see USSG 2M3.2N.2. Second, despite 2M3.3's inflexibility, it still points to an offence level that corresponds to a sentence of 57 to 71 months. In other words, the guidelines are flexible for this offence. They have already given defendant a break for not committing a 793E offence that involved willful transmission of national defence information, which would be punished more severely under a different guideline, and that even within the 2M3.3 guideline there are a range of potential sentences. The court should therefore sentence defendant according to the statute under which he was convicted, 18 U.S.C. 793E, the sentencing guideline that applies to that statute, USSG 2M3.3, and the sentencing range that applies to his crime and criminal history category, 57 to 71 months. The sentence the Supreme Court has directed federal trial courts to initially calculate the appropriate guideline sentencing range under the advisory federal sentencing guidelines. Gall v. United States, 552 U.S. 38, 41, 2007. The sentencing guidelines, the Supreme Court has acknowledged, are the product of careful study based on extensive empirical evidence derived from the review of thousands of individual sentencing decisions. ID at 46, footnote omitted. The First Circuit has noted that the guidelines are the starting point for the fashioning of an individualized sentence, so a major deviation from them must be supported by a more significant justification than a minor one. United States v. Martin, 520 F.3d 87, 91, 1st Sir 2008, quoting Gall, 552 U.S. at 50. Thus, the starting point here is the guideline sentencing range specified above, at offence level 25 and criminal history category I, 57 to 71 months of imprisonment. The United States recommendation of 60 months at the low end of that range is sufficient but not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes of sentencing.
So how did he get 18 months?
There are no reasons to move off this starting point, as defendant would have the court do. This was no mere technical violation of classified information handling rules, this was a significant breach of national security. The technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not been fully implemented yet. And the documents illegally retained were voluminous, approximately 3,137 digital documents recovered on computers, hard drives unattached to computers, thumb drives, and CDS, and another approximately 115 physical documents. Approximately 573 of all these documents were marked as containing classified information, totaling approximately 31,000 pages in length. The documents were long and included specific technical data with diagrams, charts, tables, and formulas. They contained information whose release would benefit other countries and disadvantage our own. A representative of the Navy will elaborate in a victim impact statement at sentencing. The danger of exposure to others was significant. Defendant Siraj Eldon kept the documents in or on his car's glove box, his living room, his master bedroom closet, a spare bedroom, the dining room table, a sitting area, a utility room, and even his person. Approximately 10 unclassified documents were found on a laptop belonging to his mistress. So even if the court accepts defendant's claim that he did not intend to transfer the documents to another, he nevertheless routinely exposed them to his cohabitants and any visitors, and to any foreign observers who might use a breach of security like this to their advantage by breaking into his house or car, or just by carjacking him or mugging him on the street. A dining room table, a shopping bag, and a pants pocket offer little security. And given the number of documents and their disarray, if any had been taken from him by stealth, defendant would have been hard put to notice. Why did he have these documents in his home, in his car, and on his person? Defendant has claimed that he was just working on them at home, because he was either a dedicated employee or because he just wanted to avoid the commute. But those contentions miss the point entirely. The whole point of classified information handling rules, which require that classified information be handled, transported, and stored securely, is to protect that information at all times, to avoid jeopardizing its security, and to avoid having to launch an investigation when the information is mishandled. Defendant might claim that he was just careless, maybe a bit of a hoarder. But again, this would miss the point entirely. The procedures are there to protect against the careless and the hoarders. All handlers of classified information learn the procedures when they receive their security clearances, agree to those procedures, and are refreshed on those procedures regularly to ensure compliance. Defendant Siraj Eldin himself received repeated training on handling classified information. He did not lack the wit or the drive to follow them. He has a Master of Science in Scientific Computing and a PhD in Condensed State of Matter, several patents, and speaks 4 languages. Moreover, stealing classified information and removing it from secure, authorized storage does not simply create a risk of unauthorized disclosure or access. Rather, as then Director of the National Security Agency Admiral Michael S. Rogers wrote in an earlier prosecution, it is a fundamental mandate in the intelligence community that classified material must be handled and stored in very specific and controlled ways. If classified material is not handled or stored according to strict rules, then the government cannot be certain that it remains secret. Once the government loses positive control over classified material, the government must often treat the material as compromised and take remedial actions as dictated by the particular circumstances. Depending on the type and volume of compromised classified material, such reactions can be costly, time-consuming and cause a shift in or abandonment of programs. CX. See to this sentencing memorandum, exhibited to government's unclassified memorandum in aid of sentencing, United States v. NFO, Crim. No. GLR 17-631001, DMD. 2018, emphasis added. Crimes such as defendants can thus trigger costly security-based responses. Moreover, the magnitude, nature, and scope of the defendant's criminal activity caused the United States to expend substantial investigative and analytical resources. Those expenditures were not only financial, but rather also included sought-after experts with rare subject matter and technical expertise. The diversion of effort by law enforcement and other personnel resulted in significant costs in a variety of manners. Moreover, there were many red flags that should cause the court to reject defendant's contention that he kept these documents at home just so he could work from home. Company personnel who reviewed the documents that defendant took and kept assessed that they appeared to come from mass downloads of complete file directories, rather than selective downloads of specific files. The documents included a project that he did not work on, a project that did not involve radar but rather protecting others from tampering with missiles. His last 2 mass downloads occurred on days that were on the weekend and for which he claimed 0 work time. He altered the classification markings on approximately 50 documents, approximately 1 out of every 11 or 12 classified documents, either by replacing the secret or confidential markings digitally with an XX or, on one paper document, by physically cutting off the classification banners with a pair of scissors or a razor blade. When confronted, defendant lied repeatedly over many days about what he had done, tried to avoid returning the documents, and researched how to destroy the evidence, which was thwarted only because of FBI surveillance and the execution of courted search and seizure warrants, and defendant had significant ties abroad. Defendant's intent to deceive here is corroborated by other instances of deceitful conduct. His time card fraud, approximately 645 hours fraudulently claimed, which cost his employer over $41,000 in return contract fees, his home life, his pending criminal charges in state court for unauthorized videotaping, and his violation of stay-away orders in the state and this federal case. In short, any explanation of negligence should be met with distrust. The United States would have made a higher sentencing recommendation if there had been stronger evidence that defendant had transferred the documents. There is no reason to go below the current recommendation. Defendant has made 2 extraordinary claims that should be rejected out of hand. The first is that he removed documents' classification markings in order to create unclassified documents on which he could work at home. This makes no sense whatsoever. Cutting off the classification headers and footers of a classified document does not remove the classified material any more than does cutting the ingredients label off a box of Pop-Tarts remove the calories. The second extraordinary claim is that defendant's multiple ties to Egypt are irrelevant. Of course they are relevant. A defendant like Siraj Eldin with significant ties to a foreign country who has illegally retained national defense information is much more likely to have transferred that information to that foreign country than would a defendant with no foreign ties at all. Moreover, a defendant like Siraj Eldin with significant ties to a foreign country would make a more significant target of foreign operatives who might want to steal the documents from an insecure location like Siraj Eldin's home. Either way, his foreign ties are important. As with so many aspects of national security, the system of protecting national defense information works in large part on the trust placed on those who work in it. It is not enough that they pass background checks. They must also sign agreements, undergo training, undergo retraining, and undergo periodic reinvestigation. But they must also follow the law and, when confronted with a violation, help to correct it, not conceal the violation or seek to destroy evidence of it. Above all, they must not take the information for their or another's advantage, and they must not put the information in harm's way for others to take. Defendant Siraj Eldin violated all of this. An appropriate sentence is the government's recommendation of 60 months of imprisonment, a fine within the guidelines sentencing range of $20,000 to $200,000, 36 months of supervised release, a mandatory special assessment of $100, and forfeiture. Such a sentence would be the minimum necessary to reflect the nature and circumstances of this offence, the history and characteristics of defendant Siraj Eldin, the seriousness of the offence, promote respect for the law, to provide just punishment, and to afford adequate deterrence to others who hold the same trust as defendant once did. See 18 U.S.C. 3553, This sentence would also be consistent with other recent sentences for illegally retaining national defense information in violation of 18 U.S.C. 793, The most comparable is the recent sentence of 66 months of imprisonment for Hoan Pho, a 68-year-old Form M. employee of the National Security Agency who violated 18 U.S.C. 793, by taking classified information from the NSA and keeping it at his home. See Exhibits A, E, Information, Plea Agreement, Sentencing Exhibit, Judgment, and Press Release for United States v. Pho, No. GLR 117CR00631001, DMD 2018. Although Pho's crime was in one aspect more serious because he took information at a higher classification level, Pho's crime was less serious in another aspect because he did not obstruct justice, which defendant Siraj Eldin did repeatedly. Another comparable sentence is the 41 months of imprisonment for Weldon Marshall, a former member of the Navy who illegally retained documents classified as secret about United States nuclear command, control, and communications at his house, including hard drives and laptops. See Exhibits F, H, Information, Plea Agreement, and Judgment in United States v. Marshall, No. 3:17 CR 00001, SD Text 2018. Marshall's sentence was also within the guidelines, and was lower than the 60-month sentence urged here for defendant Siraj Eldin because Marshall, unlike Siraj Eldin, did not obstruct justice. Finally, the government's recommendation for defendant Siraj Eldin is far lower than the top of the guidelines 108-month sentence imposed on Harold T. Martin, 3, a former member of the Navy for retaining multiple classified documents about various subjects. See Exhibits I, K, Indictment, Plea Agreement and Facts, and Judgment in United States v. Martin, No. RDB 17-0069, D. Maryland 2019. Martin's guideline range was higher than defendant Siraj Eldin's because Martin took documents at a higher classification level. He did not, however, obstruct justice. Conclusion: defendant has asked for a sentence of no imprisonment because he feels the guidelines are too harsh. Other courts have clearly found the guidelines to be instructive. Defendant has also argued that the guidelines do not take into account that he, purportedly, kept the documents at home so that he could work on them at home, and he, purportedly, did not use them to endanger national security. The guidelines clearly do take this into account. Moreover, he was not a hard worker, he committed time card fraud. For all the reasons specified above, the court should reject these arguments. Defendant Siraj Eldin should be imprisoned and fined and held on supervised release as recommended above, and the court should deny defendant's request for a different sentence, especially any sentence that does not include imprisonment.
All right, hello, I'm here. I'm sorry about the AI reading. Can someone please explain to me how it is possible that all those other people who did less serious things than this guy got 18 months? Like, it wasn't just a plea deal. I don't even think the DOJ wanted this guy to get 18 months. I think he got a deal. A special kind of deal. A special kind of deal. This motherfucker. Murder by Maester, how do I even write this up? If we can confirm that this dude was that dude at the University of Idaho, I think we might, and that he had ties to the Egyptian military college. I'm pretty sure we just found someone who was very possibly getting information to the Egyptian army about the technology that we use to protect buildings and soldiers from attack. This is very serious. Oh, sorry, Maureen. That's the best AI voice that's free. All the AI free programs are really, really bad, and that one is somewhat. It's like if that isn't great, just know the other ones were even worse. The Australian accent is probably the most, like the British accent's okay, but the Australian is probably the one that's the one I can understand best. Now, I think I got it. Hello, Allie 90211. I'm a towel. I think I have to talk to Murder by Maestro a little bit, because I'm pretty sure that the feds, like even the DOJ, is strongly implying that they knew this guy was a spy, and that they didn't like that he was like using his sentencing memorandum on a plea to like imply he wasn't. Thanks for getting rid of anyone who is trying to be a bully. You know, we appreciate that on Towel Stream. We don't like any bullying here, ladies and gentlemen. No bullying on Towel Stream. I am a towel. All right. I need to figure out how to write this up. I don't know how to write this up. Let's see if there's any documentaries I can find about any of these other guys that you can watch while I'm writing this up. Because I feel like they were trying to make a point by referencing some of this stuff. Like, did you notice in this part where they add the emphasis to the quote from the other case? They're or the quote from Michael R. Rogers. Like, when you do this, it can lead to the programs being ended and all this stuff. So I'm wondering, like, why did this guy do this? You know, like, did he need money from Egypt? Did he want to help Egypt? It seems like he had connects in the military technical college in Egypt. Not sure, Allie. I think it was, record yourself saying every word in the dictionary. Cruises are nice. I like cruises, beach dance, but I also have to find a documentary for you all to watch while I write this up, because who knows what we're going to find next. This just becomes more. Let's find a documentary about another spy thriller. Let's see if I can find a documentary about one of these guys. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not guaranteeing I can do it. I'm just going to try. No specific documentaries about him. I don't want to watch the Snowden documentary. I want to watch something about one of these guys. Nope. Hold on. I don't want foes, not the first guy, because there's nothing on him. Wow. I'm surprised at how many of these there are. They don't make any documentaries about them, I'll tell you that. Alright, Weldon Marshall. Let's see if there's anything about him. I just need a little time to write this up. No, nothing on him. And what about this guy, Harold T. Martin III? Let's see, what do you find anything, Murder by Maestro? Anything on this guy confirming he was at Idaho? All right, we're going to watch a spy documentary. The reason why is Tal needs some time to write up this document, and I appreciate all of your understanding. I just have to work on this document right now. So, Murder by Maestro, you want to do some research with me? I know you already sent me a DM, but I really want to get to work on this, and so I'm going to start working. We're going to watch this documentary. This is The Spy Who Saved the World. I'm not exactly sure what he did, but I want to learn more about it. And I'll mute it afterwards if I think this one is okay, though. I think it's in the public domain, but I'm going to comment on it anyway. Give it a second, little towels.
He pursued a brilliant career in the Soviet Army, among the most influential members of the USSR.
He's a poster boy. He's an emblem of the Soviet regime.
But in 1960, he betrays his country.
I think some of you now might be starting to see why I like to watch this stuff. You learn all sorts of techniques. Not that the photo's still classified of him. It means the other guy was a very serious operative. The U.S. guy he was in the picture with.
Capacity than we do, and that.
All right, I'm breaking in. Hello, Tal friends. Okay, so we are not gratuitously watching this. I have finished my research. I hope you all found that very interesting. I need a little bit of help, though, ladies and gentlemen. I need a little bit of help if you are still around there. I am looking for, and don't send it publicly, but it is public information. I need to locate the date of birth of the individual charged in question that we were just looking at. So, if you have access to that information, if you might be able to help Tal find that information, please go ahead and let Tal know. That would be very helpful for a number of reasons, because there is a substantial chance that we are indeed correct, and that indeed this is, what's the matter? Hold on, what's the matter? Please put it in one sentence, please consider. Hello, Murder by Maestro, can you check your Twitter DM, please? I can get the answer to the question you need. I just need one specific piece of information. And then also, what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen, is we are taking a look at the developments. We just found out that the case involving the father-in-law of Juror 2 is a little more serious than I thought. So I put on a documentary, and I hope you don't mind. I put on that documentary to give me a little bit of a chance to kind of digest what I'm reading here. And there is, I mean, to put it lightly, there is a lot. There's a lot here. I need to figure this out because this, if it is true, and I think Murder by Maestro and I are right about this, I know why the government was so concerned, because this guy worked for, and it's completely wiped. He completely wiped it, but I think I'm going to be able to confirm it. This guy worked for not just the Egyptian intelligence, he worked for a military college in Egypt, which only exists to feed to create technology for the Egyptian military. And the reason why it's doubly concerning is I see. No, it's more doubly concerning because he wasn't just stealing random stuff. We got the information in the government sentencing recommendation. We got the information about what he was really doing. He was pulling whole subsets of documents, and then once he had and most of them, the most important ones, had to do with missile defense technology, and specifically like how to potentially, like, it's information that could have been used to thwart either our missile defense, or some of the information was about like our ability to get missiles to hit people, like there were documents about how to compromise our onboard missile guidance technology or something. It was very concerning. You have a great night, LS. You deserve it. I hope nothing will break before the end of the day. Tal's going to hang out for a little bit longer. But you have a great night. Thank you for being with us, LS. You are a super Towel. Towel's turning into a rotating news network. That's just how it's becoming. It was very interesting to look at those answers from the juror earlier. I have to certainly consider keep thinking about those, but less about the juror themselves and more about the father-in-law. Okay, so I'm going to keep looking. I need this specific DOB because it's because you can only confirm the person went to the University of Idaho that way. But I think I have some ideas about where to find it. And for now, you all may have to continue watching the spy documentary that you liked so much about President Kennedy. Potentially Murder by Maestro. Potentially.
For a city or a people.
The American.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so I'm thinking about a lot of stuff right now. I'm a little bit concerned about what I found in this document. All right, and I didn't exactly see what was going on in chat, but don't worry about it. It's okay to post whatever you want in chat for now. Towel's here, everything's fine. The more I read about this guy, I can't find his date of birth to get this confirmation, but I'm going to keep looking into it. But the more I read about this guy, the more it perplexes me. We're learning more and more about the father-in-law of the juror. And obviously, he was sentenced, but I don't know if anyone really got at the time what the larger picture was. Even the news articles about his sentencing and his and whatnot didn't really. When you read the U.S. Attorney's sentencing memorandum, there's something like the U.S. Attorney, I don't think, really liked what happened with this case with the father-in-law. And so if you're wondering, why are we watching documentaries? Well, part of it is I don't exactly know what's going to happen today. So I'm monitoring, I'm keeping an eye on things, and I need to, once in a while, be able to kind of watch something while I'm working. If there's anything specific you'd like to watch, we've watched all the jurors' interviews. We heard the text of the juror interview that I read earlier today. I'll post copies of that later. But frankly, this is an interesting situation. Just the more it unfolds, just all over the place. It's just more and more each day. But okay, give me 1 second. I think I want to watch I like these documentary watch-alongs because it gives me a chance to kind of process. But I also am frustrated because there's one specific piece of information, I guess I'll look more into it tomorrow, that I need. But Murder by Maestro, that is not some other guy. I'm pretty sure something happened at the University of Idaho. Because if you read in the sentencing memo, this guy went from employed as a professor, and then he was just gone. And then he shows back up with Raytheon. And he was a tutor the whole time. Yet apparently, took pictures and, was charged with underage, possession of CSAM material. No. There's something here. And I don't think the University of Idaho necessarily wants people to know about it. But, they have to at least confirm that he was there. So, all right, can we watch something on the Manhattan Project? Would you mind if I just decompressed? I either want to watch Spies of War or The Secret Operation That Deceived Who. Let's see. What do I want to watch? Oh, okay, let's watch the 1979 Iranian Revolution Explained. And I will mute this later if I have to, but I kind of think this is a good thing for me to watch right now because I would like to learn about this, and you all need to give me a few minutes. This is a very real-time situation, and I just need a little bit of time. So give Little Towel his time, and then let's see. We can watch and learn about the Iranian Revolution so I can understand the country of Iran.
1979, a revolution topples Iranian ruler Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi.
I'm sorry if you don't want to watch
this. A monarchy of more than 2,500 years.
Ich habe zunächst nicht an einem Umbruch geglaubt.
That's the way authoritarian regimes fall. First gradually, and then suddenly.
The Shah's mistake was to want to do too much, too fast.
Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Persia's last emperor, was a key figure in world politics in the second half of the 20th century. His fiercest opponent, Ruhollah Mousavi Khomeini. The Ayatollah becomes the bearer of hope for all those who are against the Shah.
Die beiden sind tatsächlich Gegenpole So wie ihr gesellschaftliches Bild, so auch ihre beiden Personen.
They became very fierce antagonists, absolutely. And the Shah developed an almost obsession with them.
Their rivalry lasted for almost their entire lives. In the end, the Shah is defeated, the Ayatollah is victorious, and with him, Islamic fundamentalism, a new challenge for world politics. In September 1941, a young man becomes the new ruler of Iran. At just 21 years of age, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is sworn in as the new head of state in the Iranian parliament, in the middle of the Second World War. His father, Reza Shah Pahlavi, had remained neutral, but he made no secret of his sympathies for the Nazi regime. The Allies demanded his resignation. Since Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union, the British and the Americans depend on Iran for the transport of heavy war materials to Russia, for the fight against
Brennan, Maestro, if you're still here, this is what I found.
the German Reich.
Als der Vater
he had a Master of Science in Scientific Computing, a PhD in Condensed State of Matter, several patents, and he speaks 4 languages. So he has patents too. See if any of the patents were attached to the University of Idaho, maybe?
nach seiner Abdankung Iran verlassen hat, blieb Mohammad Reza zurück. Also der Vater Reza Shah hat ihn auch zurückgelassen, hat eben auch gesagt, du musst das hier übernehmen, du bleibst hier.
Mohammad Reza had been prepared for this task by his father from an early age. Among his siblings, he has a special role as Crown Prince. His father selects his playmates and sends him to a Swiss elite boarding school to give him a Western education. Finally, he tells him who to marry. It's the Egyptian princess Fawzia. With the arranged marriage between the two dynasties, the father wants to reinforce the Pahlavi's power in Iran.
And he was a very, very powerful, charismatic figure who completely dominates the son's life.
300 kilometers southwest of Tehran, the oasis town of Khomeini is situated. In 1902, Ruhollah Mousavi Khomeini is born in a house on the outskirts of that town, the youngest of 6 children. He never meets his father. His father is murdered when he is 5 months old under suspicious circumstances. Khomeini will later hold Reza Shah accountable.
Until the end of his days, Ayatollah Khomeini thought that Reza Shah personally had intervened and to save the murder. That was that bitterness left in him, because in his writings, every now and then he says those whose fathers have been killed by Reza Shah.
Khomeini grows up without a father. This will impact him all his life. His mother takes Khomeini to a wealthy aunt who makes sure he receives a good education. At 5 years of age, Khomeini starts school. A village teacher teaches him how to read and write. He's a fast learner. Among his classmates, he's the most gifted. While others play, he studies and reads the Quran. Before Reza Shah was forced to abdicate, he had started extensive reforms in Iran. He wanted Persia to become a modern state. This included the fact that women were no longer allowed to wear a chador, the traditional veil. The clergy saw this as an assault on religious matters and protested. Khomeini, who was studying Islamic theory of law by then, this was a fundamental violation of the principles of Islam.
Khomeini war ein politischer Geistlicher, auch schon bevor er wirklich öffentlich auftrat. Kann man das auch festmachen an seinen Schriften. Also wir haben ein Traktat von ihm, Kashf al-Asrar, also die Enthüllung der Geheimnisse.
Yeah, I mean, so for right now, we're doing a little bit of live research as I'm looking more into the very serious case from 2019 involving the father-in-law of a juror in the Reed case. There's just something off about the whole thing. The sentencing memorandum from the DOJ recommended like 70 months. He got 18 months concurrent for theft of missile technology and then possession of like child sexual abuse material. So there's something wrong.
Dieser Titel. Darin greift er sehr stark Reza Shah an.
Reza Shah's abdication under pressure from the Allies must have been greatly gratifying for him. He demands that Iran will now be ruled according to Islamic law again. This demand doesn't have any effect yet. Reza Shah dies in exile in South Africa in 1944. If not before, now with his son transferring the body, all eyes are on the new Shah. People wonder how he will solve the conflict with the clergy, which he inherited from his father. So far, he'd been perceived as rather restrained by the public.
As Shakespeare says, some have greatness thrust upon them and some seize greatness. Mohammad Reza Shah had the monarchy.
Pause. Murder. I love that pause. Murder. This is why we stick around and do research, ladies and gentlemen. You know why? Because Murder by Maestro found the father-in-law's patent. How much do you want to bet? It's on like advanced like radar technology or like the disruption of radar technology through like electronic disruption. It's a signal adaptive processor. Wow. All right, hold on. Look at this. Look at the patent. Let's see if it's attached. Wait, what? Oh, no. Murder by Maestro. Murder by Maestro. Murder by Maestro. Do you see that patent, bruh? Murder by Maestro, do you see the address? I know what Durham is. I know that's Saudi Arabia. So in 1988, 8 years after he gets to the U.S., he's filing a patent. Clearly the government knew about it. How much do you want to bet that this guy, Mostafa Hamed, is connected to either Saudi or Egyptian intelligence? And his patent is a signal adaptive processor for detecting and identifying specific sound signals that are emitted by relatively moving or at-rest sources in noisy environments, like missiles. The system can provide an early warning system to alert vehicle operators of the presence of emergency vehicles, which emit audio warning signals to indicate the type of vehicle and the direction from which it is coming. The processing technique here is used here is similar to some word spotting algorithm used in recognition of specific words in continuous speech. However, the algorithm has been modified by the inventors to meet the particular characteristics of the specific sounds. The algorithm is also enhanced by a novel adaptive filtering means, which identifies the background noise features and then filters it out before extracting the feature of the sound in the incoming signal stream. The feature is essential to ensure reliable operation in such noisy environments such as streets and highways. Hold on, we got another patent. Oh, we're on to something here. And Murder by Maestro, the only reason we found that is because it was some random line in the DOJ's sentencing memorandum, like 10 pages in. That was like, oh yeah, he's got some patents. Yeah, this is the same one that I was about to read. Are you able to see that? Hold on, let me make it a little bit easier. So it's a patent. It's not the easiest thing in the world to understand, but the fact that we now know the nature of his patent work is very helpful. This kind of tells us, and why he got kicked out of the University of Iowa and then shows up at Raytheon I'm pretty sure it got pushed out. All right, this is the full patent. Here we go. All right, let's see. All right, so what is that? It's for detecting them? What are you supposed to do with it? Who would need this? It's a Cyric sonar sensor. In a preferred embodiment, the invention is utilized as an early warning system to alert vehicles operators of the presence of emergency vehicles. And it has to do with traffic? I am utterly baffled. I mean, I understand what they're doing. He wanted to put a device in people's cars so that they would know where the police and sirens are. Okay, but that does a little bit more than that. Like, it doesn't just help with traffic. Like, this could be used to, like, detect, like, emergency vehicles in war zones. Murder by Maestro, what do you make of this? Cyrax. What do you make of this? I mean, this person is very, very smart. Both of them are, but I get why they were involved, or at least one of them was involved in missile technology. But what is, it's a commercial patent, but what is the point? Oh my God. Murder by Maestro. King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. Yeah. All right, hold on. His name is Mustafa. A voice by radar. Oh my God, it's for like spying. The cover was a traffic application. Let's figure out more about this Mustafa A. Hamad. Murder by Maestro. Guess what he specializes in? Yo, look at this. This is Mustafa Ahmad. Mustafa Ahmad. He is a lecturer in MIS specializing in e-commerce and the internet at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. He received his business administration and computer science and his MBA from Nebraska, U.S. From the University of Nebraska. He has been actively involved with web development since the early 1990s when all web pages were in gray and links could only be blue and purple. He has owned numerous web properties since 1994. Yeah, not just he is living in Saudi Arabia, and he was in the U.S. for a while. Let me see if there's anything else I can find on this guy. Give me a second. I told you, that's why we're watching spy documentaries and documentaries about Iran. I told you I was on to something. Give me a few more minutes. Back to the Iran documentary. Stay tuned. We're on to something here. Might not be as big as the other day, though.
He sees thrown upon him. And there was a big difference with someone who goes and grabs power and creates the modern state with someone who was essentially a reluctant king.
The young Shah acts surprisingly resolutely. Like his father, he wants to modernize state and society, but end his father's confrontational course with the clergy. His subsequent opponent, Khomeini, now teaches Islamic theory of law. He finds a sympathetic ear in younger students who become radicalized. One group names themselves Fadaiyan-e-Islam. These martyrs of Islam are Shiite fundamentalists. They come from the ghettos of Tehran and demand the establishment of a theocratic state on the basis of the Quran. Any Western influence is to be banned. Women must wear veils in public again.
Within a couple of years, they really became very important because first of all, they assassinated a top intellectual, Mr. Ahmad Kasravi, who campaigned against Islam as a whole. Then they proceeded further and assassinated the Prime Minister, General Razmara. And Khomeini was the cleric who gave them clerical cover. Because, in Islam, or at least in Shiite Islam, you can't just go and kill somebody unless a clerical authority writes a fatwa, as, for example, like Khomeini wrote against Salman Rushdie.
In early 1949, there's an assassination attempt on the Shah as well. It was probably carried out by a terror group, but this has never been proven.
Well, no, it's a good question, Diana. I mostly monitor the news and report on it. I don't investigate, I don't do any of that. I just report on information, but we'll be keeping an eye on this. Even in the next 15, 20 minutes, I want to see what I can find about this Saudi Arabian guy. I have some thoughts.
Iranian parliament blames the Moscow-following Tudeh party and bans it. This comes in useful for the Shah, for communist ideology is equally as suspicious to him as is radical Islam. His political path is directed towards the West.
I'm looking forward with the keenest anticipation to all that I have to experience here in the greatest of the democracies in a free world.
In November 1949, the American President Harry S. Truman and the American people welcomed Shah Mohammad Reza exuberantly, but not exactly selflessly. They want to secure access to the huge oil reserves in Iran. The Shah, on the other hand, needs support for his plans to modernize Iran from the bottom. He's interested in all technical innovations like the Hoover Dam. Not everyone likes his enthusiasm for the West.
Das Land war total abhängig. Der Schah war abhängig von den Amerikanern und von den Briten. Und wir wollten ein unabhängiges Land haben. Ein Land, das sein Schicksal selbst in die Hand nimmt, selbst entscheidet.
Murder Maestro, check this out. I found him. It's not with an O, it's actually Mustafa. I think this is him. I might be wrong. This is the King Fahd University. It seems to be the same guy. It's spelled Mustafa, but I think it's spelled E-Ahmad, but I think it's actually Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. But let's double check this. I'm not exactly sure because this is at the King Fayed school, but then there's no Mustafa Fayed. But anyway, we got to keep looking. I have a feeling if this guy just, all right, I got some theories.
Fantasy, myths, ancient beginnings. Elevate your historical exploration to unparalleled heights with a History Hits subscription. Don't miss out on our latest releases, where classicist Natalie Haynes travels to Corfu to unravel the story of the Gorgon Medusa, one of the most iconic yet misconstrued.
All right. I'm jumping forward.
The global economic boom after the war requires fuel. Oil. In Abadan, near the Persian Gulf, the world's greatest refinery is built.
Murder by Maestro. He didn't use his real name on that patent. His name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. He did not use his real name on that patent. What did we just find this time? I'm not saying this is I don't even want to go down this road. He did not use his real name on that patent. I'm telling you right now. Wait, there's a version of what he was developing in the field right now? What is going on here? What exactly are we onto, Little Towels? This is very interesting. I'm going to continue this tomorrow too, but I'm going to stay with you for a little bit. Mostly because it's hot again, and I would like to do this research live because I actually need Murder by Maestro's help. Oh my dear God. All right, I'm scared. All right, I'm going to look at it. What did you find? I knew it was cover. It wasn't about traffic. You all seeing this? This is what he actually invented. And wait a minute. Why was a guy wait a minute. A guy who's now living in Saudi Arabia worked with a guy who was clearly Egyptian intelligence on this specific system that is out in the field. And are you telling me that Saudi intelligence basically could compromise this? It's not commercial espionage, it's state espionage, clearly. They had these guys building our defense. They literally had them building our defense technology. These were long cover plants, clearly. And this guy got out, and he didn't use his real name, Murder by Maestro. He didn't use his real name. Why would he put a fake name on a patent? Because he's not fucking Mustafa E. Hamed. It's Mustafa F. Hamed. Murder by Maestro, they committed fraud. They committed fraud on the patent because he's clearly fucking Saudi intelligence. Oh, no. Oh, no. They defrauded the patent office so they wouldn't figure out the dude in Nebraska was Saudi intelligence. Oh, no. Murder by Maestro, please confirm to me that this dude, he lied on the patent. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know. Listen. I don't know if the DOJ realized this when they figured, they were researching this shit, but to figure this out, okay, first of all, it's a few years later, but you would have had to find out that the guy used a fake name and that it's not Mustafa E. Ahmed, it's Mustafa F. Oh my God, Murder by Maestro, it's Saudi intelligence. Murder by Maestro, it's Saudi fucking, oh no, okay, all right, everybody breathe. How did this? Everybody. Okay. All right. It's happened again. Oh no. I know. Murder by Maestro, please archive it all. It's the dude he lied on the patent application. It's a fucking they this is how they stole our technology. They don't need people they don't need people to come in and steal it now. They just build the shit. They do the patent, then they get it in the pipeline and develop. Oh my God, this thing needs to be out of the field. The Saudis know how to compromise it. Oh no. We're going back to the Iran documentary. I need to breathe. What the fuck, man? Listen, the fake name on the patent application is what gave it away.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, oil production had been mainly in British hands. In Iran, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company is like a state within a state. When the Iranian parliament decides to nationalize the oil industry in March 1951, Great Britain pulls the oil plug on Iran. Many British experts have to leave the country. The takeover of the oil facilities by a national company is cheered on boisterously. But the oil embargo soon forces the country's economy to its knees. Extremist parties like the Communist Tudeh party take advantage. They become very popular. The Shah temporarily flees into exile, out of the line of fire. The mullahs and their followers, and different political groups like the communists who aim for the abolition of the monarchy and a people's republic, fight for dominance in Iran. The Shah only manages to stay in power through the intervention of the USA. The American Secret Service, CIA, supports him with a lot of money and helps him to establish his own secret service, the Sabak.
Our Shah became a kind of Roman Caesar, involved in day-to-day business, involved in day-to-day wars, and if, like the Roman Caesar, you become involved in day-to-day, like Julius Caesar, somebody will kill you.
During this time, Khomeini doesn't make any public statements on political questions. He withdraws to his house in the holy city of Qom, where he lives with his wife and children. Only his most dedicated followers come to see him, but they don't say a word about what Khomeini discusses with them either.
Oh, that's why they put Fodor in Qom. It's a holy city where Khomeini did his. This is interesting. I'm learning a lot. I got to work on this other thing, but let's watch this. I'm learning a lot. This is how I do my work, by the way. If you're wondering why are we doing this live, one, because this is how Murder by Maestro and I do things. We work together on a live chat. I'm on stream, watching documentaries and researching, and then all of a sudden, I find one line in a sentencing memo. We find a patent. The guy lied about his name. The father-in-law of the juror, the guy he was working with on the patent, lied about his name, and then he was in Nebraska, and then they developed this special system where they claimed it was for detecting emergency sirens, but it was actually cover for Raytheon to develop a system for detecting incoming missiles being shot at soldiers. But it turns out that the guy who lied about his name on the patent is actually in Saudi Arabia and has been there for 25 years, which means it's likely that this system out in the field being deployed by Raytheon for our troops actually has been and is compromised by Saudi Arabia and who knows, God knows who else, because when it was originally developed, the guy who created the system, and maybe both guys, one was Egyptian, the other was Saudi, were foreign intelligence assets in the United States, potentially. The Saudi guy, I'm now certain he was intelligence because he put a fake name on the patent application, and now when you find his real name, he studied in Nebraska for a little bit right around the time when all this shit was going down in the 80s. Then he went to Saudi Arabia and never left, but it took a while for this patent to be developed, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't actually get deployed to the field until recently. The technology is compromised. The technology is compromised, and I'm telling you right now, in real time, as we were looking at this, because Murder by Maestro wouldn't have just gone and looked up the guy's patents. It was in the sentencing memorandum, and I wouldn't have even been able to figure all this out without Murder by Maestro. In the sentencing memorandum from the DOJ, okay, it mentions how the guy has patents. So then when we looked into the patents, it turns out that the guy he worked with, the father-in-law of juror number 11, used a fake name on the patent, and his real name indicates that he has been in Saudi Arabia for the past 20, 30 years. Oh, this is all a lot. Give me 15 or 20 minutes. I told you, Murder by Maestro. I can't believe it was this again. I can't believe it happened again on stream. It's impossible. No, you don't understand. That kind of thing is a fucking diamond in the rough find. To first of all, to figure out he had patents, you had to know that in the sentencing, first of all, you had to read the sentencing memo and the government's sentencing memo. And then in the middle of it, you had to see this random denotation about how he had patents. And I wasn't even looking for his patents. I was looking at it because I was very interested in determining whether it was possible that he went to Idaho University, okay? And just so you know, I'm here. I'm with you all. I'm just thinking. You can see it in my eyes. And because we were trying to find out if the father-in-law of juror 11 went to Idaho University, I was looking in the sentencing memorandum for two things: his date of birth, which I couldn't find. I could only find 1953. But more importantly, way more importantly, I was looking for whether it mentioned the University of Idaho. It didn't. But in the line where it mentioned his degrees, it mentioned he has patents. I happened to say over stream, oh, I bet Murder by Maestro is the type of smart towel who, if I said the word patents, would go look up the guy's patents. And I was going to do it if MBM wasn't here. Well, MBM looks up the guy's patents. It isn't just that the patent is interesting, right? Because it looks like it's ostensibly about developing technology to detect EMTs and police and others coming towards you on the road. But it's not about that at all, ladies and gentlemen, whatsoever. It was actually a patent for soldiers to detect missiles incoming on them, and it's transportable. That's how I knew it wasn't about cars. I knew it was military application, Murder by Maestro. I said it when I was reading the patent. And then the weird thing is, it's not even about the patent. It's that this was from 1988, the technology. Once we figured out what he was doing, with the patent, I looked at the name on the patent, and the Murder by Maestro did as well, and we went to research this guy from Saudi Arabia, who was on the patent. He gave a fake name. They committed fraud on the patent application. And why would you commit fraud by changing your name on a fucking patent application unless you are fucking Saudi intelligence? Fuck! And it's not just the academic exercise. It has serious fucking consequences because Murder by Maestro, because he's a fucking genius, went and figured out that the patent was, and not about fucking detecting like emergency sirens. It was a shoulder mounted missile detection fucking and gunfire detection unit for soldiers. Which means that, do you see what this means? Our enemies right now, they don't need to compromise our technology because they built the patents. They sent agents over here in the 80s and whatever. They had long cover agents. Some of them got in and got out. Clearly, this second guy got in and got out. This is a major fucking national security story. We need to... This is steamrolling so fast and so quickly. I'm telling you, the next story that I'm going to publish right now, and you can't do anything about it because I just reported it live. Murder by Maestro's in another country. So, good, you know what I mean? Like there's people watching live. We already figured all this out. The next story I am going to run is that this motherfucker committed fraud on a patent application. And the reason he committed fraud was to change the guy who he submitted it with, the patent, changed his name on the patent application so that it would not be clear that he was a different guy in Saudi Arabia who spent time in Nebraska before going to Saudi Arabia and then never left. How did they miss it? Murder by Maestro. How did they miss it? How did they miss it? I don't mean to be like, listen, I'm tired. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to give up. We figured this out. I see the whole picture right now in front of me. But how can there be so many cracks in this system? I get it. Like, I was reading that sentencing memo. The U.S. attorney knew. He fucking knew. He just couldn't prove it. I'm telling you, we just proved it. I should call that dude. What's his name? Scott something or other. You think he still works at the U.S. attorney's office? I think tomorrow, I have to call I think I might have to. This is incredible. I mean, I know it's late, and the most people who hang out for these streams at the end, we just do, most recently we've just been doing research, so people come in, they say hello, they go to bed, it's getting later. I'm going to have to stay up. I'm going to have to get a coffee. A couple words here. One, this is the biggest story of my career. Two, if I am right about this, I think we just saved the law. If this is active in the field, it's more murder by Maestro than me. I would not have figured this out without him. We potentially just saved people's lives. Three, this item needs to be immediately decommissioned until they can confirm that guy who developed the patent in '88 and lied about his name is Saudi intelligence. And if he's Saudi intelligence and used a fake name on a U.S. patent for technology that went on to become this missile defense shoulder-mounted system for troops, we have to immediately decommission it. There's no option. It's compromised. They're waiting to go to war with us, and so that when the war comes, part of their tactical intel will be all these systems they have compromised, and those are the ones they'll target in ways that they know our systems can't stop. Murder by Maestro, am I wrong? I think, what do we do? Do I just yell this out into the void? I know, it's not even a matter of taking me seriously. Fuck what you think about me. It's this is very serious. And so, of course, I think the U.S. government attorney prosecuting the espionage case, if you ran a hit, if you just took it at face value and looked up that patent, that guy it's not his name. He moved one letter of his middle name. It was a patent from 1988. Do you realize Saudi Arabia is in the BRICS with Egypt and Brazil? We're fucked. We're fucked. They compromised our whole defense establishment decades ago. They compromised the patents. We're really fucked. I'm just one guy. The LinkedIn. Yeah, Murder by Maestro. Don't worry. Don't worry about the LinkedIn. No. What's way more important is look. I'll take you through it, okay? I'll just take everybody through it because I need to just, I I just have to show you, okay? There's no way I'm wrong about this. This is from 1990. I think they actually applied in 88. Okay, it's Sergeline and Mustafa E. Hamad. But that's not his fucking name. His name is not Mustafa E. Hamad. I'm telling, and so Murder by Maestro, don't worry about the LinkedIn. This is why it's such a big deal. That guy is not Mustafa E. Hamad. Okay, there is a guy, and I figured this out very quickly. This guy is a real person who was in the U.S., in Nebraska, in the 80s. That's why these two know each other. My guess is they actually fucking know each other because they're both connected. One was Egyptian intelligence and one was Saudi intelligence. And they worked on this patent that looks like it's about detecting like emergency signals from cars. Oh, yep, don't worry, Harvard Yard. Maybe we'll have you come on and talk about this once I get written up. It's almost done. So this patent, all right, this patent is a signal adaptive processor, and it looks like it's for some, like, identifying sound signals from fucking EMTs and police to make road traffic easier, but this is fake. This is a fake patent in the sense that it doesn't actually do that. Why would you need a fucking miniaturized version of this in your car? It was never for that purpose. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. This is a classified national security project that is being submitted under false pretext on purpose with the government's permission. But here's the weird part. The real project led to this. Okay, it looks like is this showing? Yeah, it looks like that patent is about detecting EMT sound, like the sound of EMTs and police on the roads. It's not. It's for detecting missiles. And it led to this. Okay? It led to this. This is compromised. I'm telling you, the reason I know it's compromised is because this guy is not Mustafa E. Ahmed. It's not Mustafa E. Ahmed. He changed two, and you can tell it's fucking intelligence work because he changed two very specific letters. And how much you want to bet there is a Mustafa E. Ahmed in Saudi Arabia who does not work at the King Fayed University of Petroleum? You know who does work at the King Fayed University of Petroleum and Minerals? You know who started Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform? You know who most certainly is a fucking Saudi intelligence agent? Mustafa, with a U, F. Ahmed. Fuck! I can't take this shit. They're going to fuck us. They're going to fuck us so hard. Oh, no. And this is just one example. Do you understand? If they did this once, they did this constantly. We figured it out. I mean, I would like your analysis. We figured it out, but I'm so upset. And not upset, and I'm not apoplectic. But why is it me? Not me, well, not why is it me in that sense. We cannot have our defense establishment and the integrity of the national security apparatus dependent on the fact that Murder by Maestro and I have a hobbyist interest in really looking into documents and randomly figured out that this guy misspelled his name on purpose on a patent document because he's Saudi fucking intelligence. Oh no. I've never seen That was the... wow. These people are going to... this is going to be remembered. Maybe people eventually... if this is real, maybe it'll never be public, but somebody somewhere is going to be like, that motherfucker, he loves America. I don't know what we're going to do about this. I'm very concerned, but at least we figured it out, so that's a step in the good direction. What? I can't believe that just happened in real time again. It's literally incredible. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's because Murder by Maestro is it's always somebody like Murder by Maestro or LA Connection. Like, people like that gravitate towards me, and like I like to work symbiotically, like, and stuff like that. But if this is true, we have just uncovered the biggest national security story in the past 40 fucking years. No question about it. It's potentially even bigger than the Snowden thing. If this is right, which I'm almost positive it is, because he fucking changed his name in a very specific way, and I now know what his real name is. Where, first of all, they have to pull this device immediately from the field. If this is real, I don't have access to the kind of actual files that would prove it. But if that motherfucker, Mustafa F. Ahmed, not Mustafa E. Ahmed, if I'm right about this, and he came to the U.S. in the 80s, and he was in Nebraska, and he was Saudi intelligence the whole time, and then he fled back to Saudi, then that program, that patent that led to the ballistic missile identification technology is compromised. It has been compromised. It will continue to be compromised. Sun-Eyed Girl, you are not going to believe this. So we're reading the father's sentencing memo from earlier, right? The father, the missile defense, the guy who stole our missile secrets. And we're reading his sentencing memo, and there's this one, Murder by Maestro and I were actually on this other very interesting thing trying to confirm the father-in-law, Ahmed Lahadi Y. Sergdalin, went to the University of Idaho. So I'm looking in the sentencing document, which is itself explosive, and I'm trying to find any reference to like the University of Idaho, his degrees, whatever. Now I find a reference to his MS in computer science and his PhD in like some kind of like quantum physics or something. But then at the end of that, it says he speaks 4 languages and he has some patents. So I'm like, randomly, you can find it on the live. I'm like, Murder by Maestro, it says he has patents. And I'm like, Murder by Maestro is like, I'm here. And then less than 10 minutes later, Murder by Maestro links the patent document. Now, at first, right, we both kind of picked up on the patent document. We both started reading it simultaneously. Murder by Maestro thought it could have been about like detecting human voices. But as I was reading, I was like, nobody writes something like this to deploy in civilian cars to detect fucking emergency signals. This is military. I didn't exactly know what, but I knew it was military. But that's only the first part. So then, in the middle of all that, as we're analyzing the patent, I look at the top of the patent, and Murder by Maestro does it at the same time. He's like, Grant, there's this guy, Mustafa E. Ahmed, from the King Fayed University of Petroleum. So then we start looking around. Well, you know what is really interesting, Sun-Eyed Girl? There is no Mustafa E. Ahmed at the King Fayed University of Petroleum. That is a fake name. Someone committed fucking fraud on a U.S. patent application. You know what there is, though? There is a Mustafa F. Ahmed who was in the United States right before this patent went live in Nebraska, and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since, where the King Fayed University of Petroleum and Minerals. His name is Mustafa F. Ahmed. He created the first e-commerce platform in Saudi Arabia. He's definitely fucking Saudi intelligence, and he used a fake name on the patent. And the implications here, this patent is from 1988. It was approved in 1990. The implications here are that these fuckers were Saudi and Egyptian intelligence, respectively, the whole fucking time, and that this system, which protects our troops right now, is compromised and was compromised and has been compromised from the beginning by, at a bare minimum, Egyptian and Saudi intelligence. And since they're part of the BRICS, that probably means everybody has it. They fucked us. They fucked us. I swear to God, if even one U.S. service member they fucked us. It was a long cover-up. They fucked us. Fuck! This is worse than the pagers with Hezbollah and Israel. They fucked us so hard. I've never seen anything like it. They knew. They knew decades ago that they had a plan. They're going to wipe us the fuck out. I'm telling you, if I found this is one example of what I see what they fucking did. All of them. It was all of our enemies. They infiltrated our domestic, industrial, and academic sectors so that they could create patents that would go on to become military technology, so that and they had to give it a long time because it takes a while to go from patent to development to deployment. You don't understand. DoD procurement takes decades. These fuckers, they saw it coming. And so they just embedded themselves in our defense establishment, and they just laid quiet. They didn't have to do anything. And now when our soldiers are in the field, all the fucking intelligence agencies from the hostile countries, all they have to be like goes, oh, yeah, so that patent, like the way you defeat it, like we built the bug into the patent and the people who deployed it don't know. And you just have this specific type of like LiDAR guided, missile that can't be detected by the system. That's how you fuck us. Val, we're fucked. My country, man. We're in a lot of trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. This is like, again, this is one example. This is the worst case scenario. Fuck everything else we've been talking about. This is so much worse. This is the worst case scenario. It's treason. It's fucking treason. These fuckers. These fuckers. It's actually treason. This is fucking treason. They were going to wait until we went to fucking war with this in the field, and they were going to feed the Iranians or whoever the fuck information so that they could defeat. Do you understand? It's all fought with missiles. They were going to tell the Iranians how to defeat this thing or sniper attack. I'm sure this is one version. There's also missile detection versions. They were going to tell them how to defeat this shit because they wrote the fucking patent. And the reason we figured it out is because Mustafa E. Ahmed is a fake name. They committed fraud on a federal patent application. His real name is Mustafa F. Ahmed, and he definitely works for Saudi intelligence. Oh, fuck! No, they are not. The BRICS nation, The BRICS nations, hey, so guess who the BRICS includes? Brazil, Egypt, Iran, India, Saudi Arabia. Okay, so back up a little bit. Three big names, setting aside Russia and India. And I'm pretty sure Iran's at least tangential to it. 3 big names in the BRICS that we've talked about a lot recently. Brazil, Egypt, Saudi fucking Arabia. They are all in the BRICS. I'm telling you right now, I will bet everything. I have to calm down. I have never been so sure of something in my entire life than that patent application was a fraud. Obviously, it was part of the national security establishment. It wasn't actually about traffic detection systems. It was about military radar detection systems on soldiers. This is the proof that fucker, for decades, the father-in-law and this other guy, were intelligence operatives because he used a fake name that is, and it's specific. It was 1988, so he did it in a way when there was not really digital files the way we know them today. So he just changed it by 2 letters. Mostafa F. Hamed, E. Hamed. His real name is Mustafa with a U, F. Ahmed. And what did this patent go on to become? The boomerang warning system. Fuck. It's a bigger story than anyone has ever written in the past 30 years. I'm not kidding you, because it's just the tip of the iceberg. If they did this once, they did it twice. They've compromised. We need a complete holistic review. Oh my dear God, no, Saudi Arabia is not our allies. Listen, folks, I know it seems a little weird. Saudi Arabia is not our ally. The BRICS nations want to get rid of the petrodollar and get rid of the United States on the world scene. Just because we have alliances of convenience, for example, to take out the Houthis in Yemen, or because MBS overthrew MBZ, we don't have time to rehash all that. That does not mean they are our allies. Saudi Arabia is not our ally. Brazil is not our ally. Egypt is not our ally. India is not our ally. Russia is not our ally. These people are hostile state actors who we have to work with in some cases. They are our enemies. Their stated goal is to overthrow the petrodollar and supplant the influence of the United States internationally. They have been planning this for a long time. I'm telling you, this is not a coincidence that the agencies involved here are Egyptian and Saudi intelligence. This is bad. This is apoplectic levels of bad. I don't even know what to do. Someone has to deal with this. Like, the public needs to know. We have a right to know. Yeah, I think time for a super chat for coffee. I think I need a coffee. We might go over 12 hours tonight. Get ready. Get ready. This is the biggest story. I know. I'm sorry, DJ. I'm not going to be able to tune out. This is the biggest story in the past first of all, this is the biggest story of my career. I don't mean to be glib. This is the biggest story of my career. This is the biggest thing I have ever come across in my entire life. This is so deeply concerning to bring you up quickly to the people in the chat. The juror's father-in-law, if you've been keeping up with that story, you know we've been looking into it. It's obviously concerning. And the juror's father-in-law was arrested in 2019 for stealing domestic U.S. missile secrets. Well, I, doing my little towel thing, went and got the sentencing memo. Not from the defense, but from the government on Pacer. I paid a lot of money for Pacer documents today. I'm paying the government well today. And so I'm reading this sentencing document. And we're trying to figure out, because the father was arrested for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets and then possession of child sexual abuse material. And he only got 18 months. So I'm already like, all right, this fucker, like something went down there. But then, while we're reading the sentencing memo from the government, I'm trying to find out if he went to the University of Idaho, because he definitely did, but they wiped the records of it. And so I'm trying to just see if it says in the sentencing memo the University of Idaho, because the University of Idaho wouldn't give me confirmation the guy went there or was in the PhD or whatever, had got a PhD, unless I had his exact date of birth. I only had the year 1953. I tried to be a negotiation little towel, but whoever works at the University of Idaho, your system checks and balance, because they would not give me information even with the year and the dude's name. I could have given the last four of the social too. They still would not give me the confirmation this fucker went to the University of Idaho, the father-in-law. So, in turn, I go to the sentencing memo because I'm getting frustrated, and in a line of the sentencing memo, it says the father-in-law has a master's in computer engineering, and then he has a PhD in quantum physics or something, molecular physics, and then it says he has patents. So we're watching documentaries, I'm just being a little towel, I just randomly say across the stream, because this is what Murder by Maestro and I like to do. We like to do collaborative projects like this. I was like, Murder by Maestro, it says dude has patents, and I know MBM is a motherfucker who will just be like, patent? Oh yeah. So he just jumps in, and right away, 10 minutes in chat, this beautiful genius of a mind, Murder by Maestro, comes back with the patent. Immediately, both of us open up the patent. We're reading it simultaneously, me on stream, him in the chat. Now, let me just tell you right now that I'm reading it, and Murder by Maestro at first thinks it's, and I could see where he's coming from, and I got it wrong too a little bit, but we were both right. We were like, this is not a patent about detecting EMT sirens in civilian cars. This is military. This patent is cover. Now, that was... And immediately I was like, this is military shit. It's military, like compact, like audio based, like LiDAR, basically like equivalent, like detection of fucking noises. No, it's gunfire and missile fire, a detection system. And I didn't know it was mounted on the fucking shoulder, but I knew this was not a real patent. At least it was a fake cover patent for a applied military technology. It was from 1988, 1990. Now, the juror's father-in-law, but way before he got arrested in 2019, is on this patent, and then Mostafa E. Ahmed is on the patent from King Fayal University. Now, it turns out that this patent went on to become this system. Yeah, it went on to become this system, the Boomerang Warrior X. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm going to tag them. I swear to God, I think they're going to pull this. I'm pretty sure the government already knows. I think somebody told the government, as this stream was happening, because I can't imagine that anyone feels safe in light of what in terms of the apparatus, in terms of what I just found. Now, it has nothing to do with me, because the issue here is that they defrauded the patent office. Now, you would say, okay, first of all, how did you figure that out? Well, okay, we know that the project was cover for a Raytheon technology. We know that. But what's more interesting is Mostafa E. Ahmed is a fake name. Dude's name is Mustafa with a U, F. Ahmed. He created Saudi Arabia's first digital e-commerce platform. He's a fucking intelligence asset, for sure. That dude used a fake name on this patent application because his real name, Mustafa F. Ahmed, would definitely have connected him to Saudi intelligence, which means this patent, which is the baseline for probably, I'm certain, multiple, and I'm sure it's not just this one situation, but this patent is probably the basis for multiple applied military technologies. It was compromised from the beginning. Now, if you see the wider picture here, do you realize what we stumbled onto? They compromised the patent, it takes decades to get something like that approved and into the field. They were waiting for it to go into the field, which it did last year, and now they knew how to compromise it. Saudi intelligence, our enemies, knew how to compromise it. They were going to fuck us. They were going to fuck us. It was a 40-year operation. Oh, wow. Saudi intelligence is not going to be happy with me. Someone protect me. In 10 minutes, Murder by Maestro and I blew a 40-fucking-year deep cover Saudi operation to compromise U.S. missile defense technology. Good job. Good job. All in a day's work. Let's just say they're BRICS adjacent. Ange. BRICS adjacent. There's some countries that play both sides of the fence, especially Saudi. But let's call them BRICS adjacent. But yes, they are our enemies. They did, listen. There's no doubt in my mind that Saudi Arabia, especially that old government there, then before MBS, although MBS is a dick. I said it. Sorry. He killed the journalist. I'm sorry. They coordinated 9/11. Come on. It's obvious. Like, the families know. Like, they've been trying to sue them. Like, most people know it was Saudi Arabia. They are our enemies. Yeah, Grant is fine. Grant, this is domestic U.S. soil. I am an American citizen. Civis Americanus Son. In prior years, the proudest boast was Civis Romanus Sum. Today, let it ring forth Civis Americanus Sum. Good quote. Good man. Yes, SD Suke. The juror's father-in-law is Ahmed Al-Hadi S. Y. Sergaline. And in the sentencing memo, the feds themselves basically accused him of being a spy. They just couldn't really prove it. I'm telling you, I just proved it. You do not use a fake. They defrauded. First of all, he could be picked up on this, I'm sure. They defrauded the patent office. That's a fake name. His real name is Mustafa F. Hamed. They defrauded the patent office. Why would you defraud the patent office when you're already working with the defense intelligence establishment? Because you're fucking Saudi intelligence, and your plan was to take all this information back to Saudi Arabia, and you needed to make sure, even though you were already there, that they were going to use this fucking patent. It's horrifying. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. All right, I got to write it up. You got to watch the documentary. I'm sorry. The only way, people in the chat, please catch people up. The only way I can do this is to actually just focus on writing it up. So I need you to watch this documentary. That's the best way for me to write it up. I don't know what to tell you. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. You want to see who the dude actually is? This is actually scary. They can't take it down now. It's too late. I mean, it's too. What, are they going to wipe him from the internet? That'll only confirm my concern. You want to see him? It's not Mustafa. You want to see who this dude is? I found him in like 10 minutes. It wasn't even that hard. It's Mustafa Faisal Ahmed. This is him. Okay? I love America. You did what I think you did. First of all, you're in Saudi Arabia right now. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But you did what I think you did. Holy shit, it's him. It's him. He has a BS in computer science and administration from Chardon State College in Nebraska. And then he got an MBA in e-commerce track from Chardon State College. They paid. Oh my God, this is a spy. Dude, he's got a Twitter. I should call him. Am I allowed to call Saudi Arabia? Hello, sir. Why did you list a fake name on your patent in 19 1988, 1990. And also, is Amalad Hadi Y. Sergaline a member of Egyptian intelligence? And also, are you a member of Saudi intelligence? And did you defraud the patent office so that you could compromise our missile detection technology so that when we went to war, you could attack our troops? I don't think I should ask those questions. I just shouldn't do that. But those are my questions. And I shouldn't call Saudi Arabia. They will get mad at me. It will be like that episode of The Simpsons when Bart called Australia and rung up a really high collect call bill, and then they had to kick him in the butt. They will do more than that. I'm never leaving my house again. Oh no, I am terrified. Government, please protect me. I am a little towel. This was not on purpose. This was not on purpose. It was not my fault. I don't know what to do. I literally don't know what to do. We need to watch this documentary while I write this up. Okay? That's my opinion, is that's the best thing for me to do. How did this get to this point? I mean, I wonder if Hank's like, this little fucking towel. Like, he figured it all out. Like, the juror thing was just one. It wasn't just the juror. He found a spy ring. Oh, it wasn't just a spy ring. They compromised technology that just got deployed to the field by Raytheon. I bet this motherfucker is like, this man. Somebody put this man in the government. Not happening, Hank. I smoked too much weed. Sorry about that.
In solitude, the clergyman continues his work on his ideas for the Islamization of the Iranian state, discreetly but with confidence. He is extremely confident when he meets the Shah in person. On behalf of the Grand Ayatollah, Khomeini asks the Shah to pardon one of the assassins from the terror group Fadayan-e-Islam, successfully. The Shah definitely wants dialogue with the mullahs. He keeps going on pilgrimages to Mecca in Saudi Arabia, Islam's central pilgrimage.
Sorry. I'm bothering Towel's computer.
As a Muslim, he shows respect for Islam and accepts the religious authority of the imams. But such publicity performances always serve multiple interests.
His religious feelings, I think, came from his mother. We know his mother was very religious. His father clearly was not. His politics towards religion has nothing to do with his religiosity. His politics to religion has to do with his fear that the greatest threat to Iran will come from the communists. And that the way to fight the communists is by strengthening religion. And that's exactly what he does.
Any ally in the fight against the influence of the communist Soviet Union is fine with the Shah. Therefore, he tries to win over the clergy, which was traditionally anti-communist and monarchist. It's a calculation which won't add up. Best Picture of Mohammad Reza Shah and Farah Diba. After 2 divorces, the new queen needs to produce the desired successor to the throne so that the Pahlavi dynasty can live on. Farah Diba becomes an influential woman at the side of her husband. She also accompanies him on his trip to America in April 1962, where the couple are received frenetically. The Shah seeks to deepen Iranian-American relations with President John F. Kennedy. Both agree that only a strong military can fend off the latent threat of the Soviet Union. Arming Iran is a done deal. For the Americans, it's a valuable business. Weapons for oil.
Die Amerikaner haben die modernsten Waffen dem Schah zur Verfügung gestellt, seine Militärs aufgebaut. Es gab unzählige militärische Berater im Iran. Die haben bestimmt, was gemacht wird und was nicht gemacht wird. Und alles, was sie gemacht haben, diente bestimmt nicht der Demokratie.
In the 1960s, Iran was still a developing country. Most of the people were farmers without their own land. The land belonged to feudal masters and land barons, including a number of mullahs and religious trusts. On the 11th of January 1963, the Shah introduces an extensive program of reforms. He calls it the White Revolution. Its aim is to markedly improve the conditions of life for the people.
انقلاب سفید موقعی که علیزاده تصمیم گرفتن واقعا تصمیم و فکر خودشون بود، برای که همونطور که گفتم ایشون میخواستن مملکتشون، هموطنانشون پیشرفته بشن، جلو برن.
A national referendum strengthens the ambitious program, which includes the abolition of the feudal system, privatization of state-owned companies, the fight against illiteracy, and the introduction of women's voting rights. Women are not allowed to take part in the referendum yet. However, they flock to the polling stations to demonstrate their approval.
He wanted Iran to modernize. The White Revolution was intended to make Iran better. And it did. In many, many ways it did. It ended feudalism in Iran. That's not an easy thing to do.
The starting point of the White Revolution was a land reform. Against the determined resistance of the clergy, the Shah hands over more than 500,000 hectares of land, an area twice the size of Luxembourg, to some 30,000 destitute families.
Hi, Hard Coffee Chats. 1 second. Hi, Hard Coffee Chats. So we have just come across quite an interesting story. I'm going to update you soon about Juror 17's father-in-law. It's concerns the domestic security of the country. It turns out it's worse than we thought, and that he may have lied, or his colleague may have lied on a patent application to hide the fact in 1990, to hide the fact that the colleague was Saudi intelligence, and then they went on to develop a patent that was deployed recently in the field on the shoulders of our soldiers in order to detect incoming fire, and it may be compromised. So I need a little bit of time, and we're watching a documentary about Iran while I compose myself and get caught up.
کردیم، یعنی گفته میشد در اون زمان شایع بود که زیر فشار آمریکایی ها رژیم شاه این کار کرده، بنابراین این برای تامین کننده هدفهای استعماری امپریالیستیه و به نفع مردم ایران نیست و یه چیز فرمایشی هست به دستور خارجی ها، به دستور آمریکایی ها.
In order for children to learn reading, writing and maths, soldiers teach them in village schools. Adult farmers and nomads have to go back to school. The Shah involves all strata of the population in his campaign.
Es gab eine Armee zur Alphabetisierung und nicht tatsächliche Bildung. Und ich meine, es ist gut, wenn die Leute alphabetisiert sind, aber Alphabetisierung bedeutet nicht politische Bildung. Das ist ein sehr großer Unterschied. Und politische Bildung
wurde überhaupt sowohl an den Schulen als auch an den Universitäten verboten.
Khomeini takes on the role of a mouthpiece for a group of mullahs who reject this policy as pro-Western.
در اون زمان آیت الله خمینی عنوان فردی شمرده میشد که این خواسته های مردم رو، خواسته های معترضان و مخالفان رو بازگو میکرد و با شجاعت و شهامت اینها رو پیگیری میکرد. از این جهت هم ما از آیت الله خمینی حمایت میکردیم.
Khomeini war zu der Zeit, als dann wirklich öffentlich auftrat, eben nicht mehr der junge Geistliche, der vorher war in Rom, der sich über Reza Shah beschwert hatte, der sich dann eben auch zurückhielt aus Respekt vor seinen Lehrern, sondern zu der Zeit war dann eben auch schon Großayatollah, hatte sich dann eben auch schon eine ansehnliche Anhängerschaft versammelt und konnte dann natürlich auch, hatte ein ganz anderes Mobilisierungspotenzial.
Khomeini takes advantage of his gain in power. He abandons his hitherto withdrawn position and openly opposes the Shah's politics. For the first time, he publicly warns him not to carry on with his father's ways.
Khomeini sent a couple of letters directly addressed to the Shah, and the Shah gave a couple of speeches directly responding to him. I've quoted those at length in the Shah book, and they're remarkable. Khomeini, for his defiance, telling the Shah, boy, don't do something so that I throw you out of the country like your father. And the Shah saying these little, the word is like ants, like who survive in feces. We are not going to let them rule this country.
Strengthening the role of women in Iranian society is an integral part of the White Revolution. Iranian women grasped this opportunity to make public use of their newly acquired rights and the associated self-confidence. Women can not only vote now, they can also become political candidates. For Iranian women, this is a milestone on their path to emancipation.
آزادی زنان که خیلی مهم بود، برصد حقوقی که زنان گرفتن بعد در مقایسه با خیلی ممالک اروپایی جلوتر بود.
But there was a lot of resistance and the first revolution in 63 happened, led by Khomeini, happened specifically on this particular item of the voting decree.
For Khomeini and his followers, the new role of women in politics and society is a threat to the foundation of their faith. They mount a counterattack. Khomeini denounces corruption, state violence, and the torture used by the state's secret service Savak. He threatens the tyrant of our time in a speech with a black reaction to the White Revolution.
Khomeini war der Einzige, der sehr radikal damals gegen den Schah sich geäußert hat. Er hat ihm gedroht, dass er ihn als einen sündhaften Menschen, religiös sündhaften Menschen darstellen würde. Und er hat gedroht, einen Aufstand gegen ihn zu organisieren.
There are demonstrations and counter-demonstrations. The Shah deploys the military to the holy city of Qom. Blood is shed. Khomeini is arrested and sentenced to death. Thanks to the pleading of numerous clerics, the sentence is changed, and Khomeini is exiled to Najaf in Iraq. In the meantime, the implementation of the White Revolution is more difficult for the rural population than expected. The farmers now have their own fields to till, but they often lack seeds, water, and modern agricultural machines.
نتیجه این شد که این اصلاحات ارضی سبب شد که روستایی‌ها در ده نمیتونستن بمونن، راهی شهرها شدن، راهی شهرستان شدن، راهی تهران شدن. بعد در تهران هم چون اینا در داخل شهر نمیتونستن زندگی بکنن، آمیدان حاشیه‌نشین شهرها شدن. و همین حاشیه‌نشین‌ها بودن در دوره انقلاب جزو سربازان انقلاب شدن.
If you're going to end feudalism and you're going to bring millions of people into the city, you have to be prepared for it. You have to think, who is going to teach these people the political rules of the new game? And then he made it impossible for anyone other than the clergy to have a political organization in Iran.
At first, Khomeini completely secludes himself in his exile in Najaf, a stronghold of Shiite Islam in Iraq. At 60, he believes he's finished. He's isolated. Many Iraqi scribes don't want to have anything to do with his political activities. He immerses himself in his studies of the Holy Scriptures again. He only communicates with very few of his pupils to stay abreast of the situation in Iran. One of his few pillars is his family, who have followed him into exile.
He was this distant figure, very little interest in anything other than his mosque and his books. He never went once 2 blocks from his house, the other side, to see a river. He went to his mosque and came home for 14 years.
Meanwhile, in Iran, in October 1967, the Shah continues the grandeur of the old days. The Shah had always stressed that he wanted to achieve something for his country before ascending the peacock throne with all honors. Now, he has himself crowned emperor in Tehran. The clergy supports him. The Shah has always factored the clergy into his public appearances. He knows how important it is, especially for the ordinary people, to reference the religious foundation of the ruling dynasty. Now it seems he has arrived. He is the Shahanshah, the King of Kings. And he also crowns his wife Empress, something that has never happened before in Persia's long history.
همیشه میگم موقعی که حضرت تاجو به سر من گذاشتن مثل که تاجو به سر تمام زنان ایران گذاشتن و خب در تاریخ مملکت ما خیلی مهم بود این و راستش من اینقدر فکر نمی‌کردم که من مهم شدم. میدونید واقعا فکر می‌کردم که یه کاری برای پیش بردن و احترام به زنان.
In May and June 1967, the glamorous couple is on a state visit in West Germany. They are welcomed by Federal President Lübke and Federal Chancellor Kiesinger. The visit mainly serves economic interests. The Shah visits the big steel companies along the Rhine and Ruhr rivers because he needs support for the industrialization of his country, for instance with the construction of new reservoir dams for the irrigation of farmland. It's a lucrative opportunity for the German economy.
Man hat das Potenzial des Marktes gesehen. Die Banken waren auch beteiligt und daran interessiert, als Finanzier für derartige Dinge in Frage zu kommen, sodass das eigentlich ein Geben und Nehmen war.
When the ruling couple visits the German opera in Berlin, the ugly face of the Shah regime is revealed. Members of his secret service Sabak attack demonstrators who are protesting against suppression and torture in Iran. The situation escalates. The visit of the Shah and the protests against his politics mark a turning point in the history of West Germany. In Tehran, the Shah's monument, which Faradiba had commissioned, is meant as an architectural expression of the new modern identity of the empire. In the old imperial city of Persepolis, on the other hand, the Shah commemorates the Persian Empire's 2,500 years of history with an ostentatious celebration. In 1971, the biggest party in the world is held in the middle of the desert. Monarchs, heads of state, and dictators attend. The population is not invited.
It was one of those things that the intention was well, but the execution went so much in exaggerated way, mixed with cronyism and corruption, that I think it backfired.
Oh, hi, Judy. Hold on.
In order to lead the white revolution...
Oh, Judy, we're talking Karen Reed. I just had to get my coffee, and you are going to want to stick around for about 10 minutes because we have just discovered, with Murder by Maestro's help, an absolutely explosive story about the juror's father-in-law that just has got bigger than anyone could imagine. But I just need 10 minutes, if you wouldn't mind. We're going to hang out for a little bit. If I have to start another stream, I will. However, we're watching a documentary now because I'm writing up a very important story that I'm about to publish related to Juror 11's father-in-law. Well, actually, a man that he submitted a patent with, and it ties into Saudi intelligence. So I beg your forgiveness. It's one of those long days, but it's one of those days where something important has come up, so I'm doing real-time research. We're hanging out. Harvard Yard helped with my coffee fund. I'm drinking my coffee. I should be pepped up and ready to go in about 10, 20 minutes.
Solution to success, the Shah upgrades the technology of the country with the help of capital assistance from abroad. He invests billions in electrification and numerous other industries. He wants Iran to get in with modernity and become great again, just like the Persian Empire was historically.
I think that our country in the next 10 years will be what you are today. In the next 25 years, according to other people, I'm not saying that, will be among the 5 most prosperous countries of the world.
To this end, the Shah also invests in nuclear energy. US, American, and French companies want to do this lucrative deal. In the end, however, it's West German businesses who signed the deal with Iran.
Natürlich waren wir stolz, dass wir den Auftrag bekamen, das erste Atomkraftwerk im Iran zu bauen, also Siemens KWU. Auf der anderen Seite habe ich mich natürlich gefragt, warum baut ein Land, das unendlich viele Energiereserven, Öl und Gas hat, warum bauen die überhaupt ein teures Atomkraftwerk? Einmal spielte natürlich für die deutsche Wirtschaft auch der Opportunismus eine Rolle. Wir waren interessiert zu liefern oder zu investieren.
The motivation came from the necessity of his time, whether we like it or not. Modernization is to a large extent westernization. You can't modernize without westernizing.
The capital, Tehran in particular, opens itself up to the cultural lifestyle of the West and becomes a modern metropolis. Veiled women are now hardly to be seen anywhere in the town. Young people are allowed to travel without restrictions and educate themselves. They enjoy all the advantages of a cosmopolitan city and show no inhibitions. On the other hand, the political power structures don't change at all. They remain traditionally monarchist and tailored to the Shah.
Wollte alles alleine entscheiden. Und das war der Fehler, der erstens alle Misserfolge, die hatte, erklärt und letztendlich auch das, was zu seinem Ende geführt hat.
و وزرای شاه جرأت نمی‌کردن به شاه بگویند وضعیت اقتصاد کشور خراب است. اینا همه ناشی میشد از این تغییر از بالا، اونم به شیوه استبدادی که پر از فساد بود و جنایت ها و کشتن روشنفکران، فراری دادن روشنفکران و خیانت به لحاظی که ایران رو زیر سلطه بیگانه نگاه می داشت.
In contrast, in Najaf in Iraq, time seems to have stood still. Khomeini holds lectures for a small circle of students. He thinks about what an Islamic legal system could be like, with the clergy taking on a leading role. He condemns the shallowness and pure sensual pleasures of the West, attacks the colonial powers and Israel, and demands the end of separation of politics and religion. The transcripts of the lectures are published in a book about the Islamic State.
I think I was one of the maybe first people to read it. I was shocked by it. But I, like a lot of other simple people like me, thought this would never work. This is a medieval idea. Iran, that has had a constitutional revolution in 1905-07, is not going to let the clergy come and cut off people's hands in public squares. And it's not going to let the clergy rule because they know Sharia. I was wrong, as were a lot of other countries and forces.
In Iran, this book about the Islamic State is not published, but banned. They want to prevent the radical ideas and theological demands of the Shiite cleric from spreading. But the censorship only increases the fascination Khomeini's book holds for the opponents of the ruling class.
کتاب ولایت فقیه ایشون رو چند سال پیش از پیروزی انقلاب من خودم بارها عرض کنم که تو شهرستان ها بردم، جاهای مختلف بردم، دادم به دست افراد و البته این در حالی بود که اگر واقعا این کار ما به دست ساواک میرسید، ساواک متوجه میشد، خیلی به اصطلاح برای ما سنگین تمام میشد، گران تمام میشد، ولی در این حال ما این کار انجام میدادیم.
Those who politically oppose the Shah's regime face imprisonment in the Iranian Secret Service Savak's prison, where torture and executions are daily fare. This was one thing the students had demonstrated against when the Shah visited Germany. There is no getting out of the dreaded detention center, which was built by German architects in the 1930s. Iranian politicians who are active today, like the current supreme religious leader Ali Khamenei, were imprisoned there during the reign of the Shah.
Did they do bad things? Absolutely. Did they torture people? Absolutely. You can't forget that they actually did torture people. They tortured a lot of people. They executed a lot of people. But the opposition was also very successful in exaggerating the number of people who were in prison. We used to say in the Confederation that there are hundreds of thousands of prisoners in Iran. The actual number was about 4,000.
Dissent, or worse, resistance, had no place in the Shah's regime. There is no open political dialogue on the country's social and political development. The parties, from left to right, are mostly silenced. The opposition has fled abroad or is imprisoned. The Shah's autocratic regime results in him losing contact with the people in his country more and more.
Das Land entwickelt sich nur dann, wenn die Menschen eine gewisse Autonomie bekommen. Das heißt, wenn sie das eigene Schicksal selbst in die Hand nehmen. Das ist ein Prozess der Demokratie. Ohne Demokratie, ohne Teilnahme der Bevölkerung läuft nichts.
For instance, the dealers on the markets play an important social role in Iran. Millions of people come and shop with them every day. The Shah, however, doesn't really take the bazaris, the market dealers, into consideration in his politics of westernization. Department stores, chain stores and supermarkets like the ones you can find in the West threaten their livelihood. The Shah doesn't realize the consequences of his policies and how many enemies he creates for himself with them.
Die iranische Revolution war ja erstmal per se keine rein islamische Revolution, sondern vereinte eben ganz unterschiedliche Kräfte, die eben auch in der iranischen Geschichte sehr stark waren. Deshalb würde ich das nicht reduzieren wollen auf so eine geistliche Opposition gegenüber dem Pahlavi-Staat.
Tehran in particular, with its modern high-rise buildings, becomes the symbol of this belief in progress. But many people can't keep up with the Shah's pace. So they turn to that institution which is familiar to them and which gives them security in their insecurity.
It completely went after the left, whether it was the left that was dependent on the Soviet Union or whether it was the social democratic left. The only people who were allowed to build mosques, build schools, teach their own cadres were the religious folks. And you bring millions into the cities, in shanty towns, concentrate them, made them easy to mobilize, and allow the clergy to be the only one who's active there. And then people are surprised that the revolution was won by the clergy.
The Shah has many mosques renovated in the 1970s. The number of Quran schools also rises immensely. This way, he wants to assure the clergy how important Islam as an essential foundation of Iranian society is to him, despite focusing his politics on the West. With his public appearances and his annual pilgrimages to the city of Mashhad, which is one of the 7 holy cities of Islam, he hopes to keep the clergy securely on his side.
He saw religion as his last line of defense. He saw religion as his most powerful stronghold within the country. And that's where he made a massive miscalculation, massive strategic and ideological and political miscalculation, because what he thought of as his most powerful stronghold and backing turned out to be his most fatal and dangerous enemy.
The first protest marches against the Shah take place in Qom in 1978. The reason is a defamatory article against Khomeini, which is published in a big Iranian daily newspaper. The article accuses him and the clergy of counter-revolution. His followers organize a demonstration of support.
It was a very fast-moving revolution. Maybe it is the fastest revolution in human history, because everything happened within 4 months.
With every passing day, the resolve of the Shah's regime to stay in power was weakening, and the resolve of the opposition to demand his removal was increasing.
There were fatalities during this demonstration in Qom. According to Islamic custom, the dead are commemorated every 40 days. Soon, hundreds of thousands take to the streets. Each time, there are more of them. The Shah wasn't anticipating this kind of resistance. It catches him and his regime completely off guard. The growing power of the streets paralyzes him. On August the 19th, 1978, an arson attack on Cinema Rex in the oil city of Abadan kills 422 people. The opposition blames the Iranian Secret Service and the Shah. Later on, there's a growing body of evidence for the clergy being behind the attack, with Khomeini as the mastermind in the background.
After Cinema Rex, it was a different story, both in magnitude, in the anger, and in the slogans. For the first time I heard thousands of people say death to the Shah. That would have been unimaginable in 77.
The protest of the masses turns into open violence. Tehran is ablaze. The military intervenes. On the 8th of September 1978, a day which will go down in Iranian history as Black Friday, 64 people are killed on the central Jaleh Square. The opposition claims there were 15,000 deaths. A general strike ensues, paralyzing the country.
Der Schah verfügte über ein
militarisches Militär und Geheimdienste und dergleichen mehr. Also alle Instrumente der Macht hatte er in der Hand. Deswegen haben viele gedacht, auch so wie ich, erstmal versuchen wir mit Khomeini das Regime zu stürzen, danach wird man schon mit ihm fertig werden.
At the behest of the Shah, the government declares Khomeini a persona non grata. He's forced to leave his exile in Najaf. His confidants advise him to leave for Europe, which he declines at first. What is he to do in a non-Islamic country? He is wrong. When he goes to Neauphle-le-Château, a little suburb of Paris, thousands of his followers from all over the world flock there. Western politicians and intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre, Michel Foucault and François Mitterrand also support Khomeini. In France, he suddenly finds himself the center of the global public.
He was suddenly catapulted into an international celebrity and was much more clever than the Shah, the British, the Iranian opposition gave him credit for. Because initially the idea was that they would send him to Neauphle-le-Château and he would become an embarrassment. He would say reactionary things and would frighten people. Well, he didn't say the reactionary things. He was very careful. He never once in 10 interviews, never once mentioned the word velayat faqih.
به جای شاه یک حکومت عدل اسلامی، حکومت دموکراسی به تمام معنا، حکومت مستقل و ایران مستقل میخوان درست کنه.
Khomeini mentions none of the radical ideas he expressed in his book on the Islamic State. Since his writings are banned in Iran and unknown in the West, no one can confront him with them. His speeches against the Shah are recorded and distributed in Iran.
ما به هر شکلی که بود این بیانیه و اطلاعیه رو به این ور پخش می‌کردیم، نوار کاستش این ور می‌بردیم پخش می‌کردیم و خب اینها نوارهای کاست تا عمق روستاها هم می‌رفت.
The generals in Iran are waiting for the Shah to give them the order to crack down on the insurgents. But he is weakened by cancer and doesn't signal anything of that sort. The military is perplexed and backs off. When the soldiers stop shooting at the people put flowers in their guns and give them pictures of Khomeini. They celebrate their new leader. In a televised appeal to the Iranian people, the Shah wants to change tack one more time.
من نیز پیام انقلاب شما ملت ایران را شنیدم. تضمین می‌کنم که حکومت ایران در آینده بر اساس قانون اساسی، عدالت اجتماعی و اراده ملی و بدور از استبداد و ظلم و فساد خواهد بود.
He looked weak. He looked absolutely despondent. He couldn't read the text. And the point that he was saying is that I have heard, that's the famous phrase, I have heard the call of your revolution and give me another chance. And people saw it rightly as a sign of his weakness. If ever there was a sign that he is not going to be able to master the situation, that was, to me, the speech.
The crisis in Iran also causes ripples at international level. French President of State Giscard d'Estaing invites the German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, US President Carter and British Prime Minister Callaghan to Guadeloupe for a conference. Here, they decide on the fate of Iran.
Nos entretiens ont fait apparaître un double objectif, accroître la sécurité et réduire les tensions dans le monde. Il nous est apparu que la reconnaissance légitime des réalités du monde contemporain doit s'accompagner de la poursuite des efforts pour améliorer les relations internationales.
This means that the Western powers drop the Shah and his regime. On the 16th of January 1970, the Shah and his family leave Iran. The Shah expects the crisis to be over soon so that he can return. It turns out to be a farewell for good.
و هیچ وقت فراموش نمی کنم اشکایی که در چشمانشون بود که موقعی که می رفتیم و اون افسری که خودشو به پای علزت انداخت.
The Shah was a good king for the time of peace. He wasn't a good king for the time of big trouble.
He was really double personality. When he felt strong, he was extremely self-assured, and the first signs of weakness made him very, very timid.
There was no other figure. Mr. Khomeini became the point of union.
14 days later, on the 1st of February 1979, Khomeini flies from Paris to Tehran. No one knows how this journey will end. Will the Shah's military force the plane to turn back or even shoot it down to prevent Khomeini from returning?
خب این کسی که وارد هواپیما می شود با وجود این خطر خیال با خیال آسوده وارد نمیشه به هواپیما. طبیعتاً دل نگرانی دارد. آقای خمینی هم چیزی ظاهر نمی کرد که دلخوره داره. ولی قاین آقایی بشر دیگه. او هم این دلخوره رو می داشت.
After 14 years of exile, Khomeini now steps onto Iranian soil again. Millions of people frenetically celebrate his return. After 2,500 years, the Persian monarchy has outlived its usefulness. Khomeini is received as the new savior. No one has any idea of the consequences which the Islamic Revolution will have for the Iranian state.
Virtually all our intellectuals supported Khomeini, from right to left, including those who had supported the Shah. All our big business, our big tycoons, our billionaires, they all supported him. So he had created a degree of unity among all these different factions in Tehran, which was impressive.
Khomeini's first visits are to the Behesht-e-Zakhra cemetery on the outskirts of Tehran, where the victims of the Shah regime are buried, and to the holy city of Qom, where his resistance began many years before.
The confrontation between these two could be summarized to the confrontation of two opposing will. And in such a confrontation, it is always the stronger will that will win, and that's exactly what happened in Iran. Khomeini's will was far stronger to conquer power than the Shah's will to keep power.
After an odyssey through several countries, the Shah dies of terminal cancer in Cairo on the 27th of July 1980. He lived to be 60 years of age. His body is buried in the Al-Rifai Mosque in the Egyptian capital. Ayatollah Khomeini dies of a heart attack on the 3rd of June 1989 in Tehran. His resting place is a mausoleum. During his 10-year reign, he implemented his ideas of an Islamic revolution with uncompromising vigor and turned Iran into a theocracy, thus setting a dynamic in motion which even today keeps the world in suspense.
Hello, Towel friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. So, nothing much is going on. Just a regular night, not too much going on. I hope everybody's doing good. It's great to see you. We are going to keep streaming. You're going to want to stick around for, yes, Stacey Gardner, I love watching them. I'm so glad you all are still with me. You don't have to stick around, by the way. It's kind of like a news broadcast, so we'll go in and out of news reporting. But let me just tell you, it's just a regular night. I'm not sure anything major is happening. I didn't stumble onto the biggest story of my career, and I just think we're gonna do our thing. And I heard Harvard Yard sent a potential documentary for us to watch, and I think watching documentaries right now is good. There's nothing much going on, and certainly you don't want to stick around for about an hour to see how all this plays out. I just gotta be a little towel, and I have my coffee, and we're all doing very good, right? Just kind of going along in the world. Harvard Yard sent a documentary for us to watch. It's a nice, relaxing Wednesday evening, and there's no reason to panic, and there's nothing wrong. Here's a documentary about Saudi Arabia and 9/11. Let's watch that, because, there's nothing going on in the world, and hold on. I just think that's the best way to bide some time while I make some decisions about some things that are going on, and there's no need to panic, and we should keep calm and mind the gap, and let's continue to certainly not think that anything is going on. And I'm so thrilled that we'll be able to watch these documentaries together, and that's the only thing that's on my mind right now. There's nothing else going on, so that's very good. I'm thrilled that we're going to be able to do that together, and I think that's the way to keep everyone calm. That's what we should do. Everyone should stay calm. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Everything is okay. Okay? I'm not talking about me. I'm saying just in general, everyone's going to stay calm. Everything is okay. We're going to watch a nice documentary. Everything is okay. And I'm just going to stay right here live. I think that's what I want to do. I'm going to stay live. If we go past 12 hours, I'm going to keep going live. We're going to watch some documentaries, and I'm going to sit here, and we are going to stay live. And let's take a look at this news documentary, New 9/11 Evidence. Will there be accountability for Saudi Arabia? Thank you so much to the Super Towel Harvard Yard. I would like to watch this. And yes, I'm so good. Sun-eyed girl, everything is fine. And we'll see how news develops, and keep calm and mind the gap. And let's watch this documentary, and everything is fine. Just fine.
Hello and welcome back to Reality Check. I'm Ross Coulthart, and today we're delving into the mystery of 9/11. Now, I was a reporter covering the tragedy, the attack on the incredible attacks on America in 2001. And it's a shock to me today, as it was back then, the way in which this incredibly well-planned attack happened under the radar of the most powerful country in the world and the most well-informed intelligence agencies working for that country. It was an appalling intelligence failure, catastrophic intelligence failure. And the thing that leapt out to me as a reporter in the days following the attacks was, why were so many Saudis, including Saudis who were linked to the House of Saud, families with close connections to the royal family in Saudi Arabia, why were they, when there was a no-fly zone over the United States, allowed to discreetly leave the United States, including, incredibly, as we discovered in the days following, about 24 members of the bin Laden family, no less. And I spoke at the time to an FBI investigator who told me that he, for the life of him, couldn't understand why, if these people were being allowed to leave America, why weren't statements being taken off them? What was the explanation for that? And a lot of those questions remain unanswered. And of course, 3,000 plus people died in that tragedy. And our guest today is one of those people who lost loved ones. Terry Strada, you represent an organisation that is taking a lawsuit against the Saudi government and I think also members of the bin Laden family. Maybe if you could just please introduce yourself to Reality Check. And I want to explore with you today what's going on behind the scenes, the mysteries, the questions that are still unanswered about 9/11.
Yes, thank you very much for having me today. My name is Terry Strada, and I am the National Chair for the 9/11 Families United. This organization consists of over 10,000 victims' family members, injured survivors, and those who are sick and dying from their exposure to the toxic fumes at Ground Zero. We are suing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the role that it played in aiding and abetting the 19 hijackers that came here and murdered our loved ones.
So that's a big call. Obviously, I don't doubt for a moment that bin Laden and his family, I know that members of the bin Laden family were funding, perhaps inadvertently, let's give them that excuse, through the Al Haramain charity. I know that money was going from very wealthy people in Saudi Arabia, including members of the bin Laden family, directly to some of the 9/11 hijackers. But in the 9/11 Commission report, there was very much a spin that came through that report that such connections, such charitable payments were inadvertent, that they weren't intended. And there was the idea pushed by the 9/11 report. I mean, this is the definitive investigation into the 9/11 investigation. We were told that, quote, it does not appear that any government other than the Taliban financially supported Al-Qaeda before 9/11, although some governments may have contained Al-Qaeda sympathizers who turned a blind eye to Al-Qaeda's fundraising activity. And it went on to say Saudi Arabia has long been considered the primary source of Al-Qaeda funding, but we have found no evidence that the Saudi government as an institution or senior Saudi officials individually funded the organization. And they said in brackets, this conclusion does not exclude the likelihood that charities with significant Saudi government sponsorship diverted funds to Al-Qaeda. Now, Terry, that's the definitive finding from the 9/11 Commission, which was obviously quite a few years ago. What do we know now?
We know so much more now than we did when the 9/11 Commission was published. The FBI withheld a lot of evidence that they were mandated to hand over to the 9/11 Commission. They withheld it from them. They've withheld it from the 9/11 family's lawsuit. But we have been able to uncover quite a lot of new evidence. But if you don't mind, I'd like to put the lawsuit into perspective, and that you have to go back to the 1990s leading up to 2001 and remember that the kingdom was exporting extremism all around the world. They were sending their religious clerics and operatives into their mosques, and they were spreading the virulent Wahhabi form of Islam. The United States was not immune to this activity. Mohammed bin Salman himself, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, he acknowledges that his government partook in this type of activity. And now we know from U.S. intelligence reports that some of these operatives, and they were working out of the Saudi Arabian embassy in Washington, D.C. They're working in a program called the Ministry of Islamic Affairs, MOIA. And some of these individuals we now know were directly assisting the 9/11 hijackers. When we took this to court, I'll just finish and you can use it however you want. But when we took this evidence and laid it out in front of a judge, put it out on the table, and we had FBI reports, affidavits, U.S. investigative reports, and we laid it all out, and we challenged the kingdom to prove that these individuals were not Saudi government officials. The Saudi Arabian government was unwilling to do that and unable to do that. And that is why the judge ruled that our lawsuit could move forward.
Because previously there was a sovereign immunity, you couldn't sue a government. And what's the law that was passed in the Congress that allowed this lawsuit to happen? Can you explain that to our audience?
Yes, the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, it's called JASTM, that's the acronym for it. And that is a law that was enacted in 2016. It took 7 years to enact this piece of legislation that allows U.S. citizens that are harmed by a designated terrorist organization that commits a terrorist attack on U.S. soil, that we can hold the sponsors of that attack responsible in a court of law, in a U.S. court, in civil litigation. And the purpose for that is fulsome liability, to enable the victims' families, the injured survivors, to have some type of accountability. And that that law, what enabled us to continue our lawsuit in the courtrooms, because yes, they were being granted sovereign immunity, which nobody is entitled to if they're involved in a terrorist attack.
So, Terry, before we go any further, I'm going to ask you about what happened to your loved one. Let's talk about your own personal experience with 9/11 very briefly.
Okay. So I lost my husband, Tom. He was 41 years old. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. He was on the 104th floor of the North Tower. On that Tuesday morning, he got up to go to work, and I stayed home with our 3 children. Tommy was 7, Caitlin was 4, and the baby was 4 days old, Justin. Tom was only going to go to work for half a day and come back early because we had the newborn in the house. Shortly after the first plane hit the North Tower, my phone rang and Tom was on the other end, and it was horrible. He was frantically telling me what was happening, and I could hear the screams and the fear. We had over 25 friends that he worked with on his desk, every single person, because nobody made it out of Cantor that day. So with that phone call, I call it a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing for him to reach me, but it's been a curse I've had to live with, hearing that and being, kind of brought right into the horror of all of it.
And you've dedicated pretty much your entire life since to getting to the truth of why that attack was allowed to happen.
Yes, I have. I started in 2002 when I stood on a stage in Washington, D.C. with some of the bravest 9/11 families I know, and we announced our lawsuit. Back then, my organization was called 9/11 Families United to Bankrupt Terrorism. And the mission hasn't changed. We've wanted to expose the underbelly of terrorism, the financiers, and we believe if we can hold them accountable and punish them, that we can stem the flow of money that supports these terrorist organizations. And I believe if the U.S. government, my own government, had taken a stronger stance on terrorism financing after 9/11, we might not see the growth of Boko Haram, Hamas, Hezbollah. We wouldn't have empowered other countries. You can finance terrorism because even the United States doesn't hold you accountable. But the families.
So Terry, I had my own personal experience with Wahhabist Islam, funded by the Saudi Arabians. I covered the Bali bombing attack, and I saw things I never ever want to see again: burned bodies and people who subsequently died who were suffering terrible burns in hospital in Bali. I was sent over there by my Australian network in the very early days. And then we went to Solo in Java, where we confronted Abu Bakr Bashir, who was the Jama'ah Islamiyah boss of the Jama'ah Islamiyah terror group. And the thing that shocked me was how a lot of the people involved in the Bali bombing were middle-class kids whose Jakarta-based parents had looked for a cheap private school education offered by the Wahhabist madrasas funded by the Saudi government across Indonesia. And what shocked me was that there were people from your country's CIA in the American embassy who were telling me how this was the real cancer that was radicalizing young youth right across Southeast Asia. And one of the problems that we have in Australia, we have beautiful Muslim communities, but there are a fringe of extremist young people and elderly Wahhabist clerics who have a malign influence on the people in these communities because of essentially a strand of Islam, extremist, zealous strand of Islam that was funded directly by the Saudi government as a way of propping up Saudi influence. And you're saying that this is very much the same kind of cancer that's behind what you've uncovered in your investigations.
Yes, absolutely. It is the kingdom's spreading of extremism around the world. That was their second export to oil in the 90s. They don't deny it. Everybody, our government acknowledges it, and so does MBS.
Okay, but can I come then to the quick? I want to take you through the evidence that we know about at the moment in the lawsuit, because I think one of the difficulties you have as a campaigner is that you're probably aware of some of the redacted material that at the moment is not public information. Right. And I'm a little bit aware of some of that material that points to more alleged complicity of senior Saudi government officials. The question in my mind is, yes, you had a lot of extremist Wahhabist supporters inside the Ministry of Islamic Affairs in Saudi Arabia. And the line that was pushed by the 9/11 report was that because the Saudi royal family, the House of Saud, they don't really govern. They let the governing be done for them. They were unwittingly exploited by these extremist Wahhabists inside the government, that they weren't aware of these people doing these terrible things, funding through known charities these terror groups. Let's go through the evidence that you have at the moment for your lawsuit that's public, including the video that came out most recently. And then let's talk about what might be behind the redacted material that you're still pushing to get put out into the public domain.
Right. So 10 days after September 11th, the Metropolitan Police in London raided Omar al-Bayoumy's apartment. And he was at that time a person of interest because his name was on the lease for the two hijackers that crashed into the Pentagon, Hazmi and Madar, the first arriving hijackers. When they seized this evidence out of his apartment, it was a treasure trove of evidence. And they sent it to the FBI. It contained videos. It contained his phone book. It contained a drawing a plane trajectory, which we can talk about. And when the FBI received it, they did absolutely nothing with it. They actually buried it for at least 10 years.
Now, why did that happen? I mean, I've got friends in the FBI. I know people in the counterterrorism groups in the FBI. They were dedicated people who really wanted to nail the bad guys that were responsible for 9/11. What went wrong, Terry?
There's absolutely wonderful people in the FBI that dedicated their lives to investigating what happened. But there were people within the FBI that did not want the truth to come out, and they have bent over backwards to protect the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's self-preservation. At that level, those people never wanted to take any responsibility for their failures. But that isn't why 9/11, it's part of why 9/11 happened, but it's because of the kingdom putting their government employees into the Saudi Arabian embassy, and it was because of their extremist beliefs that they then supported the 19 hijackers, and they created the support network that was needed here in the United States in order for them to carry out the attacks. Everything they needed, from their housing, their car rentals, their plane lessons, their airplane tickets to practice run. So for 12 to 18 months, the hijackers were here, and there was a support network that was put in place by Saudi government officials, by government people on the Saudi government payroll that are responsible.
So let's just quickly talk about al-Bayoumi. Omar al-Bayoumi, what was his connection to the Saudi government?
In 2017, the FBI confirmed that he was a Saudi intelligence officer. He was not just a Saudi national here on a student visa, working for a company that he never showed up to, but was collecting a paycheck. And when the first arriving hijackers got here out in California, where al-Bayoumi was, his salary tripled. He was a Saudi intelligence operative.
Now, one of the things you just mentioned in the raid that was done by Scotland Yard in London, in the apartment in North London where al-Bayoumi was living at the time, there was a document found that appeared to be some kind of document planning the rate of descent necessary for an aircraft to reach a particular altitude and particular location. Can you explain to me what we know about that document?
Yes, it's called the plane drawing. And when Bayoumi was deposed, he admitted it was his handwriting. So we know it belonged to al-Bayoumi. And what it is, as you just said, it's a trajectory and it's calculations of if you didn't have instruments, how would you land the plane? And it shows, if you put the calculations in, and experts have done this, it shows the rate of descent needed to hit a target on the ground. I think one of the calculations also, when they did the mathematical equations, showed the descent to hit the Twin Towers. So there's a drawing of an airplane, there's the mathematical calculations, and when you do the calculations as an expert, as a pilot does, I think we used a pilot that had 7 decades of experience in military and commercial aviation. And they have concluded that no doubt this was part of the 9/11 attacks.
Now, one of the things that there was a Senate Select Committee for Intelligence report that was done, because I think of a lot of the good work done by yourself, raising public awareness of the fact that there were unanswered questions, that there was clearly redacted material that was being withheld by the US government. Yes. And I think from memory, there was a Florida Democratic senator called Bob Graham, who was the chair, like he was the most powerful person on the Senate Intelligence Committee at the time. And he said in his sworn statements after their report came out that there was evidence of support from the Saudi government for the terrorists. And incredibly, my understanding is there were and still are 28 redacted pages from that report that the public still haven't been allowed to see in their entirety.
In 2016, the 28 pages were released, but if you were to add up all of the redactions, it adds up to about 3 pages worth of information, which was critical that they decided to withhold. But what was so astonishing...
That was my point, is that even though they've supposedly released these redacted pages, they're still redacted. And basically,
nothing's ever released in its entirety. Nothing. So everything is
still
redacted.
hiding stuff.
And some things
still hiding stuff. So
absolutely.
But
can I tell you what we learned in those 28 pages? What we did learn? We did learn that money was going through Prince Bandar. So he was the ambassador, the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States. And money was going through his account as well as his wife's bank account out to California to these handlers, Bayoumi and Thumari. And some money was being transferred, like I said, through their bank accounts out to them in California. So we knew that money was funding from the embassy. What I take away from the 28 pages is the 2 things that we learned was, one, that the Saudis are undeniably complicit in September 11th, and that the Saudis were also never fully investigated. That report came out before the 9/11 Commission.
Let's drill down into that, because, again, there was a brief mention, I think in the 9/11 report or in one of the later reports, that it was Prince Bandar's wife who donated money to the Al Haramain charity, which, funnily enough, is the charity that was funding a lot of the madrasas I was talking about, the religious teaching institutions in Indonesia that I came across, which were helping fund the Wahhabist extremists in Indonesia. Now, the spin that has been put on this is that, yes, these were inadvertent fundings done by, I think, Prince Bandar's wife, that it's part of, I think they call it zakat, and please forgive me, any Muslim friends, if I've mispronounced that, but essentially there is a duty in Islam to support those less well off than yourself. And the argument was that this was an inadvertent funding. It wasn't intentional, and that money channeled through these charities was being given for noble purposes, not specifically and intentionally for terrorism. What evidence do we have to suggest that there was knowledge at the highest levels of the Saudi government that this money was being directed to support an act of terrorism on the American public?
Bank records. Bank records show deposits and bank records show withdrawals, and they show who made these deposits and who was withdrawing the money. So the bank records support that the money was going to terrorist organizations.
But sorry, my understanding is it was the money from Prince Bandar's wife, for example, that you talked about. My understanding is it went to an Islamic charity, and that the excuse that's being used is that she's a good woman, she's got a lot of money. I think there was $36 million talked about, and that this money was being diverted just for good, noble purposes as a good Islam woman to basically support people less well off than herself. What's the evidence that Prince Bandar, his wife, or senior Saudi government officials actually knew that they were supporting a terrorist attack on America? Because that's the implication of what you're saying.
It is. It's because they were sending money out to the handlers in California that were handling the hijackers. They didn't just give money to charity. They also wrote checks and sent money directly to the handlers of the 9/11 hijackers.
So these were, I think one of them was al-Bayoumi that you've mentioned, Omar al-Bayoumi. And who was this Fahad al-Thumari? He was a Saudi government employee working in the LA consulate, but he was also linked to the King Fahd Mosque in Los Angeles.
Correct. And that is, so Thumari was tasked by some of the employees back at Moya in Washington, D.C., to assist the hijackers when they came to the United States. And so was Bayoumi. So originally their story was that Bayoumi just met these two hijackers in a cafe by accident. He heard them speaking Arabic, so he befriended them. But what did he do? He took them to a bank, Bank of America, and he opened up a bank account for them. They gave him $9,999 in cash to open up this bank account. And then he went and signed a lease for their apartment so that they were very close to where he lived. And then he tried to tell, the police, or when he was arrested, his story was, I was just being a good Saudi Arabian citizen. It's what we do. We help people out when we meet them. But do you really go to the extent of opening up bank accounts and putting your name on a lease? And then the story just unfolds and it gets so much bigger, and the net gets so much bigger about who was actually involved in tasking Bayoumi, in tasking Thumari, and the evidence that came out of Bayoumi's apartment tells the whole story.
Okay, so let's deal with this now. The 9/11 report, I'm just using the 9/11 report as a template because I think it's instructive. It's what the American people were told, the government determined in what was meant to be a transparent and open and full and rigorous inquiry into 9/11, okay?
Yes.
So this is what the 9/11 report said about what happened with these two terrorists, Hazmi and Midhar, in their first few weeks in the States. So we have investigated whether anyone associated with the King Fahd Mosque assisted them. This subject has received substantial attention in the media. Some have speculated that Fahad al-Thumari, an imam at the mosque and an accredited diplomat at the Saudi Arabian consulate from 1996 until 2003, may have played a role in helping the hijackers establish themselves on their arrival in Los Angeles. This speculation is based, at least in part, on Thumari's reported leadership of an extremist faction at the mosque. Now, I know you've got an answer for this, but I'll just finish. The definitive conclusion from 9/11 was the circumstantial evidence makes Thumari a logical person to consider as a possible contact for Hazmi and Midhar. Quote, yet, after exploring the available leads, we have not found evidence that Thumari provided assistance to the two operatives. Now, I'll tell you, Terry, I'll say what I think that is. That is bullshit. That is a total lie. They knew at the time, didn't they, about Fahad al-Thumari's funding to these two al-Qaeda operatives, didn't they?
Well, What the 9/11 Commission knew exactly, I don't know. I can't answer. I can't speak on that. All I know is what they claimed in their final report, and what we know now is two very different things.
We're partnering with Gundry MD to share this information with you. Would you believe it if I told you that in many pantries across the United States right now, there are bottles of a substance that is one of the healthiest foods on the planet? Yep, it's true, and it's not one of those trendy superfoods that costs you a squillion. Spoiler alert, it's olive oil. But not only does it taste good, it makes you feel exceptionally healthy on the inside. And if you accept Dr. Stephen Gundry's research, it also makes you look youthful on the outside. The olive oil industry is huge, and you can tell by the number of olive oil brands you see at the grocery store, and you can bet not all of them are made with the consumer in mind. Many brands cut corners. And so Stephen Gundry has done the research. When he came to this realization about olive oil, he was appalled that some of the olive oils were frankly not that good. But some olive oils, he's discovered, are so powerful it may take only a few teaspoons or tablespoons a week to see these incredible health benefits. So how can you tell between an olive oil that can be a health booster and which one isn't up to par? In an effort to answer that question, Dr. Gundry did his research, and he's taken a stand, and he's releasing his personal research for you to review and make your own judgment on. People who have taken Dr. Gundry's advice have shared their results with him, saying the olive oil they bought after learning his simple rules has changed their lives. So make sure you go to getolive1.com/Ross or click on the link in the description box below. What is it that we know now, Terry, that's been hidden by the US government that they almost certainly knew at the time of the 9/11 Commission report? What is being concealed from the American public about this incredible period in American history? What don't we know? Please tell us.
The 9/11 Commission did not know about this evidence. The FBI did not hand over this evidence to the 9/11 Commission. Therefore, their findings are very different than the truth. So there was also a secret investigation into the kingdom that went on for 10 years post 9/11 called Operation Encore. And that was the FBI doing a very, very thorough job of investigating the attacks. However, that's been released. It's heavily redacted. Our representatives can see a lot more of it than we can, and we are still fighting in court to get it lifted from a protective order in the courtroom. So there's still a lot that's being hidden from us. But okay, so now what do we know? Because of the evidence that was found in Bayoumi's apartment, we know that Thumari and Bayoumi were much closer in relations to the hijackers and they were involved with Al-Qaeda operatives. They were involved with other diplomats that came from the embassy. But the Al-Qaeda operatives, two of them, they're part of the advanced team that Moya sent out to California. And both of them are Al-Qaeda operatives or have very close ties to Al-Qaeda. And those men helped task Bayoumi and Thumari with what needed to be done in this support network to help these hijackers. There was a welcome party where you see Thumari and Bayoumi with the hijackers in a very casual setting. So to tell the FBI or to deny that they knew each other or that they knew them as well as they did has been proven to be wrong. And there's phone records now between everybody. And the phone records don't lie that they were actually speaking to each other and calling the embassy in Washington, D.C. during this time that the hijackers were just first in the United States and setting up this support network. So those first two advanced team, after they left California, They went to Oklahoma and Missouri. Those are the two places where Hazmi and Madar went after they left California. And the story continues that wherever that those two people went, then those two hijackers followed. So they were setting up what was needed in whatever town they were going to next. Remember, they were here for 12 to 18 months.
What's the most damning piece of evidence that you've seen where Thumari and Bayoumi clearly went beyond just showing Islamic hospitality to these new people who'd arrived in America?
I would say the welcome party, the welcome video that clearly shows that Madar and Hazmi were guests of honor instead of the narrative that they tell is that they were sitting in a back room and they really weren't involved with the people that were there, because when the video camera scans the room is when you learn how many Saudi government officials were in the room.
And what's the evidence, though, that any of those Saudi government officials had any knowledge that these two men were terrorists, hijackers, planning an attack?
Evidence, through the reporting and through the evidence, it shows which jobs they were tasked with. So different ones were tasked to help them with their flying lessons. Different ones were tasked to help them with their bank accounts. Different ones were with their buying a car, their English lessons. All of these individuals that were at this welcome party had jobs to do to help the hijackers.
So just help me here for a moment, Terry. I mean, I still wrestle with this, and I know the answer, but I want you to explain it to our audience. Why on earth would people working for the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs want to launch an attack in any way, sponsor an attack on America, which, after all, is one of Saudi Arabia's biggest customers for its oil and is notionally a close friend of America? What on earth would be the motivation of these people for launching such an attack? And is it possible that these people who were working, I think, through the auspices of the the Ministry of Islamic Affairs in Saudi Arabia, is it possible that they were just a bunch of hotheads who were doing this without the knowledge of the higher ups in the royal family, people like Prince Bandar?
Well, again, there was money going from Prince Bandar's bank account to assist them. And it was Prince Bandar that went to President Bush and asked him to please get them all out of the country. And he didn't want any of them to be questioned.
All right, folks, it's time. You waited. It's time. Tell your friends. Tell a towel. This could be one of those moments you remember forever. I'm going to remember where I was when this happened, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so grateful we got to listen to that interview. It was very powerful. But I think you're going to remember where you were at this moment. I don't know how you knew to be here, and your faith was rewarded for staying around. This is the most important thing I've ever done in my entire life. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. I'm going to read you the story as I publish it. You're going to be the first in the world to hear it. Here it is. It's coming. I'm about to put it up on the screen. I've never worked so hard on something in my entire life. I care so much about our country, and everything is okay, all right? We're all going to be okay, but I worked very, very hard on this, and you're going to hear it first before the world sees it. When I click post on this, I know I'm right. I know I'm right about this. I've talked to some people. I haven't confirmed it, but I talked to the people I needed to talk to, and I'm comfortable running this. And this is probably the most important thing I'm ever going to do in my entire life. There could be bigger things later, but for right now, this is going to be the biggest thing I've ever done in my entire life, and it's incredibly important. All right, are you ready? We're going to read it together. I worked very hard on this. I mean, I have my coffee. We're doing 2 streams. I mean, we're not ending at the top of the hour. We're going to sit around and see what happens in reaction to this. I'm going to read it for you, friends. I don't know. I don't know where this goes. I did my best. I did everything I could. I gave it my all, little towels. I gave it my all and then some. This was a very important situation. If you stuck around, if you said, okay, you definitely didn't want to miss this, ladies and gentlemen. You stuck around for the moment. You see it up on your screen. You saw some of the research come to fruition earlier. We're going to have to start a second stream in a little bit because there's going to be a lot of reaction to this. I love my country. I want to make sure everyone is safe and that this does not. I have to do this. Breaking news. The father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system, alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since, after spending time at Sheridan State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sergalin, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa F. Ahmed on all formal patent documents. Roughly 30 years before Sergalin was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of child sexual abuse images. Read that patent here. However, the man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. Mustafa is a professor at King Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. Per his bio, Mustafa is the founder and CEO of Ascend Ventures, a full-service digital solutions agency that focuses on e-commerce, startup, and all things digital. Mustafa is also the co-founder and CTO of SailTab, Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform, 2009. He sold his first internet company, an online contact lens store, in 1997, Lens Express, and exited out of his second online business, iNet Impact e-commerce solutions company in Sydney, Australia, in 2000. Read that bio here. Interestingly, in Sergalin's federal sentencing memo, prosecutors with the U.S. DOJ told a federal judge that Sergalin was suspected of spying for Egypt. Then, despite a 70-month sentencing recommendation and a bail violation on the eve of the court imposing sentence, for some reason that federal judge imposed an 18-month federal prison term that Sergalin was allowed to serve concurrent to an 18-month term for the state court child abuse material charge. Read that sentencing memo here. Read more about that bail violation related to breaking a no-contact order in the CSAM case here. Read more about that state CSAM charge here. Read more about Sergalin's theft of classified U.S. missile defense systems at the following link. According to federal prosecutors in the Sergalin case, the technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not yet fully been implemented. If the federal government is aware of Sergalin submitting a false patent application connected to a man in Saudi Arabia who may well be in the orbit of the Saudi state remains unclear. However, the patent in question, initially submitted as patent number 4952931 in 1990 under the cover of a device to detect emergency sirens in domestic traffic, was recently deployed in the field to detect incoming arms fire, and it is very possible Saudi and Egyptian intelligence may have ran a deep cover operation for over 40 years in order to compromise that technology. CC, State Department, CIA, FBI, and Raytheon. So there you go. I've done my best. I've done my best, ladies and gentlemen. I've given it my all. I think I got to do a little bit of editing because I want to confirm that he pled guilty for serve concurrent to an 18-month month term for after pleading. To an 18-month term for the state court child abuse for pleading guilty. to the state. All right, there we go. There we go. For pleading guilty to the state court. All right, very good, very good. Now, read more about that veil violation, read more about the state CSAM charge, and then I think the only other things I fixed were I changed Saudi State to Saudi State with a lowercase. Now, I think I should put DOJ. Does DOJ have periods after it if you're using it in this form? I think you can just use DOJ like that. I'm just looking for grammatical spelling. How did I do? Did I do good? I think I've protected the troops. I've served my country well. I hope I have done you all proud. I gave it my all. Literally, in that last hour, I gave my everything on that. I had to be right. I'm right. And I'm scared. I'm not scared, but I'm worried for our troops, and they need to pull this device out of the field immediately. It's compromised. But I got to do some editing, so hold on one second. I got to take this off the screen for a second because I got to bring it back up. Did I do good, though? I love America so much. I hope I've done you all proud. I talked to some of my contacts, and they were like, you're going to get the Pulitzer. And I was like, I don't care about that. I just want the United States to be safe. And if as long as one missile does not get through those systems, you know what I'm saying, then I'm happy. Okay? Then I feel like, then I don't care about anything else. But I just also have to make sure I explain to people, I don't want to give too much away, so I think I'm just going to say it detects incoming arms fire. I don't really want to explain what it does. It's a little bit intense. But I need to make a few edits here, or I don't need to make edits. I just want to... And then I think I also want to mention he's registered as a sex offender. Anything my term... which also forced Sergeline to register as a sex offender for life. Well, at least he has to do that. And I think it's actually fair. I think I want to include what Paula said, because I think Paula basically was like the juror in the trial. I think she basically told me, like, screw that guy. So I believe she's a patriotic American. I hope I'm not wrong. That's way above my pay grade. I hope I'm not wrong. But anyway, Paula said she doesn't talk to him. And she knows that, like, clearly, Feds is watching. So she probably doesn't talk to him. And he's also a sex offender. So, like, I'm going to include the part where she talked about him in the interview. So I have this. I'm going to re-include that part. Juror 11 in a written statement to me earlier Monday confirmed the man is her father-in-law, but also noted she did not speak to the man and noted that she answered questions on the jury questionnaire with honesty and clarity. See one of those forms here. All right, so I'm going to put that in there because it's not really. I don't want to insult Paula. It's just because this is only newsy because it's related to her. I mean, it's very newsy, but it's only newsy right now because it's related to her. So I feel like I have to do Paula justice because, first of all, she was kind to reach out to me. She didn't, whether it was CYA or not, it doesn't matter to me. She did it, and I believe she did it in good faith. And frankly, I believe she loves America. Until proven otherwise, I have no reason to believe that she doesn't love America. So I'm going to put the quote in because I think it's important for people to understand that she doesn't know this man. Or she doesn't talk to him anymore, her father-in-law. All right, so that's the best I can do. That's the best literally the best I can do. All right. I'm trying to help everybody in some sense. I'm trying to just be my normal towel self, and I'm trying to do right by my country and by my people and by my principles and by my morality. Trying to do it all at the same time, and I can only hope, ladies and gentlemen, I can only hope I have done you all proud. I can't guarantee I have, but I've tried. And I've done it in an authentic way, and the only thing I care about is my country, and I love my country very much. And I'm also a Tao. Not sure if those two things are related or interrelated or not related, but, just for the record. All right. All right, little towels. Well, you heard the story before the rest of the world, little towels. You heard the story before the rest of the world. And my word, was it interesting? My word. Now I just have to make a few final edits, and it's going to go live. We're going to do a second stream today because I'm going to be up late, and I don't feel like I can go to bed in light of this reporting. I just have to grab this thing over here. All right, hold on. I have to grab the Juror 11 part. All right, hold on. I can't read your comments right now. Oh, thank you, Ange. I like being a super towel. A lot of people are tuning in. Apparently, I did a good job with my news. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. All right, I'm going to put this in right at the end because I think if Paula is a loyal American, then God bless you, Paula. Now, I'm still a little perplexed as to what happened over there, but that's not my concern right now. My concern right now is America. Towel loves America. You do not you, the general you do not threaten America. Towel loves America. You don't plant operatives in America to compromise our patent system so you can undermine our missile defense. I'm a towel. You don't understand? I'm a towel. You don't do that kind of thing. I'm a towel. I'm not a government-created robot towel. I'm just a towel. We're going back to this documentary, by the way. It was very topical because I don't think Saudi Arabia are our friends. I don't think they like us very much. Oh, dear goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. The government is like this man. I can't tell if he's Andy Kaufman, Hunter S. Thompson, Ida Tarbell, Walt Whitman, G. Gordon Liddy, or some combination, or Thomas Jefferson, or Teddy Roosevelt, or FDR. I don't know what he is. I'm not sure what we should do with him, but I think he loves America. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's true. I love America. I love America very, 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 very much. And that is why I have dedicated myself to America. In fact, I do all of my work. The only thing I've ever cared about is the integrity of America. I hope you realize that now. It's kind of a central theme, the Cannabis Control Commission stuff, the Reed trial, this. All I care about is the integrity of the American Republic. There's kind of a theme in my reporting. That is the theme. It is a very specific theme. I'm unapologetic about that theme, and I love America. Now, you might be saying to yourself, this man clearly loves America, but he's also a towel. Well, that's true. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I'm a towel, and I love America. I'm not really sure what to tell you. That is what I'd like to say after writing the biggest story of my career. My comment, you may quote this, Grant, after finishing his story, said, quote, I love America, and I am a towel. There you go. You have your quote. You may run it. There you go. I give you permission. The quote is, Grant, after finishing his story, wanted to let the world know that he loves America and he is a towel. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready to click the button. The question is, are you ready for me to click the button? I'm ready to click the button. The button is a big button. It's a big word. It's a big responsibility. Clicking the button is a big deal. You don't understand. When I click the button, it's a point of no return. I click that button. Where the button, you know, it's not just another button to button, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, this is a big deal. Wait a minute. I think I can make some of this text larger. Hold on. We have a tactical pause. We have the country of Saudi Arabia has been spared, at least for now, but it is only a brief respite. How dare you, Saudi Arabia? How dare you? I am a towel. First of all, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Saudi Arabia. They clearly were involved in 9/11. Second of all, don't put I almost said my troops. Well, they're troops I care about. They are American troops, not my troops. Well, I guess they are troops that represent my interests or represent my safety, which is good. Don't you put American troops in danger. Don't you do long-term operations. You don't understand. I become an incredulous towel when people do shady things about just like general, like governmental stuff. Okay? Like state government stuff. I become an incredulous towel and start yelling. This, oh my dear goodness. You do not do this to America. This is America. I don't know if you understand. I don't know if there was some miscommunication. I don't know what's going on here. This is America. All right? You don't hurt America. Especially not while Towel's paying attention. You don't do it. Listen to me, Saudi intelligence. How dare you? I am an incredulous towel. You killed that reporter in Turkey, and now you did this. Nope. I demand we break diplomatic ties with Saudi Arabia. I'm petitioning my government. I demand we break diplomatic ties with Saudi Arabia. How dare you, Saudi Arabia? How dare you? You don't understand. I love America. God damn it, Raytheon. How do you keep getting these moles? Why is Raytheon so targeted by moles? What is Raytheon? It doesn't just make those damn little chips. It's clearly some kind of front company, but they're not very good at screening their employees, apparently. Oh, goodness, it took 40 years to deploy the technology, and now it's compromised. Thank God we found out about it. Oh, you little towels are wonderful for tuning in and watching me. It's so great to see you all. I feel bad, though. Hold on, let me make... Yeah, everything's... Well, sometimes the chat looks like it's working, and it's actually not working, so... However, I take no responsibility for the chat. It is a YouTube-based chat, and I do my best to make it work, but I am over here being a towel. All right, I'm ready to publish. I'm ready. You don't understand. I'm ready. I'm so sorry the chat froze. I'm so sorry. I thought you all weren't chatting, so I was like, why are they being depressed? I thought this was a big moment. And it was the chat was frozen. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I will re-scroll all your messages. I was like, wait a minute. Doesn't everyone love America? I love America. I'm a little towel. All right. Hold on. What does this say? Or Ann Twittick got that one. There we go. All right. The chat's working again. I'm a true finder of fact and a genius, apparently. I love America, and I am a towel. Thank you, respect. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready to go to print. I edited the images. I made them a little bit, a little cleaner. I wanted it to be just a little cleaner with the text. It's still not ideal, but it's better than it was. All right, I'm ready. I am a towel. Button is about to be pushed. It's not just another button to button, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of those moments. I'm ready to click the button with you now. I have crossed the towel T's. I have dotted the towel I's. I am ready. All right. I'm about to click it. There's no going back once I click this button. I'm telling you. There's no going back. Gonna make sure everything is good. All the quotes are lined up. Gonna make sure I close all my parentheses. Didn't use any double parentheses. His bio uses a lot of double parentheses. All right. I'm ready. No, I want to change one more thing. I say which also forced a result that also forced. Sorry, I know you want to be here to see the moment, but I have to be perfect. I have to be perfect. A result that also forced. All right. I'm going to click the button live on stream with you. You earned it, ladies and gentlemen. You stuck around. We're going to have to start another stream in a second. I want to watch that Saudi Arabia documentary while I see the reaction to this with you all. You earned it. We got 29 minutes until we got to switch over. You ready to do the towel switch over stream thing again? That was pretty fun the other day. All right, late night towel, ladies and gentlemen, on the biggest day of my career, late night towel. Yeah, I hope it cools down as well. I appreciate you, LS, but it's like this all the time. I'm just always reporting, working. My mind rebels at stagnation, but this is very important. All right, I'm ready to click the button. I am coming over, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to get to see the moment that I click the button. I know you've always wanted to be here for this kind of moment. It's one of those moments that define our towel lives. All right, I'm going to click the button. Here we go. I'm adding it to the screen. I'm not going to make you miss it. You're going to get to see it, and you're going to then get to see the world basically go wild. This is going to be ridiculous. I don't even know if I'm ready for what's about to happen. All right. That should be good enough. Ready? Would you like to do a countdown, towel friends? I'm about to click the button. We're all going to click it together. Everyone get their towel buddies. Reach out. Here's my towel hand. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. God bless America. God bless our troops. That was one of the most intense things I've ever done in my entire life, ladies and gentlemen. It's up. It's live. Tell your friends. Tell your towels. That post is going to become a thing. Like, I'm going to remember that a very long time from now. I'm honored that we were here to do that together. God bless America. God bless all of you. God bless America. Oh, I will call you Laura. You absolutely got it. Hi, kitty cat. Came in just in time. That was a moment. We are going to have to switch towel streams to see the actual impact of it, but just you watch, ladies and gentlemen. Watch what happens to that post. Watch. Now, I think we should take a towel poll. Would you like to switch over to the new stream now? If we switch over, it gives me a little bit of time to, actually talk, because otherwise I keep looking at the clock and then we get closer and closer to 12 hours and then I have to start it again. So let's do that. Towel friends on the X, you don't have to do anything. Towel friends on the YouTube, you stay where you are. I got a plan. I am the man with the plan. Hold on. I'm the towel man with the towel plan. So we're not going to do our traditional outro. Don't panic. We're going to go over to a second stream. All right, we're going to do this together. The stream is not ready yet, but we're going to do this together, okay? Everybody hold out their towel hands. Oh no. Everyone hold out their towel hands. This is going to be a little bit of an adventure. I'm going to do my best. No promises, towel friends. No promises. Towel computer's like, oh no, not again. I'm like, don't worry, towel computer, we'll be fine. All right, so I'm going to go over. I'm going to prepare it. Give it a little second, towel friends. Don't worry, don't panic. And in the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to transition over to the other stream, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the fallout from what I just published live. I might have a guest on. We'll see if Harvard Yard wants to talk. But first, we're going to watch the end of this Saudi Arabia documentary. But we're doing it on the other stream. So ready your towels because we have to transition. So hold on. I'm going to get ready I'm going to get ready. And then I'm going to have the link for you on this stream before we all jump over. We're going to time travel. Everyone get on your magic carpet towels. Find your towel buddies. We're going to do a little bit. We've done this before. It was a bit of an operation, but we pulled it off. You're going to see the new link pop up in the chat in probably, I'd say, 3 minutes. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to take that new link. We're going to jump over there, and then the new link is going to start. There won't be an intro. Now, Twitter friends, you don't have to go anywhere. But the towel friends on the YouTube, the new link is going to pop up, and then you're going to join us over on that link. Now, I got to decide what I'm going to call this thing. Because I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is... Jesse, you are going to want to read the post that just went up on Towel Twitter. We're going to read it. We're transitioning over to a new stream. Big things going on, Jesse. When the new link goes live in the chat, then we're going to start it with a summary, okay? So let me just get the new link in the chat, and when you join us over on if you can transition with us over to that new stream, I will immediately, okay? I'll immediately then start talking about that. So here's what we're going to do. I think the biggest story of Towel's career unfolding live. I don't know what to tell you. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I thought the craziest thing we ever saw was yesterday. Nope, it's today. I keep saying to Harvard Yard, it's not going to possibly be more ridiculous than today, right? And then it gets more ridiculous. So let me get this image. Let's hope it's under 2,000 megabits. 2,000 kilobits. 2,000 megabits would be a very big file. All right, here we go. All right, we should be good. Okay, stay with little towel. Going to schedule it for very soon. We're going to schedule it for 2 minutes from now. All right, I have the link for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to have the link. 507. Oh, Jesse, don't worry. I'm going to explain it for you. So, Jesse, before we go, how about this? Before we start the new live, I'll read for you the X post. You are going to want to hear this, Jesse. It concerns the integrity of the American Republic. My dear towel friend, there's a lot at stake. So I'm going to read this for our dear friend, Jesse. Before we go to the new stream. Actually, no, well, you won't be able to see anything if you go over to the new stream, but I'm going to get the link. While I read this for Jesse, I'm going to get you all the link, okay? So here is the link for the new stream, towel friends. The link for the new stream will be placed into your towel feed right now. Technique generic, I don't think it matters. I think it was probably for 12:45. New stream starting in 2 minutes here. Okay, so follow that link for the new stream. Now, ladies and gentlemen, actually, you know what I think we can do? I think I'm able to go live on both streams at once and just end the other feed. So hold on. Hello, towel friends. Okay, stream 2 is now live. All right, so Jesse, here's what we got going on. If you want to join over on the new feed, that's fine. But if you're just tuning in, this is a continuation of the stream that was going on earlier. This is actually the best way for us to start this new stream, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Breaking news. The father-in-law of juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system, alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since after spending time at Sheridan State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sergalin, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa F. Ahmad on all former patent documents, roughly 30 years before Sergalin was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of child sexual abuse images. Read that patent here. However, the man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. Mustafa is a professor at King Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. Per his bio, Mustafa is the founder and CEO of Ascend eVentures, a full-service digital solutions agency that focuses on e-commerce, startups, and all things digital. Mustafa is also the co-founder and CTO of SaleTab.com, Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform. He sold his first internet company, an online contact lens store, in 1997 and exited out of his second online business, iNet Impact, e-commerce solutions company in Sydney, Australia, in 2000. Read that bio here. Interestingly, in Sergalin's federal sentencing memo, prosecutors with the U.S. DOJ told the federal judge that Sergalin was suspected of spying for Egypt. Then, despite a 70-month sentencing recommendation and a bail violation on the eve of court-imposing sentence, for some reason that federal judge imposed an 18-month federal prison term that Sergalin was allowed to serve concurrent to an 18-month term for pleading guilty to the state court child abuse material charge, a result that also forced Sergalin to register as a sex offender for life. Read that sentencing memo here. Read more about that bail violation related to breaking a no contact order in the CSAM case here. Read more about that state CSAM charge here. Read more about Sergalin's theft of classified U.S. missile defense systems at the following link. According to federal prosecutors in the Sergalin case, the technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in time of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not been fully implemented yet. If the federal government is aware of Sergalin submitting a false patent application connected to a man in Saudi Arabia who may well be in the orbit of the Saudi state remains unclear. However, the patent in question, initially submitted as patent 4952931 in 1990 under the cover of a device to detect emergency sirens in domestic traffic, was recently deployed in the field to detect incoming arms fire, and it is very possible Saudi and Egyptian intelligence may have ran a deep cover operation for over 40 years in order to compromise that technology. Juror 11, in a written statement to me earlier on Wednesday, confirmed the man in question is her father-in-law, but noted she does not speak to the man currently. He is a registered sex offender, and noted that she answered questions on the jury questionnaires with honesty and clarity. Those questions involve whether the juror, a family member or household member, had any contact with the criminal or civil justice system. See one of those forms here. CC, State Department, CIA, FBI, RTX News. So, folks, I got to switch over to the other stream. If you're still on YouTube stream 1, okay, if you're still on YouTube stream 1, that stream is now going to end. It did run. It was sent. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to say is, let me just tell you, we are going to move over to the other stream, okay? We're going to move over to the other stream. So, I'm going to end the first YouTube stream. If you don't panic. You just head over to the other one, all right? The other stream is the same as this stream. In fact, it's already going. That's the coolest thing. We got double towel already. All right, so I'm going to end this stream. We will see you on the next one, so don't panic. Don't panic. Hold. Okay, that stream has ended.